Hello everyone. Today, a very interesting story awaits you. And before it starts, I would like to ask you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. The story begins with some sad guy. From his look, it is clear that something is bothering him. It was as if he had found himself in a difficult situation with no way out. There was also a girl in the guy's company. Also beautiful, also upset, dirty, but at the same time surprised by the words previously spoken by the interlocutor. Their conversation was quite normal for their unusual situation. The guy, looking up, said that he runs slowly and no amount of training helps. The girl was surprised by this. Apparently, she did not expect such a conversation in such circumstances. When the girl nodded in agreement and quietly said that she understood him, the guy began his story, namely that no, she doesn't understand, because he really runs very slowly. Even once upon a time, during his school years, no, even in kindergarten, he always came last, was always the most tired, and could hardly stand on his feet after a race. He also said that his so-called friends in those years initially offended him, and in order to humiliate him even more, they began to quickly run away, not giving him a chance to catch up. Well, he still continued to run after them, although they seemed to simply believe that he would never catch up with them. The girl said that he was really running slowly, but the guy said that even if he didn't give up. And it was precisely the fact that he did not give up that allowed the guy to run to one of the guys in an instant and touch his back from behind. Telling the story about this, he almost beamed, and when the girl asked how he managed it, he said that it was all thanks to his perseverance. In general, this story inspired him now not to give up either. Are you wondering who and why he had to surrender? It's just that this time the guy and the girl were really in trouble, especially when one of them was holding her bloody stomach. The same knife lay right in front of them, and the guy promised himself, this cave, the girl, that this time he would go to end. While drops of blood flowed down the girl's lower lip straight to her chin, she smiled sincerely, saying that despite the fact that he does not run fast, he is still a mature person. Perhaps he was simply trying to somehow improve the morale of the girl who was nagging him. He said that he refused to surrender so easily into the hands of the assassins and would not give up until the last moment. But the girl replied that he was really weak, but she was glad to hear that. And despite the sad words of his interlocutor, he continued. Further, they were told that he would run away if they caught him, that if he survived, he would take care of his health, and that he would live to be 100 years old. And the last thing was worst of all, because he knew that he couldn't do it. There was no further response to any of his words. There was not even a quiet, uh-huh. The interlocutor's breathing was not heard. She is no longer there. She will no longer answer anything, ever. It was not fate to say goodbye to a loved one calmly. And within a few minutes after the girl's death, loud screams and voices were heard that were eager to find them. They found it faster than the guy expected. And he must keep the promises he made earlier to his girlfriend. He must live, which means he must run now. Looking at the lifeless body, he promised the last thing to himself because she was already dead. As if he would come back for her, he would bury her with dignity, the way she deserved it. They were extremely close. Now, despite the fact that he doesn't know how to run, it's time to run away. Yes, as quickly as possible. After all, there is a choice between death and life. He ran because of a promise he made to a girl named Seo Hui. It was she who exhaled her last breath today right in his arms. Memories flashed back to my battle with cancer. IVs, a hospital bed, the desire to simply die quickly rather than live like this. But instead of the well-deserved peace, he was reborn in the Miram family. The main character was very lucky that he ended up in one of the 7 great clans. It was incredible luck for him. Then he became part of the Baek clan, founded by the greatest martial artist, the sacred blade of immortality. But this, of course, was not without problems. After all, already here, his new body is suffering from blockage of ki channels. This is a disorder in which the body is unable to store vital energy ki. Patients with this disease often died before the age of 20. Such an illness was critical for a member of the main branch of the warrior clan. Therefore, everyone condemned the guy with just one glance because he was a nobody. For them, he did not even deserve special attention because he would die anyway. So the main character left 7 at the age of 20. And then he went to a remote place to await his death there. He simply had no other choice. But he was lucky not to be alone, lucky not to be completely isolated. And so, as company, he had So-hwa, a sweet girl, kind. It even began to seem to him that such a quiet life was not so bad. But, unfortunately, nothing lasts forever. Therefore, their idol was destroyed by something that has not yet ended, even having already taken one life. This time, it was not his legs that failed him, but his luck. The guy, without even thinking that this could happen, ran into a dead end. And they were already on their tail. At the end of this room, if you can call it that, there was only a rusty sword stuck in the ground. Of course, this is unlikely to help him in any way. But who knows? A miracle might happen. Without hesitation, the main character ran to the weapon. Having examined it more closely, he realized that this would not even cut vegetables, and if he had to fight, it would certainly not cut a person. In any case, it's better than nothing. It was not difficult to pull it out, but despite this, the sword was quite heavy. His mental reasoning was broken by a loud, very sharp male cry. Gotcha! And then, just then, the main character realized that this could be the end of him. What bothered the guy and killed his only girlfriend was a huge number of guys dressed all in black with their faces covered. By the way, one of them, probably the main one, mocked the main character, saying that it was not appropriate for a member of such a clan to run away like a rat. The guy, remembering his promise to the lady, decided to be brave until the very end. Without fear, he said that it was not appropriate for a worm like this man to open his mouth to him. Bringing his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, he continued in a serious, angry tone, asking his opponent how he even dared to point the blade towards a member of the Beck clan. And if he identifies himself and falls at the feet of the main character, begging for forgiveness. Then he will have a chance for pardon. While a dozen men were looking at him, he tightly clutched the handle of the sword with a sweaty palm. Still, he hoped that they wouldn't touch him. From such impudence on the part of the guy, the man even beamed and sharply pulled off his mask, introducing himself as Chok Pyo Ra. This made his eyes widen in shock and ask if he had come for his soul, right? When he received a rather rude but expected answer, he decided that he would be brave to the end and cautiously pointed his sword towards the enemy. No, he won't give up this time either. Not to say that this behavior of the guy surprised the elder. No, he was not amazed. Rather, he was glad that a member of such a clan turned out to be not as cowardly as rumors said about him. It was difficult to remain calm. It was difficult to hold the sword, knowing that you still would not win. It seems that something began to rumble inside the guy. He was so scared that he wouldn't keep his promise. And the only thing he definitely lacked was the old, semi-transparent spirit nearby, reporting that the guy was holding the sword wrong. The young man even jumped back in surprise. No, really, at such a tense moment, an old man appeared right next to him, semi-transparent, damn it. Moreover, my grandfather began to escalate things. Examining the guy, it seems that the old man grimaced and condemned with just one glance. But he could not remain silent and openly expressed what he thought about the guy. And while the guy was talking with his grandfather, his opponents did not see anyone there. In general, no one thought the guy was really fucked up. What was most striking was that no one saw him, this grandfather except him. They thought that he was delusional out of fear. Taking a sip, he decided that this was apparently his ancestor, but already dead. Memories of my deceased friend came flooding into my head. So-hwa. Only for her sake will he continue his struggle. The enemy of the protagonist was already a little disappointed in the guy, believing that he had definitely overestimated him. After all, out of fear, as it seemed to them all, he either spoke to the air or fell into thought. In the hands of his enemy, he saw an unusual weapon, the key sword. He is much stronger than he seems at first glance. But the guy had already decided to fight to the very end in order to meet So-hwa with honor. True, the old man was definitely distracting, continuing the dialogue with him. He asked if the younger one had even learned to wield a sword, because he was not even able to hold it correctly. To which the main character said that his key channels are blocked, and in principle, he doesn't really need this. The old man concluded that his relative was not polite to him at all, but he could not help but meddle in his own business, and with a suspicious grin towered over the young man. The last thing the guy heard from the old man was that he would borrow his body for a short time. Immediately after this, something happened that was hard to feel, hard to understand. Does it seem like someone has taken over his body? At that same moment, the enemy, without losing the opportunity, already enraged, but at the same time satisfied and meanly grinning, swung his strongest weapon, attacking at that moment while the guy was again distracted. Well, at least that's what it seemed to him. The guy immediately, one might say, without even realizing it, raised his sword, which he was holding in his hands, and instantly stopped the enemy's attack. The man with the scar instantly drew his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. Oh yes, this is exactly what he did not expect, because the main character seemed to him just a brat who not only would not be able to attack, but would not even be able to simply defend himself. With the same rusty, useless sword, he knocked the sword out of the enemy's hand, and he himself was blown back by the blow. It seems that now that same brat no longer controlled his body. After all, even the look was not his. That's right, because now his body, was possessed by his old, powerful ancestor. And only in the subconscious could he think at least something and understand that he simply could not control his body. Every movement, every blow was delivered by him, but at the same time, unconsciously. The main character felt incredible strength in his hands, one he had never felt before. All the power was concentrated in his weapon, and it seemed as if several seconds had passed, but no, not even a moment had passed before a fatal blow followed on all his enemies. The one who initially dared to brazenly attack the guy was probably cut in half, but the rest were just hit by a wave. But this, just a wave, also contained such a force that no one could survive against. A second, and there were a dozen dead men in the room, huge pools of blood. These people were clearly lucky because it was quick and almost painless. After the end of the battle, the old man immediately emerged from his exhausted body, and the main character, almost lifeless but still breathing deeply, fell to the cold ground, bleeding. He was overcome by the thought that if he could wield such power, his girlfriend would now be fine, alive and well. And perhaps this would not have happened at all. Finally, a translucent old man did not allow him to close his eyes, saying that this was his last help to his dying descendant. Indeed, even if he died now, during the battle, the only thing that would change is that he could not keep his promise to his deceased girlfriend, and so he will die later, but with the feeling that he did not betray his promise. The old man admitted that he himself had put the main character to death. After all, such power was deadly even for him. This did not support the younger one from speaking at all, and it shouldn't have been, but the guy's ancestor didn't finish there. Until the guy passed out, his ancestor continued to talk, and he said something that made the main character open his mouth in surprise. It turns out that there are wonderful medicines like the purest milk of heaven and earth or 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and they could bring him back to life once and for all. The old man, like the guy, believed that this was a dialogue between them, so the ancestor didn't leave, and the main character decided to continue the conversation and ask the question that had become a lump in his throat after he heard about the medicines. In a hoarse, rather quiet voice, the guy, remembering, asked the old man if the ginseng he ate could have worked, but that was a year ago. To this the old man answered hesitantly that no, most likely he could not. But this is not certain either. But for some reason the young man could not hear the answer. And suddenly everything around, even though it was already dark, still darkened several shades. Everything blurred, the view of the beautiful moon disappeared, and the old man's face darkened and blurred in different directions with every second. Next, we see a picture depicting a happy man conveying some good news. And he rejoiced, thus informing the brother of our main character that, to his great surprise, the young man looked much better, and he could very well survive. The older man with a beard was the doctor of their great family, and the other, young man, was the second son of the Bayek family, the younger brother of Bayek Yi Gan. His name was Bayek Ha Jung. The man asked if the guy was given any special medicine, something like that 1,000-year-old ginseng, because only this could really help the main character survive. This was answered in the form of a stern, generally uncomprehending look. The doctor quickly realized what the problem was. After all, who in their time would waste such valuable resources on a living dead? This awkward silence was broken by the main character, who quietly hummed and moved, which made him attract the doctor's attention and smile sincerely. Without waiting for his older brother to wake up, Baek Ha-jun turned around and headed out of the room. The doctor, to be honest, was surprised and asked if Ha-jun wanted to be with his brother when he woke up. To this, the guy irritably replied that as soon as his brother gets better, let him go into the Red Dragon Hall, because the patriarch of the family wants to find out something from him. The doctor, confused, wanted to say that after their master wakes up, he will need to recover for a long time. But the interlocutor loudly closed the door behind him and left. In general, as it might seem, Baek Ha-jun was angry that his brother woke up. After all, if this had not happened, if he had died, in general, his situation would have improved much. But still, such an attitude was too cruel. The main character stood up sharply, whispering the name of his girlfriend. It seems that all this time, their last conversation was stuck in his head. The desire to fulfill all the promises made to them at that moment. He seemed to believe that her death, that last conversation was all a dream or hallucination, but not reality. Therefore, as soon as he got up, he asked where she was, to which the doctor replied that the maid's funeral had long since ended. 2 whole weeks had passed since her death and that day. These words echoed somewhere in his chest. For 2 weeks? For 2 whole weeks he did not come to his senses. He did not even attend the funeral of his only truly close person. Due to the fact that the words were stuck in the guy's throat, he couldn't really say anything. Wanting to change the subject as quickly as possible, he asked about the sword he had found, to which he was informed that the doctor immediately took that rusty sword out of his hands and handed it to the patriarch of their family. Immediately, he rose from his bed, hastily pulling on something to keep him warm and cover the shirt he had slept in for 2 weeks. He knew that the patriarch was waiting for him, so he did not hesitate. The doctor was very surprised by this because the guy only woke up a few seconds ago. And the doctor could not contain his surprise. He asked the young man whether it was hard for him. Now, after everything that happened to him, according to the calculations of the man himself, the main character should suffer from pain. The main character simply said that this pain is nothing compared to what he has already experienced. He thanked the doctor for saving his life and, saying goodbye, went to the exit of the room. The doctor did not say anything after the leaving patient, but it flashed through my mind that everyone who calls this guy weak or lazy are complete fools. He experienced as much as each of those who dared to condemn him did not experience. Despite his pain, he always got up and moved on. He only walked forward. It was difficult for the guy to move quickly because his fragile body ached, painfully reminding him of all the wounds and damage. But he finally came to a place where they no longer hoped for his return. More precisely, maybe they didn't want to hope. When he arrived, the servants informed the patriarch of the family that the young master had arrived, and he, in turn, immediately responded to let the guy in. When he entered this hall, with every step, an obsessive anxiety and excitement grew within him. His breathing quickened to stop worrying. He began to inhale and exhale deeply, in the hope that he would become at least a little calmer. No, but what a sincere surprise there was on his face at the moment when he saw him again. God, it seems for a moment he thought that he was still sleeping. He saw that same old man again. Oh, God's who, but he definitely didn't expect to see him here. The guy understood that he was called here for a reason, and this weirdo was hanging over the patriarch of the family right now. And it was very distracting. Next, we can learn a little history of the protagonist's family. Lead years ago, when the era of dominance of the sacred blade of immortality ended, and the number of bearers of the Baek surname was declining, the Great Baek clan finally found hope thanks to another patriarch of their family. And this patriarch savior became Baek Ryu-san, majestic, powerful, incredibly strong and sensible patriarch. It was impossible to disobey him, even if you didn't want to obey at all. In all his 2 lives, the guy could not even imagine that he would see the ghost of an ancestor of his current family. The ghost, interrupting in their world, decided to consider the current patriarch of the family. He constantly ran back and forth, looking at the interior, then at the elders, then at their head. And this made the main character turn pale even more, and his eyes ran after the old man, which looked quite strange. It flashed through the guy's thoughts that in this life he would never have thought that he would see a ghost descendant rushing back and forth and boldly examining the elders and his father from head to toe. But what struck me most from the old man's actions was that he not only allowed himself to brazenly examine the man from all sides, but also to grab the patriarch's beard with his semi-transparent fingers. The guy exhaled with some relief, glad that this madman at least didn't pull the patriarch's beard. But he did not behave at all befitting a great descendant. The guy's face changed every minute due to the old man's various actions. But since no one saw this so-called descendant milking everyone, and especially for the patriarch, it was extremely strange that the main character stepped in his face, and his emotions changed at speed sveta. The man seemed seriously angry at this behavior. After all, the guy didn't even bow when he arrived, and he's already behaving badly. And everyone else present nearby looked askance at the main character. After all, from the outside, he really looked abnormal. The guy immediately understood what was going on and the reason for such glances in his direction, so he immediately fell to his knees and bowed his head, guiltily apologizing for his strange actions. The conversation turned to those who had previously attacked Yi Gang, or rather, Ryu Cheong decided to ask if the main character had any ideas about who could have brazenly attempted on him like that. Such a rude voice probably gave the guy goosebumps. It's good that he didn't see the gaze focused on himself. Although he raised his head, the patriarch's gaze did not seem to frighten him. And he himself began to remember what happened to him about 2 weeks ago, because even then he had an assumption about who made the unsuccessful attempt on his life. He suggested out loud that they were guys from the demonic alliance. Moreover, they were just aware that their family continued to accumulate power. The main character had no particular desire to falsely accuse someone of something, so he quickly said that it was unlikely that it was them and he would not be able to give an exact verdict. The guy didn't finish, so he continued his monologue. He said that he had not seen their techniques, but the assassins hardly belonged to the demonic alliance, because they would never touch a member of the Peak clan. They are in their right mind. Yes, even if they went crazy, they would not touch him. Who is the heir? True to all the guy's words, the elder simply deliberately touched his mustache and said that the main character had changed a little since the last time he saw him. Immediately after this, he switched to the previous topic and in the end emphasized everything by saying that Yi Gang still does not have a ready verdict and is uncertain in every word he says. The patriarch could not keep silent about something that also surprised him extremely. The only survivor among everyone who was there was only the main character, even though we don't know our character until his first battle. But it seems that this conversation with his father was the bravest in his life, or rather, the way he clearly and factually, without fear, says what he thinks. What was most noticeable from the reactions of everyone present there was that the guy really became braver. Looking straight into the eyes of the patriarch of their family, he said that he was very glad that after this battle, he was able to survive and open his eyes again. It seems that from such courage, the patriarch even grinned. It felt like the younger one hadn't been passed out for 2 whole weeks, but was meditating somewhere in the desert, pondering his short life. The elder, in a loud, even more serious voice, demanded that the main character rise up to him and approach him, to which the guy only raised his head in confusion, looking into the eyes opposite. When the patriarch once again repeated that he should get up slowly, thinking about what this was for, the main character gradually headed towards the elder. As soon as the guy stood up, the patriarch stood above him, standing tall, with a straight back and a stern look. And he wanted to know how a sick man who did not know well how to wield a sword got rid of all the attackers so easily and simply. It was clear from his facial expression that the question had clearly taken him by surprise. Although he thought about this turn of events, he still didn't know what to say. Yes, he could try to tell the truth. But the patriarch's reaction clearly would not have been as positive as he imagined. So, in this situation you can only lie, because if you tell the truth, they will consider you crazy. The young man added something to the effect that as soon as he entered the room, there was some kind of surge of strength, and then his body began to move on its own, as if the instinct of self-preservation had worked, and he fought back. Then, something happened that surprised everyone. The patriarch himself said that this was too scary, and a few moments later, he grabbed the main character's hand tightly. He held tightly, and something began to happen around their hands. That is, something for us. In their world, it is quite normal. Around the patriarch's hand, which grabbed Yigan's hand, a blue radiance that was not yet clear appeared. He sat back down on his throne, causing the younger one to bend over straight above him. Everyone around began to stir. Some screamed for their patriarch to stop this. Some already wanted to come over. He still continued to hold the main character's hand tightly, and he brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and raised his stern gaze, analyzing out loud that his body condition had not changed. His strength had not increased, and this was, at least, strange. Apparently, the patriarch finally came to his senses, or the screams of the servants and elders reached his ears. He let go of his hand, exhaled tiredly, and indifferently turned his head to the side. After that, he added that Yigan could be free. True, the main character wanted to say something else, or, to be more precise, ask for something, so he quietly attracted the patriarch's attention. And Gan simply asked that his sword be returned to him, with the help of which he's still alive, although for others, as to him at the beginning, the sword seemed like a simple piece of iron. The patriarch added sarcastically that now their Andganchik already wants to play at being a warrior. But still, with the help of his special strength, he raised a sword into the air from a distance, which he carefully and very smoothly moved through the air. And then he simply threw this sword at the main character's chest, although he successfully caught it. Although the fingers were thin and fragile, they were quite dexterous. The guy did not react to this action in any way. There was no anger, no sadness, no surprise. It seems that he has simply become accustomed to this attitude and has stopped reacting. Then the young man simply bowed and thanked the man. Although the patriarch didn't speak to him normally, nevertheless, this so-called ancestor of his continued to be nearby, and for now he was complaining that their new family patriarch was either blind or stupid for calling this sword a simple, rusty piece of iron. The old man complained, or rather was indignant, that they could not recognize the legendary sword, to which the guy asked again about what kind of sword it was and whether it was really legendary. The ancestor shared information that the sword was made of meteorite metal. Its name is Meteor. And the sword itself was the favorite weapon of our spirit. The main character was very surprised at this presentation, because the elders kept it like this. And to this, the old man said that most likely it was just a fake, because he was 100% sure that the original was right in Yigan's hands. When the conversation about weapons came to an end, the old man approached the second topic. He said that the patriarch was as cold-blooded as a snake, and it was strange that a father could hate his own child so much. The young man, thinking a little, looked up somewhere, thinking. After a second, he confidently said that he didn't think his father hated him that much. He remembered how he saw his father with the doctor, and they, as always, in principle, talked about awaken. Only the conversation was secret, because the father of the main character either found or else wanted to be found that same sacred food, which, according to legend, would improve his condition. This memory always made my soul feel very warm. This really made him smile, although the old man said that today he definitely didn't see his best side. Their conversation developed further about the patriarch of the family. The old man began to go further, saying that, most likely, the guy's father does not know how to openly express his love for his eldest son. We are returning to the patriarch. He had just received a massage using internal energy, to which the man breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor suggested that it was probably difficult for the eldest, to which he replied that his son, Yigan, was probably much worse now because his body was in terrible condition. The patriarch said that he was able to do everything only thanks to the efforts of the doctor, although, to be honest, it is not entirely clear what he is talking about at the moment. His interlocutor replied that since this was the case, the doctor should be thanked. The man was again not in the mood. He became so dull, it seemed as if he was angry about something, although no, it didn't look like anger. Rather, he was worried about something. And to his great surprise, he was concerned about his own behavior and attitude towards his son. It seems that the patriarch was completely upset about this, bowed his head, and sadly asked in his own voice whether he had been too harsh, since they had not seen each other for so long. But he really missed his own son. To this, his interlocutor, like everyone who would have heard such words from a man who was seemingly a cruel, strong man, would never have dared to accuse him of such a thing, said that he was not cruel at all, and that the gentleman will understand him and will not blame him. But it didn't end with words of support. The patriarch's interlocutor replied that, after all, the young master, or rather his words, worried him a little. At this, the elder raised his head questioningly. One of these two, at the same time remembering what Yi Gan had been like all his life, suggested that perhaps something was beginning to awaken in him that had been dormant until that time and did not want to manifest itself. The person who said that something was awakening in the main character was the patriarch's interlocutor, and later recalled that their patriarch said the same thing when Yi Gan was very young, that two geniuses were born in their family. To this, the elder replied that it was in vain to say such a thing, because even if his words were true, they would only encourage people who wanted to make Yi Gan the main heir. And no matter how hard it may be for him to say something like this, the patriarch seems to be very strong in spirit, a cruel man, cold-blooded even towards his own son. Said that all he really wanted was for his son, Yi Gan, to live out his life in peace and quiet. The interlocutor asked for forgiveness for what he had said earlier, and the patriarch, having come to his senses, straightened his back and said that in any case it was impossible to leave things like this. Next we will see a beautiful building. One of them was the Ruby Training Hall, where our main character and his ancestor had just arrived. Their topic of conversation never seemed to change much. It's just that now the young man was sitting in the lotus position in the training room, and, by the way, in the literal sense of the word, the same old man was hanging over him. What they were talking about, or rather the ancestor himself was asking, was whether it was really true that the protagonist's father behaved so disdainfully in order to justify the position of the second son as the main heir. To this, Yi Gang responded positively, and the old man said that the patriarch of the Bike clan was a weakling to fall for such manipulations by the elders. Suddenly, the young man said that it was all the fault of people like this old man who was hanging over him. When he asked questioningly, the young man said that people like him, like an ancestor, live unusually long. And because of this, many senior members of the Bike family are still alive. And who dares to contradict the elders? They are smarter, wiser, they are more respected and appreciated by both the people and the family itself. Wanting to avoid such a conversation, the old man gently hinted that he now understood why young people were once forced to respect adults. To this, Yi Gan said that the ancestor should not avoid the topic. But the main character himself somehow didn't want to continue this topic, but rather get down to business, because he was already ready for everything that this old man could teach him. The old man looked down at the boy, wondering out loud how a guy could use internal energy when ki was separated from the bloodstream. And he, surprisingly for the guy, said that everything is actually easier than it seems. And Gan was very happy about this. It seems he even beamed. And then the ancestor broke everything down and said that it was enough for the guy to just die. But then a more serious conversation began. The elder said that he didn't literally need to die. He just needed a different approach. After that, he asked if his so-called disciple knew what the essence of carbon copying the ki channels was, to which the main character answered what he was taught. As if this was a rare disorder in which the ki flow meridians were blocked, and this was the wrong answer. Then the old man began to explain. Qi circulates inside all living beings, and if qi energy really didn't flow inside the guy, he would have stopped breathing long ago. In short, qi is water, meridians are riverbeds, and when the channels are blocked, the qi river is more like a low-water stream. The main character quickly grasped what the old man wanted to tell him, and asked that if he survived, he could study martial arts if he expanded his channels. But the ancestor only said that it would be nice, but unfortunately, impossible. The old man said that he had chopped up quite a few people, but he had never seen the meridians inside them. In short, you can see everything in a person, bones, organs. But to see what is given by God, that is, to see the soul, is impossible even for the wisest elders or glorious warriors. The old man added that the moment he possessed the young man and was able to control his body, he became the connecting part between his body and his ki. Next, our main character began a real lecture from his ancestor. It's as if God is directly connected with the will, and the energy is in the inner core of the body. He used the will of the mind to trick Yigan's body, his body and mind, and his mind was changed by the influence of sacredness. It seems that this made the guy's ears smoke. The protagonist, admiring himself, stopped him and asked him to explain in simple words what he meant. The answer came instantly. If our Yigan works hard, then the blockages in the ki channels can be connected again. The guy was already mentally praying that a lecture would not start about how in life, in order to achieve a goal, you need to pray. In his native dimension, he heard this all the time. It wasn't enough to be bothered here. Next, the old man asked if our main character had studied the mystery meridian technique, to which he received the answer that the guy trained this technique to take care of himself. The Bayek family has always had its secrets, like every noble family. It was precisely in the new family of our protagonist that there was a secret, which was the immortal martial arts. It lies mainly in the fiery sun-mind technique and the Tai-Yin meridian. The flaming sun-mind technique allows one to quickly gather large amounts of energy, and the Tai-Yin meridian is needed to purify the mind. Next, the elder asked about something related to the topic of their conversation and then grinned and said that the Tai-Yin meridian was not completed. But when the ancestor entered the body of his descendant, he completed the meridian, telling the young man that most likely it would be useful to him. The old man said right away that he was unable to cure the disease, but now he could teach the guy something, and even this made the younger man's eyes shine. The extinguished faith, hope, and need for love shone in them. At that moment, the main character almost begged for the elder to teach him. I gave him everything he could, everything that a guy is able to do, learn, accept. He is ready to do it. And since these words, about 6 hours have already passed. The main character, with his extended hand, clenched it into a fist, as if he kicked the ghost. But that's why he's a ghost, that the hand went through. That's how they trained. The elder admitted that his student's fighting spirit does not go anywhere, but at least his confidence and stubbornness makes itself felt. And then the ancestor ordered him to start over. The essence of the Tai-Yin meridian was to express one's will in reality. The elder, by the way, at least somehow strengthened the young man's fighting spirit, saying that all the main character really needs to try to do is put as much strength into his fist as possible. He seems to be a quick learner. In 3 years, he can know a lot of things. In 10, he can be better than his ghost ancestor himself. In fact, the elder really liked this boy. He was even glad that he would train him. Of course, in addition to this, the ancestor knew that the reality for which the young man strives is unattainable unless he dies, and then resurrects and overcomes adversity over and over again. But a 14-year-old boy will never reach that level of awakening. The young man remembered the last moments of his past life. He will probably never forget what he felt at that moment, how his body was rotting and becoming soil. He remembered what he felt. He remembered what he thought. I remembered how his bones crumbled and became nothing, and now he will take advantage of this moment in his life. He will put it into his fist, gather all the strength, energy, everything. When the old man, interested with a slight smile on his lips, turned his head towards his current student, he saw a fist a few centimeters from his face and a serious expression on the protagonist's face. The blow was precise, and it seemed that a wave from the blow went through the entire hall. Something strange was happening, something that made the young man completely immersed in his blow, in his thoughts and actions. And the old man's face, in amazement, mixed with shock, surprise and everything else, acquired an overly surprised look. Even, rather, he was shocked. As expected, our main character overdid it, which is why his young body could not stand it and simply fell, and he himself lost consciousness for a while. While Yi Gang was lying on the floor, the ancestor continued to tower over him, seriously saying that he had just nearly disappeared because of the young man. The main character slightly raised his eyebrow and stood up, asking what happened. It turns out that he tried so hard to send the old man to another world that he even passed out himself. He finally rose to his feet completely and scratched the back of his head guiltily, asking if everything was okay with the old man, to which he quite seriously said that he had been imprudent. From long training and loss of consciousness, the main character turned pale again, and bruises appeared under his eyes. But the old man continued to talk, saying that during the time his student was passed out, he thought about everything. The student looks a little surprised at the back of his interlocutor, listening to him carefully. So, the old man said that touching the incorporeal is the first step in mastering the Tai-Yin meridian, and it's almost impossible to complete it in a quarter of a day. Only if his student did not experience death or loss of the bodily shell, after which he was in a state of disembodied spirit. He concluded all this with the question of whether our main character has been reborn. The guy opened his eyes in shock from sincere surprise. Just like that, he simply found out that Yi Gang had been reborn, although no one even thought about it among his circle. The old man smiled sincerely because he just pointed his finger at the sky, but he still guessed right. Surprisingly, this boy is truly special. Immediately, the elder began to ask the student about who he was in a past life. The main character immediately remembered gadgets, cars, technologies. Is it even possible to explain all this to someone from this dimension? Apparently no, it's impossible. So he simply limited himself to the fact that he was a man who was a Jew in the distant future, and everything was very different for them because it was incredibly far from the time in their dimension. It was strange that someone like this ancestor took everything so calmly. For some reason, the old man was very happy that his student had been reborn, which is why he smiled with all 32 teeth. He happily pointed at the main character and cried out that he was the perfect candidate to master his personal techniques. And the main character was the only possible person who could accept the old man's legacy. And just like that, their training continued further. The teacher's order to the student was to cut the moon in half, although, in fact, Yi Gan was still unable to do this. The young man put his hand on his chest. Throughout both his lives, he thought that he was not capable of anything from the word at all. But now he is training and he seems to be special. His eyes shone with sincere joy and his cheeks were covered with a light blush. It seems that life spared him, which couldn't help but rejoice. Some people started being clever again and said that Tai-Yin Complete Meridian could easily be confused with Tai-Yin Meridian, so they might choose a different name. And then I wanted to offer something. But as soon as he suggested calling her Zheng, the young man immediately grimaced and firmly said, no. The elder began to complain that his student did not even listen, but had already refused, to which the guy instantly said that Zheng Te, that's his uncle's name. The old man began to ask what was not, when suddenly he shut up and understood, so he quickly abandoned this name. Their conversation continued, but it was already late at night, so the main character probably went to bed soon. A month has already passed since that day. There were many servants in the training hall, and 3 of them allowed themselves to shirk their work, looking over the railing somewhere down. The one they were staring at was our main character. And what kind of servants would they be if they did not discuss him? One voice said that their young master had been training for about 3 hours. The second voice added that in his opinion, as it seemed to him a month ago, the main character would quickly give up. The plump servant suggested that perhaps their master had finally matured. But the second one said that it did not look like the young man was doing anything worthwhile right now. In his opinion, what Yi Gan was doing now was not training at all. He was just waving his hands, that's all. The plump servant still insisted that their master had clearly matured, in his mind for sure. But the second one only crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was only because of envy of the younger master, because now he is the heir. The third voice asked why the servant disliked their master so much, and he said that their so-called lazy master didn't know how to do anything. And last year, he overturned the table with something important because he was drunk. He also accused Yi Gan of only trying to show his best side in front of the elders, although it is too late. And this is only because he sees that his younger brother is many times better and more talented. Another voice was heard right behind them, serious and angry. It seems that they did not expect this from the word at all, because this someone approached quietly, unnoticed. This someone was the vassal of the Baek clan himself. Baek Hajun's mentor is Naung, even threatening in appearance. These three rats, especially the thin and old one, immediately began to apologize, although literally a few seconds ago they were discussing their master in full and significantly humiliating him. The man said that these three rats would be flogged in any case, since they dared to talk about a member of the Baek clan. The man did not immediately go after the servants, but also watched Yi Gang, who was pretty exhausted due to the old man's training. The guy's efforts didn't amaze him at all, because even the servants understood his tricks. He needs to try even harder to his full strength because it even looks stupid. He clicked and thought again about his young master, Baek Hajun. He is handsome, he is young, he is diligent, not lazy, calm, reasonable, smart for his age. Only he is worthy to be the heir. In the eyes of the man, the eldest gentleman was a lazy drunkard, incapable of anything and also sick. No one here respected or supported him. And even despite this, he, knowing what a fool he is, continues to train, at least taking some steps into the future. While he was watching the main character, it seems that he did something terrible, because the man's mouth dropped open from such a sight. The Ruby Training Hall is a precious structure obtained by defeating the Sacred Blade of Immortality, the leader of the Death Strike cult. And he, the main character, dared to cook food here. Oh no, the man just can't allow that. This is too much. In one leap, he went down to the hall where the guy was supposed to be studying and began to walk towards him very quickly, wanting to punish him. He was ready to stage a coup there, to force the guy to stop even thinking about eating in this room. It doesn't fit into any gates anymore. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, the main character's voice erupted. He ordered in a loud, cruel tone the man to stop and stand in the place where he stopped. He began to ask whether cooking was now prohibited. This made the man wince and wince. Could his master really read thoughts? His face turned even more pale, and his pupils shrank when the main character said that people without food generally die. How does this 14-year-old boy, who only started working on himself a month ago, now guess all his actions? Is this even possible? The blockage of the key channels weakened his body, but it seemed to strengthen his mind, since he could damn well hear the man's silent footsteps and his thoughts. Besides all this, the guy was cold. Real cold. It seemed like you could see a blue color emanating from it. Next, the guy asked, "Why didn't he just come up to say hello?" The man even turned pale at this. Then the young man turned around, greeting Master Nungji Pyun in surprise, as if he had just noticed. But the man knew that he, like a fox, was pretending. The man, to be honest, turned pale because the young master acted as if he had just noticed him, but a few seconds ago he had read his thoughts. In the meantime, we must find out what really happened. At one point, the main character realized that he could not study. He was shaking too much because of the cold. The old man reminded that the completed tie-in meridian had absorbed all of his yin qi, but later he will be able to control it. The young man decided to compensate for all his suffering with delicious food, to which the ancestor said in surprise that his student surprised him with his intelligence because he embodied internal energy with the help of food. While the main character was working on food for himself, the ancestor was hanging from above, interestedly watching the process. It looked appetizing. The dish looks and smells incredible, but it was not clear to the ancestor what it was. The main character boasted that he had prepared food from the previous dimension, and the eldest was already approaching his food. To this, Yigan ordered him to stand still. The young man realized that his dish was a little bland, so he added more spices, and the old man began to ask how he guessed that more spices were needed. When he had added everything he needed, he finally tried his dish. And yes, it was just an incredible dish. The guy beamed from it, and the taste was exactly the same as what he felt in his dimension. Observing this picture, the elder again added that the guy had no manners. The guy rolled his eyes and answered the old man that cooking is not human manners, because without food, people die. After this, the young man began to say that he learned to cook this dish when he was old. Then he prepared it for his father and younger brother. This was the last thing they praised him for. He remembered how the guy immediately left, to which he asked out loud with interest, why didn't his younger brother just come up to say hello? But the guy's thoughts were interrupted by an old man who asked why the hell a strange man was standing over the guy and just staring at him. The main character almost choked when he saw the leader of the secret fog squad. The guy's hands even began to shake because the elder would definitely not forgive him for cooking and eating food right here. But then, the man bowed sharply and began to apologize for some disrespect and greeted the guy. Our Yi Gan was quite surprised at this. What came over him? Moreover, he bowed and guiltily asked for forgiveness because he forgot his place, since he decided to disturb the master's peace like that. It was impossible to even think about such a thing. Seeing Great Master Nung bow to him was simply incredible. The guy opened his mouth in surprise because, honestly, he didn't expect this. And the man realized that he had already humiliated himself and it was time for him to leave, leaving the main character in bewilderment. And Gan turned his gaze to the man's feet because they did not make a sound, as if they were light and delicate like a feather. Neung Ji Pyun, nicknamed the Excellent Blade of the Crimson Demon. He earned this nickname due to his invisibility, because even first-class masters cannot recognize his presence. The old man asked something else about what had just happened, but the guy said that everything seemed to work out. It passed out on its own. They practiced. The guy weaved until the evening, but that was not all, because the guy needed to pick up the ladle. The young man began to complain that nothing had changed in a month of labor, to which the old man raised his hand, which he struck without effort into the palm. The elder said that even if the guy doesn't see progress now, it's by no means a problem, because it means he's destined to learn differently. The conversation turned to the relationship between Yi Gan and his brother, because apparently their relationship was not the best, and the interlocutor asked what had changed. The guy, to the old man's surprise, said that he himself had destroyed the relationship with his younger brother. He had pushed him away. At one point, Yi Gang simply destroyed all his brother's favorite things and toys, watching him painfully look at no longer his things, but simple trash that should be thrown away. He also brought me to tears by pinching my cheeks painfully, with such force that small wounds later appeared on my cheek. By the time the main character had to leave on his last journey, as everyone believed, the younger one didn't even come to say goodbye. But the elder, to be honest, wasn't very surprised. He only told his student not to worry. Brothers in a family of warriors always end up raising swords against each other. The old man said that he also had a brother, a traitor who sent an assassin to him. But then he destroyed his dantian and severed the energy flow channels so that he could spend the rest of his life happily. The guy only replied that he didn't know that the sacred blade of immortality had a brother, or was. While talking, they reached the training room, where two people were already training. The first person Yi Gang immediately noticed was his younger brother, and the old man added that he looked really confused. The guy decided to just take the ladle as quickly as possible and walk away. While the main character was walking, it seems that someone behind him was trying to saw a real hole in him. And also, the old man really tensed up, who, as if mockingly, stood over the guy's soul, clarifying that his younger brother would now destroy him with his gaze. The old man said that it was true that there was no worse enemy than Yi Gan for the younger one, but the main character could not answer, because it would be strange to interrupt this deathly silence by arguing with himself. Abruptly, in a way that no one expected, the younger gentleman rushed out of his seat towards his brother, to which even his teacher was surprised. And as soon as our main character wanted to leave the hall, the younger one blocked his way, still continuing to pierce him with his either evil or hostile gaze. The old man, next to the guy himself, made a remark that the younger gentleman was smart. He made the conclusion only from the incredible moonwalk of such a still young boy. He said that compared to the steps like an elephant and Gan, this boy is something. The elder couldn't be soft. He suddenly changed his mind and thundered at the younger, saying that if he dared to block the path, then why stand there like a fool and say nothing? He pushed the younger one away with his shoulder, saying that he had clearly forgotten the rules while Yi Gan was not here. The main character was impatient to finally leave. But he again did not let his older brother leave, sharply grabbing him by his clothes. He didn't just grab it, but to attract attention, he loudly screamed the word "brother," to which everyone present in the hall opened their mouths in shock. Yi Gang was especially surprised, turning around in shock and raising his eyebrows. The younger one actually blushed himself. He himself did not expect that he would call this man brother and, like a child, would grab his clothes. Baek Yi-gan was always sick and weak, but by character, from early childhood, he was wise. Everyone loved him. There was not a single person who hated him. Sometimes he would make Baek Ha-jun spicy wonton soup. At those moments, his 10-year-old brother seemed to be the best of them all. And it always seemed to Baek Ha-jun that this smiling, handsome, sweet and beloved boy would always be there, making everyone who saw him smile. But everything has changed. One day, everything became terrible, and from that moment, nothing was good anymore. Baek Yi-gang began to constantly fly into a rage, through countless hysterics, refused medication and the help of doctors. And he didn't want to spend time with clan people. It was as if he suddenly began to hate them. Over time, even his own father turned away from Yi-gang. This child has become intolerant. Elders, servants, just people from the city. Everyone was whispering that the eldest master, Baek Yi-gang, had gone crazy and now the younger gentleman, Baek Ha-jung, should become the heir. Then, the younger one had no idea what had happened. He only dreamed that his beloved older brother would become his old self, play with him, cook with him, watch over him, and train. A little earlier, before the main character entered the hall, the younger gentleman and his mentor came to training, and immediately Ha-jung smelled a wonderful smell. When Jong asked what the smell was, the mentor said that his older brother had been training in this gym for about a month, and today he was cooking food here. But the younger one already knew what that smell was. He recognized the smell of the same soup that his beloved brother had prepared for him several years ago, and suddenly, hope flared up in his heart. Since my brother trains, he cooks. Perhaps everything will be the same as it was before? And under the influence of feelings, warm memories, the younger one was simply drawn to his brother. I just wanted to talk. He addressed his brother too childishly, so he immediately began to look for some kind of excuse. But this did not make the main character push his brother away. No, this made him smile, because he thought that everyone here hated him. He turned to his brother and said with a slight smile that Ha-jun was already old enough to call him brother. So now let him just call him brother. The guy walked away a little and asked what was the reason that his younger brother ran up so unexpectedly and stopped him. The sparkles in the child's eyes shone, and with hope in his voice, he asked if they could, as before, practice with each other, together. The main character thought that this was some kind of revenge on him, because he couldn't even concentrate his ki energy. Malloy said that they in fact had to do without ki energy today, so he offered his brother training together. The younger gentleman suggested the game Words of the Goblin, something they played in childhood, only not a game, but a training session. The old man noted that he was glad that the training he had invented would be passed on by inheritance. And Gan, of course, was not against it, but they needed the consent of Jong's mentor, Master Nung, who is responsible for the youngest training. The eldest gentleman thought that no one would allow him to play with Ha-jun, because Master Nung simply hated him, and it was clear that the main character would immediately lose. But, to great surprise, Nin agreed. The elder's mouth opened slightly in surprise. It was so hard to believe the words of the master who hated him with all his soul. The younger one was happy, because now nothing prevents them from training. And the eldest actually stuck it in turns at both the master and his brother. Master Nung only wanted to know if Yi-gan was hiding any powers. The old man immediately intervened, asking if the main character really wanted to train, because then he could teach him how to make the body lighter, because Qigong training can literally soften the body. The old man recalled that his student had been learning to concentrate and use his will for a whole month. And perhaps, if he concentrates on the right thought, there will be a real chance of success. And as an incentive, the old man said that if his student wins, he will give a hint on how to live life beyond 20 years. The reaction was immediate. The eldest turned sharply to his brother and began to say that he was ready to play right now. The old man watched this picture, smiling slightly. He knew that Yi-gang, even without incentive, just wanted to play. I wanted it because I loved my brother. The time was apparently already late, but their time was just beginning. Yi-gan himself agreed that he was unlikely to win, and even if so, it would only be with the tie-in meridian. Even the elders called Jong a genius. He is not the same kid anymore. The old man was always close to his student. He said that someone as small as Ha-jun is 1 in 100. But Yi Gan, at least for his own teacher, was one of the entire family who was truly strong, powerful, and incredible, because that's why the old man chose him. He ordered to show his younger brother the difference between heaven and earth. Since the main character could not communicate openly in front of people with the old man, he conveyed messages mentally, therefore remembering how they say. He said that usually younger people cannot compare with older ones, so he was confident in himself. The old man winced, not believing that his student was even thinking about such a thing. The old man said something else, but the guy didn't listen to the end, since Master Nin had already begun to speak, reminding him of the rules. Initially, in the game itself, children should throw bags of red beans at each other with blindfolds on their eyes and bells on their belts. But since this is a game, to make it more difficult, Master Nin removed the bells and wrapped rabbit fur in bags to muffle the sounds. They have 5 bags in total. The game is up to 3 points. By hitting the enemy with the bag, one of them earns a point. But if the bag remains in the hand of the shooter, it is an automatic victory. The elder reminded the younger that as soon as he hit him with the bag, he always began to cry. The younger one, blushing in anticipation, said that this would never happen again. There was no countdown. Suddenly, at one moment, Master Nin announced that the game had begun. Both were in anticipation. Both realized that they were now playing together with their brother, which made both of them breathless. The elder wanted to show Ha-jun how much he had changed. He wanted to prove to Master Nung that he was no longer the same. As soon as Yi Gang managed to catch the bag, a moment later, the younger one had already made his throw. And the throw was successful, right on target, right into Yi Gan's chest. Master Nung grinned because his student was a great guy, head and shoulders above Yi Gan. But he also paid attention to the second one. He was wondering if the training helped him in any way, whether he would lose quickly or not. The master immediately realized that he had begun to use the tie-in meridian and thought that it seemed that some people were already giving up. At that moment, Ha-jung stopped hearing anything, or rather, he was confused by something. He could not aim and hit because he could not listen properly. But without being confused, with the bag in his hand, the younger one swung and threw with all his might, not initially hitting his opponent. Although no, the elder himself gives in to meet the bag, which surprises Nin, who is watching all this. The main character is trying to catch the bag, but this is impossible. It is impossible to understand when the bag is only thrown at him, only when he is already nearby. Ha-jun's next attack was unsuccessful. The elder, as if he felt the bags, simply and easily dodged. Even though Jong was winning, he was clearly quite confused about something. And finally, Master Nin understood what was the matter. Understood why the younger gentleman tensed up. For some time now, the sound of the elder gentleman's footsteps could not be heard from the word at all. He became silent, and there was no whistle from the fist cutting the air either. There was a feeling that Senior Mr. Baek Yi Gang had simply erased his presence in this room. If Master Nin had also been wearing a bandage, he obviously would not have realized that he was still there. All the sounds of I Gan have become empty. But is it possible for a weak, sickly child to learn this in just a month? The younger one also understood that this was no longer the same game as before. They grew up, but became even stronger, especially the older brother, from whom there was not the slightest sound. Ha-jun always remembered their games together, how his beloved brother won, and tears came to his eyes and he began to cry. Suddenly, a strange cold appeared around. The cold that shackled the body of the young boy with fear, who seemed to have completely ceased to understand what was happening. And he felt the cold instantly approaching him, honored that he needed to dodge. But he didn't have time to dodge. Gan, our main character, with a bag in his hands, appeared directly in front of the younger one, attacking him and automatically depriving the younger one of his chances of winning. Of course, the main character overdid it with the attack because his brother flew away, falling to the floor with a roar. Master Nung looked at his student in shock, not understanding how he lost. It's simply impossible. The younger one seemed to be in shock, but with notes of delight and joy. All the feelings inside him were mixed up. His pupils narrowed, and there was still a blush on his cheeks. His gaze fell on the moon that was displayed in his eyes, which subdued, made him bow and lose. The younger brother never forgot how cruelly his beloved older brother disowned him. It was painful, cruel. This was very incomprehensible to the little boy because he loved it. And the older brother was sorry. I regretted that he was like that. I regretted that I had to literally hate my younger, beloved only brother for nothing. Gan flicked his brother on the forehead and asked why he was apologizing. Because he won. The guy replied that that's not the case, he just took all his things. And the young man also heard that because of him, their mother died because she got sick while giving birth to him. The young man began to get angry and told the little one never to speak like that again. In general, the young man won, so now he will follow his commands. Let him come to his room tomorrow. Pulling his cheeks, our hero thought to himself that he promised to give him advice on how to define life if he won, but, to be honest, he did not expect that his brother would really be able to. This guy is full of surprises. The next day, in Gan's room, the younger one asked in surprise that he really wanted the boy to tell his father that he would be the main heir, because then there would be no turning back. In order to obtain the official status of the main heir, 2 conditions must be met. Obtain approval from the Council of Elders and the Patriarch. Ha-chun fulfilled only the first condition. The young man replied that he did not need this title. Anyway, he is unlikely to live to be 20 years old, so it is better to leave boring responsibilities to him and spend the rest of his life carefree. The man noted to himself that this was the first time he had seen someone renounce the status of the main heir. The eldest added that as for the death of her mother, it is true that the second birth was not easy for her. But the patriarch made sure that the people kept quiet about it. Who told them? Ha replied that it was my uncle. Then he started saying that he didn't mean to say it, but Chun couldn't forget anything. The boy said that if he becomes the heir, then what will happen to him? Gan replied that he didn't want to sit idly by waiting for his death, so he would try to repair his body. The younger one immediately jumped up and exclaimed that he really knew a way. Maybe he managed to contact the divine healer. But the guy replied that nothing was known yet. First, he plans to visit Chonrim. The man noted that there were only old people there, and perhaps they knew how to help the young man. There are many outstanding martial artists in the world, but only a few of them have crossed the boundaries of human capabilities. One of them is the master from Chonrim. The elder runs this place. The clan's strength can be compared to the 9 great sects. Only those whose powers have been recognized can reside there. Little is known about them, despite their solid reputation. When the old man was there, he helped them at the same time, but he never talked about it. The guy noted to himself that they were probably strong even then. What could they ask the elder for? If Gan shows them the small change he received from them, then any request he has will be heard. It is hidden inside the Seer Luna temple. Let him find her and go to Chonrim. The brother noted that he really heard that they understand the topic of internal energy, so maybe they can help him with something. Soon he will be able to meet them. Someone from the sect is just supposed to visit them in a couple of days with disciples from other clans. The guy was glad that then he would show them the small change. The old man told him to go look for her quickly. He has taken some measures against thieves, so it is better for him to take one of his subordinates with him. The young man thought to himself that he had no subordinates. The man added that one was right in front of him, hinting at his younger brother. When our hero asked if he wanted to go for a walk with him tomorrow, the boy happily exclaimed that yes. After a while, Gan asked if he was still angry. He said to be inconspicuous. The kid replied that he thought he meant just sneaking out of the house. The young man thought to himself that perhaps he had gone too far. It was cruel to demand that a child dressed up for a walk roll in the dust, after which he began to condescendingly say that, okay, he can buy himself some sweets. But the boy didn't even listen to the end and immediately ran to the counter. The young man noted that Ha-chun talked about going out for the first time without bodyguard warriors. He is probably very happy and interested. Then the guy asked the elder if they were going in that direction, since there were a lot of people around. The man replied that this was the temple of the god of prosperity. It is logical that a lot of people go there. They're almost there. The younger one had already returned with candy and asked how he knew where the treasure of the sacred blade of immortality was kept. Gan replied that he lived in his former residence, so I read it in one of the books. The kid replied that he really hoped that his treasure, which no one had found yet, was really there. Our hero asked that the blade was really his idol. The child exclaimed that, of course, he was the best martial artist of all time. The ghost admired that this little guy was very smart, not like the older one. The young man told him it was better to watch the road. Finding himself in front of a huge building called the Golden Pavilion, Chun asked if the treasure was really located there. What kind of pretentious name was that? Gan noted that it appears the temple no longer stands there. The old man was indignant that how could it be possible to demolish the temple of the god of wealth and build in its place a building for that very prosperity. Suddenly, a man materialized in front of them and menacingly exclaimed that there would be enough trash hanging around there. The younger one was about to get into an argument with him and began to say that how dare he, but our hero interrupted him and told him to stand still, after which the young man handed him a bag of silver. The stranger asked in surprise where the child got that kind of money. The young man asked what the big deal was, let them inside, and he would choose a quieter place. Then he ordered the chef's signature dish and roast duck to be brought. Let him deliver the food a little later as they need to discuss something. Then he told his younger brother that it seemed they needed to go forward to that building. The boy objected that they hadn't brought food yet, but the guide told him that he ordered him not to rush so that they would have time. When they entered the temple, the old man told him to press the foot of the statue that was right in front of him. The young man approached her and immediately did what he was told. At the same instant, a passage in the floor began to open under the feet of our heroes. The kid exclaimed that his brother really knew about this. He's just incredibly cool. Gan replied that they don't know what exactly is there, so they need to be careful. Then they jumped down. The sacred blade of immortality noted that the guy had already improved his qigong so much and he was very proud of it. Already there, the young man noticed that there were traces of visitors around. Have the owners of the pavilion already found the treasure? But you don't have to worry about traps. He then saw that there were some papers on the table, which stated that the head of the CIN branch, Li Ryu, had died of illness. Pavilion owner Lee So-yun, who is the daughter of Li Ryu, has 4 more points. Hiding as the mysterious owner of the pavilion, it is necessary to eliminate her. The rest was encrypted. The old man said that there is low-level sect code everywhere. He can decipher it partly. They were fighting for the position of manager of the CIN branch. This is their territory. Looking at the statue, the kid noted that it was really a statue of Pisu, a mythological creature that accepts wealth and wards off bad luck. Our hero said that the small change should be behind this wall, so let him move to the side. Then he grabbed the sword and thrust it with all his might into the eye of the statue, according to the instructions of the ghost. The wall immediately opened and the young man was illuminated by a bright, dazzling light. His brother didn't understand what kind of light there was because it was dark all around. The man noted that he immediately realized that he was special as soon as the guy picked up his sword. Now let him go there. You need to grab the opportunity. Seeing the necklace, our hero realized that such a bright glow came from him. As soon as he picked it up, a magical reaction immediately occurred. A moment later, the young man found himself in an incomprehensible place. There was no one around and it was too light. Suddenly, the holy blade of immortality put his hand on his shoulder and exclaimed that he was a wretch. Gan got scared and asked why his body was no longer translucent. The man replied that the descendant was very lucky. Isn't it a great fortune to learn from a master like him? In addition, he absorbed the spiritual power of Pisu's eye, so now the young man is definitely lucky. Our hero looked at the necklace in shock and asked if it was really his eye. The elder answered yes. He and the then leader Chonrim tore it out of the real Pisu's eye socket and made this decoration. The young man replied that he had already seen a ghost. Perhaps magical animals also existed. Gan clarified what kind of spiritual power this is. Is he really talking about the other world? The old man answered yes. The internal energy of the lower dantian comes from the middle, and the energy of the middle, in turn, from the upper. The source of energy of the upper diantina is spiritual power. This necklace will slightly improve his key situation. The guy replied that he was tired even from weak qigong, so it really wouldn't hurt to help him. The sacred blade of immortality noted that he had easily obtained a very rare item for himself and he didn't like it. Then the silhouette of the man began to become more and more cloudy, and the voice of his younger brother began to break through, who was trying to bring our hero to his senses. When the guy woke up, the kid worriedly asked if he was okay. The young man lay unconscious for more than an hour. Suddenly, screams began to be heard from behind the door that this man needed to be tied up and left right there. Gan said that it seemed like they were going to be in trouble now, so he asked Hachun to prepare his sword. A ghost's voice appeared in his head, saying that he had woken up, Just in time. It's just the perfect moment. Now there is a chance to test the acquired power during the fight. From afar came shouts about what kind of hole in the wall this was. Had it ever been there before? You can just hide it there. You need to drag it in quickly. When the men saw the guys, they wondered what kind of ragamuffins they were. They will be tormented by nightmares for the rest of their lives if they kill children. The young man asked if they were from the lower fifth gate by chance. He didn't know that the guys would be there. If they let them go, he will reward them generously. The elder asked that he was really afraid of them. The guy replied that it would be nice to make friends with the fifth lower gate. The sacred blade of immortality objected that not now. Taking out his sword, the man stated that his bravery was worthy of praise. But they had one problem. The younger brother did not waste any time and immediately rushed to attack them. After the old man said that it wouldn't hurt for our hero to participate, he immediately rushed to help Chun. Having killed one of them, the guy noted that it was too easy, but on top of that, the sword was stuck. The attacker who was nearby stabbed him in the throat with a sword. The young man immediately began to bleed. The old man told him that he was doing everything too slowly. Had he really forgotten about Qigong? Let him not stand still, but look for opportunities for a counterattack. After our hero came to his senses due to the danger from which he almost died, he sharply stuck his fingers into his opponent's eyes. The man immediately howled in pain and couldn't see anything at all, so he simply waved his sword and shouted where the scoundrel had gone. The ghost continued to give advice to the guy and say that in order to achieve success, sometimes you need to sacrifice something. If he doesn't have enough energy, then let him spin the blow and chop with all his strength. The young man obeyed him and simply cut off his opponent's head. The old man said it was very impressive. After all, he is a child of the Peck clan. But don't let him be too proud of the fact that he dealt with these mercenaries. The younger brother asked if he was okay. Igan replied that everything is fine, don't worry, after which he stated that this was not his first real fight. The boy replied that yes, already the third. Our hero thought to himself that for the third time in 2 lives, he was killing someone. The first time this happened was in a past life. Some crazy guy ran into the bus stop with a knife. The young man pushed the maniac onto the road in order to protect his mother from attack. As a result, the young man was hit by a bus approaching the bus stop. As a result of the investigation, he was found not guilty, but the mere thought that he had ruined a life made him feel sick. The second time was when the sacred blade of immortality occupied his body. Then he cut a man in half with his own hands, but this no longer aroused so many emotions in him. Perhaps the fact is that they are in Murima, and he is not an ordinary person, but the son of a clan of warriors. Therefore, I thought to myself that if he came for their souls, he had to be prepared for death. The elder noted that this is the right attitude. Unexpectedly, the tied-up young man exclaimed that he was very grateful to the glorious gentleman. How good it is that he punished these traitors. The Western branch is now in his debt. He will personally ensure that he is rewarded as he deserves. The young man began to walk towards him and asked his name. The stranger thanked him again for saving him and replied that his name was Chun-gu. Igan noted that his voice sounded young, so he started calling him Young Master. Besides, his name seemed familiar to him. It seemed to be in the records. Apparently, he is the right hand of the manager's daughter. Then he asked whether those people were traitors to the fifth gate. The guy replied yes. They rioted as soon as the previous manager died. He will be rewarded when he reports everything new. Our hero asked who he was. He needed to know from whom to receive payment. The young man replied that he could not say his name, but let him believe that his kindness would not be forgotten. The young man asked how he could trust his words. After which he began to take out his sword, saying that he would have to die. Then he swung sharply and lowered his sword onto his shoulder, but the guy still didn't utter a word. The young man stated that he is very faithful and is even ready to die but will not betray. I thought to myself that I just wanted to scare him, but the sword turned out to be so heavy that it almost fell on his head. Then he asked how they would repay him. Chun replied that they would do the cleaning. They will also make sure that this incident does not affect him. Their branch also specializes in collecting information. If he allows, the guy will serve him. Igan mentally asked the elder what he thought about this. The man replied that a good relationship with the lower fifth gate would not hurt him. Let him do as he sees fit. The guy thought to himself that first he needed to check whether he had enough abilities. Therefore, he said that he should guess who he was. If his answer is satisfactory, he will give him the task. Gu replied that, judging by his voice, he was still a young man. His speech is refined, which means he is definitely the son of a noble family that specializes in martial arts and has an heir his age. Based on all this, the guy can assume that he is a prodigy from the Peck clan named Ha-chun, but certainly not his lazy brother. The ghost laughed loudly and exclaimed that this guy was right for them. Our hero noted that he really has talent. Then he threw him a bag of silver coins and a knife. Then he said that next he would have to collect information about the visitors of the Peck clan. He will deal with the ropes himself. The boy noted that now they would probably have big problems. The elder asked that he was really afraid. The kid replied that that was not the point. Gan told him not to worry. All responsibility is on him. He noted to himself that not so long ago, his father stopped always punishing him and began to limit himself to cold glances. It's unlikely he'll say anything. Meanwhile, the patriarch was informed that their vassals saw our heroes not far from the pavilion. The man exclaimed that Gan had just returned home, but he didn't understand what he was doing. Ryu Seun won't let this go so easily, so go to his chambers to visit. After some time, the ruler was already hitting the young man on the legs with a rod, after which he said that he had just returned home and immediately took his brother to a drinking establishment. Does he even know what it means to have the surname Peck? The guy asked for forgiveness. The father said that in 5 years there will be a council of 7 stars. For the 9 great sects, it is the meeting of the dragon and the phoenix, and for the great clans, it is the council of the 7 stars. Long ago, their ancestors competed in martial arts at these gatherings, but now the events are held for talented young warriors, helping them form bonds. His younger brother will also attend this council. The guy replied that he was aware, but thought to himself that he wouldn't live long after the meeting anyway, so there was no point in going there at all. The man continued that the clans, Men, Habuk Pen, as well as the Tao sect, will arrive on their territory, most likely that they want to introduce their children to Ha-chun. The ruler added that he should also get along with them. The young man objected that why he doesn't care about the meeting of the 7 stars. The ruler interrupted him and declared that he did not care about his opinion. Today's punishment should have straightened his mind for a little while. Was he really going to disgrace himself in front of students from other clans? His mistakes will have a bad impact on his younger brother and on the whole family. Let him come to his senses. The ghost said that there would be no need to look for people from Chonrim. They would come themselves. The young man asked why his father would introduce him to someone. The old man replied that it was obvious. He wants the guy to finally make friends. Doesn't he really understand? Gan replied that for some reason it seemed to him that he would confuse them with his weak hobble. A subordinate entered the room and said that he had 1 ointment. Let him try to use it for wounds. This should help. The patriarch conveyed it in secret. The elder noted that the aroma was very refreshing. This is the secret medicine of the Peck clan. Let the young man smear the wounds and go to bed. Considering the upcoming events, he needs to hurry up with his training. The next day, the ghost told the descendant that his stance was completely wrong. Let him stand still and not move. The young man noted that he had been standing in one position for an hour, after which he fell to the ground and said that he was going to die. The old man ordered him to cross his legs and sit down. Now, he will teach him how to restore his innate internal energy with the help of spiritual power. Since he had already used up all his stamina, it should be easier for him to sense it. The human body is like a fountain gushing out in 3 streams. The spiritual power of the upper energy core feeds the central core of innate energy, and the lower one is filled from the central one. It is impossible to increase the amount of this energy even with the Eye of Pisu. Only the dragon necklace of wish fulfillment can help him. The guy saw how the sacred blade of immortality used spiritual power. This means that his divine eye is open. This is only possible for those whose hearts are pure. So they will bet on it. Plus, internal energy is a rather capricious thing. The young man needs to concentrate if he does not want to die. After some time, Gan began to cough up some black substance. The man noted that this was bad energy coming out. Then he asked how he felt. When the young man replied that it was much better now, the old man said that it should be easier for him to use Qigong now. Most likely this will not last long, but he will still be able to try to move on to the next stage. Our hero asked which one. The man asked what he thought would happen if people could make their fists as hard as iron. Noses would break just like that. This is strengthening, the second stage of the Tianyin meridian. Of course, getting to this point will not be easy. It will take a lot of time, but tomorrow he will try to teach him the basics. When Gan suddenly got ready to go somewhere, the elder noted that, as he understood, that punishment was not enough for him. The young man replied that this time he had permission. He is going to meet with the Hao sect. Meanwhile, member of the Seven Stars Council, Mo Yen Tak, said that, as always, the best drinks are there. His neighbor said that he shouldn't drink much because they were meeting the patriarch tomorrow. But the young man replied that he had come a long way, so he needed to relax at least a little. After which he offered Jin Li Yen at least a glass, but she refused. The guy said that his brother is 100 times stronger than Pek Yun Gil. Then he must be stronger than Haqian, right? Mo replied that he wasn't sure. He will know everything himself when he meets him. A candidate to visit the Council of Seven Stars Penmu A was indignant and told him to eat with his mouth closed and generally keep quiet while eating. Jin got up from the table and said that she would probably leave. The young man asked her to stay a little longer, but she replied that she was a little tired. Walking out onto the balcony, the girl thought to herself that she believed that after 4 days she would finally return home. What did the master see in that message? It said that a red star had set in the northern skies. A new wave has consumed the Pek clan. Let them go and see with their own eyes. Yen has no choice but to trust the jewelry that is the treasure of Chonrim, a bracelet that trembles with secrets. When Pen ran out to her, the girl asked why she didn't stay longer and left so early. Mu Ai replied that she was tired of their faces, so she had to run away. Especially this Mo Yen Jin. It's obvious that he likes her. He is weaker than her, but pretends to be strong. Yun asked what kind of guys she likes. The girl replied that they were frail, whom they wanted to protect. The interlocutor noted that she has interesting tastes, however. Pen then asked if she wanted to go for a walk. After moralizing, fresh air greatly relaxes her. The girl noted that she left dinner because she was worried about her, so she replied that, in that case, she would take a walk. Once on the street, Jin noted that she had to go out. Then she went out. But where to go next? A young man waved his hand at her and exclaimed that there she was. Yen thought that she didn't seem to know him. Then why was he calling her? That guy continued to say that he seemed to be carved out of jade and had simply dazzling beauty. But it turned out that this was not for her, but for a passing young man. The girl noted that she did not feel his presence until he was right behind her. The stranger told the guy that he had brought what he asked him for. Let him take it. Suddenly, the bracelet on her hand began to glow and vibrate, which meant they had some kind of secret. There is clearly something unusual about this boy, so we need to check him out. It may be related to the message. Holding the letter in his hands, our hero noted that it probably wouldn't have been easy to cope in 2 days. It seems that the Hao sect members are even more skilled than he thought. Phantom noted that they hadn't even read the contents yet, but he was already impressed. The young man said that he would open it at home. If the data turns out to be of high quality, then he will then instruct them to find out the identity of the assassins and the customer. The elder replied that this was a good idea. Turning to the tombstone, the young man asked how Sohva was doing without him. She was right. Living in the main residence wasn't that bad. Gan remembered how a friend was indignant that, in the sense, the guy did not want to return to the main residence because the family should live together. The young man replied that how should she know? She actually doesn't have a family. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that no matter what, he is her only family. The young man asked if the old man knew what happened to her after. The man replied that, unfortunately, no. Not all dead people become ghosts. When he achieved absolute mastery, his upper energy core opened, and then he felt his divine eyes. That is why his spirit is still there, although his body has died. The guy said that, after all, he said that he also has spiritual power. The elder replied that his descendant was reborn with a blockage in the ki channels. but his strength level was still higher than that of an ordinary person. When our hero asked what if in comparison with his strength, the ghost replied that his energy was like a bowl of water and the sacred blade of immortality had a whole lake. He then asked if he was interested in what the world looked like through the eyes of someone who had reached the top. The young man replied that it was. The ghost put his hand on his head and said that his body had recovered, so it was okay for a second. He will lend him some of his spiritual power through the path connected to his upper energy core. A moment later, the young man saw that the world was full of light and life energy was floating around. As Gan coughed sharply, the old man noted that it seemed his body had not recovered that much yet, after which they noticed the girl who was spying on them and wondered who she even was. Some time ago, Jin followed the young man and saw that it turned out that he had come to visit someone's grave. She felt ashamed for spying on an ancestor-worshipping child. It is indecent for Chonram people to do this kind of thing, so it is worth going back. But suddenly, the girl felt that the bracelet began to vibrate and glow again. She then felt and saw an incredible aura. It seemed to her that Yen was looking at a master equal in strength to the patriarch himself. The young man approached her and asked what kind of terrible behavior she was doing, spying on the veneration of the dead. She has a sword with her. The girl must be a martial artist. They are, of course, free to do whatever they want, but this is too much. Then he added that Jin had upset him very much and that he should leave immediately. The elder noted that this type of qigong was familiar to him. The girl was from Chonrim and they had greatly degraded during this time. The young man was shocked that she was one of the clan's guests. The next day, Tak said that he spoke with the patriarch. His aura was impressive. It seems that the rumors did not lie. The man is very strong. Gan replied that he would like to meet the learned blade at least once. Jin noted that this guy in the cemetery turned out to be the son of the Peck clan. Everything is as in the message of the patriarch. A friend whispered that she really liked him too. She didn't even think there were guys like that in this clan. How does the girl think he fights well? Yen replied that he didn't know. Meanwhile, Menjin approached Hatjun and said that the young man was a year older than him, so he would not address him formally and let him not be shy either. When our hero's little brother didn't shake his hand back, Men noted that he didn't seem to know what a handshake was. This is a Western thing. In their family and throughout Beijing, they do this all the time. You just need to take his hand and shake it slightly. She noted to herself that the boy had given him the wrong hand, so he would retrain him later. Entering the room, Nin Chi-pyun said that this was a ruby training hall. The patriarch advised to introduce them all in this place. Tak said that he heard that for them this is a sacred place. Only descendants of the Peck branch of the clan can enter it. As he understands, his brother trains there alone. The young man replied that he did this too. The young man noted that, indeed, light loads are beneficial for a fragile body. Pen exclaimed how fragile he could be, because Gan is the son of the ruler of a military clan. The guy explained that he has a congenital blockage of the ki channels, so he is not able to master martial arts. The girl noted that it was very sad. The young man objected that no. Everyone says that he is lazy and gossipy. He is in this clan something like a black sheep. Ha-chun walked up to him and tapped him hard on the shoulder. The guy was outraged that it was. He's old enough to be his big brother. The boy threw a sword at his feet and declared that he did not need such a brother. He had just insulted his real older brother, so let him take up arms. The girl asked that maybe it was worth stopping them. The guy replied that sooner or later they will have to fight, so everything is in order. Mo Yeonjin thought to herself that he just wanted to show off in front of Mue. Plus, he heard that the Peck brothers don't get along with each other. It turns out that this was not true. The young man decided to continue to maintain his brand, so he said that there was no need to blame him for the lack of leniency. Then he thought about the fact that he had practiced the answer to this clan's Sky and Earthblade technique 100 times, but now he didn't see any weak points in it. Suddenly, our hero coughed, and the girl asked if he was okay, because he was bleeding from his mouth. The younger brother heard this, so he was distracted and directed all his attention towards Gan. Yon noted to himself that the kid got distracted right in the middle of the fight, and this was his chance. However, if he attacks him, taking advantage of the moment, then his image as a noble heir may be undermined. After weighing all the pros and cons, the young man still decided to attack him. But the younger brother was not at all taken aback and met him with a blow of his fist right in the face, after which their wooden swords clashed in a fierce confrontation. Then the young people decided to throw their swords aside and switch to hand-to-hand combat. Tak exclaimed that that's enough. Have they forgotten that this is a friendly duel? The guys are trying too hard to kill each other. Of course, children love to do stupid things, but even the guy didn't expect the situation to get so tense. He stopped them in time, but it's a pity that they will never know who won. Then, using his distant whisper technique, he told his younger brother that he was a fool. The young man missed his chance and brought shame on their entire family, but he sees that he is ashamed. Gon tapped Ha-chun on the head and asked why he was counting the crow during the fight. The boy, with tears in his eyes, replied that he was bleeding. Yon thought to himself that it seemed like he was scolded too, but why even during the argument they seemed so close? Hearing our hero's words that the main thing is that his brother won, Tak asked who he was talking about. The guy replied that it was obvious that Ha-chun would have won in the end. The guy replied that a competitive spirit is good, but you shouldn't invent the result. Gan replied that he should help his brother get up and see for himself. The guy immediately told Mo to get up, but when the young man tried to get up, his leg suddenly hurt, and he fell back to the ground. The elder brother did not understand what was wrong with him. Our hero explained that this is the departure of the cloud dragon of the Tianan meridians. Chiyun hit the pressure point of Qian's shin, so his leg would hurt for a couple more hours, which would lead to defeat. The young man asked in surprise that he really noticed this. I thought to myself that it couldn't be that such a weakling would notice what Tak missed, after which he began to laugh nervously and exclaimed that then, shame on him, our hero had a sharper eye. The guy replied that it was no big deal. The old man noted that Gan himself would not have noticed anything until he prompted him, but it was still nice. The young man replied that he would not allow him to say that it was a draw. The girl, watching all this, thought to herself that this boy was definitely not quite ordinary. Her friend blushed all over and muttered that she seemed to like him a little. Some time later, Tak noted that the Peck clan had an excellent cook. His cooking skills are superb. Our hero replied that they invited a famous chef from Beijing. The sacred blade of immortality immediately told him that these Mo Yen are slippery people. There is no need to trust them. Pen handed him chopsticks and told him to try this. The young man burst out saying, "What the hell?" The girl asked if he wanted to clarify what kind of dish it was. If anything, it's a chicken thigh, so let him open his mouth. The guy thought to himself that he didn't mean that, but what was wrong with her in general? Then he decided not to resist so that she would fall behind. Perhaps this is their custom. Then he noticed the strange looks of everyone around him and realized that this was not normal after all. The old man immediately said that now everyone is staring at him, so he gives. The young man immediately told the girl that thank you very much, but there is no need to do this again. He can eat himself. Observing all this, the young man said that this boy had absolutely no masculinity. Gan heard this and said that he was not polite. Let him not disgrace his brother with bad manners. Even he treats Mo Yentak with respect, since the guy is older than him, but he is his family, and still not an ounce of respect. Qian started to say that Ha-chun was also disrespectful, but the boy interrupted him and said that the elder was right. After this, the young man sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness, with irritation in his voice. The old man told our hero that he would stop torturing the children. He replied that he needed to see how his older brother would behave. But Mo Yentak's reaction was not at all violent. The guy didn't react at all. The son of the patriarch of the Mo Yen clan, he is a wonderful swordsman. His star cloud blade technique is known for its sharpness, and he always smiles. However, at heart he is cunning and cruel, so you cannot relax around him. I found this information in the records of the Hao sect. Even now the young man is smiling, but who knows what is on his mind? The ghost replied that it was still necessary to focus on something else now. Gan replied that he did, and looked at the girl sitting in front of him. A student from Chonrim, Jin Li Yen, did not understand why he started staring at her like that. After some time, Pen, lying on the bed, said that today was so much fun. The patriarch of the Peck clan is very cool. Plus, she also watched the fight. However, there is something that she didn't like very much. She felt a little bad for Mo Yan Qian. The young man is not so bad. If he had tried harder, his defeat would not have been so crushing. He got so nervous that he lost, even despite his advantage. After which, she added that she would certainly defeat both of them, since she was stronger in any case. While Jin was thinking that Mu A was a skillful girl, besides a gambling one, and she was sure that she wanted to join them, a friend said that Gan did not take his eyes off her. When the girl added that maybe he fell in love with her, the girl immediately began to deny everything and say that this could not be true. Suddenly, a servant entered the room and reported that the eldest son of the Peck clan was inviting Jin Li Yen to a conversation in the garden. The girl began to worry about what he wanted from him and told her friend that she would return soon. 6. The girl immediately became gloomy. Tears appeared in her eyes, so she had to convince him that he did not fall in love with her. On the way, Jin thought that it was not easy to calm her down and she was still sad. It's good that I didn't ask for it with her. Suddenly, the voice of a young man was heard, who said that she had finally come, because she had been waiting for her. Looking at him, Li Yen thought that he looked more like a young intellectual who was keen on reading than the son of the patriarch of a military clan. Approaching him, the girl immediately began to ask for forgiveness for that time. The guy replied that he was not offended, although he would like to know why she was following him. Having heard a story about a bracelet that reacts to mystical energy, the young man asked if he could look at it. Jin replied that it broke that time, so she doesn't wear it anymore. When the girl said that she didn't know why he vibrated then, the young man exclaimed that, of course, it was because of him. Or maybe it's his necklace. This is a sign of the agreement between Chonrim and the sacred blade of immortality. Li Yen exclaimed that this was Pisuyu's eye. The old man immediately said that he had said that her jaw would drop when she saw him. Gan asked if he could now ask for a favor. The guy then added that he had read that if you show this necklace to someone from Chonrim, that person will definitely do him any favor. The girl responded in surprise that she had never heard of anything like that. The young man immediately asked the ghost what it all meant. The old man muttered that this was somehow strange. The student asked if the guy could give it to her for 1 second. Gan replied that, of course. Then she added that it was not very wise to keep something so dangerous with you. The young man exclaimed that it was dangerous. Our hero immediately asked the old man what danger she was talking about. The man replied that he had never had any problems with this thing. Jin explained that the eye is endowed with the strongest golden energy of Qi. If you wear it for a long time, your body will quickly wear out due to the destructive flows of this energy. You might even go crazy. The young man asked why, then he was completely fine. The girl replied that this was the strange thing. The elder explained that this is the art of the mind. This is a Conrim technique that uses the central energy core to control innate energy. If he studies it, he can do this too. But the ghost doesn't think that she will agree to train him, even if he waves the necklace in front of her nose. Suddenly, the eye began to glow in her hands and some magical effects appeared. When asked if she was okay, Jin replied that everything was fine. She can sense the mark of the patriarch's past. She also managed to suppress the golden Kie, so that he can now wear it calmly and use the real powers of this necklace. You just need to concentrate your innate energy. The young man interrupted her and said that was all. There was no point in explaining further. I thought to myself that he had a blockage in the Qi channels. Then he asked if he could ask her for one favor. The girl replied that if it was within her power. Gan said that he wanted to cure the blockage of the Qi channels. He heard that Master Chonrim was great with energy. Could she introduce him to him? The student noted that his will to live is strong and he is sincere. So she replied that she did not know whether he would succeed, but he would try. They will go to the patriarch tomorrow and ask his permission. I thought to myself that asking for approval from a ruler with iron blood was something, so she already regrets that she agreed. Meanwhile, the young man slapped his younger brother. Then he exclaimed that after all, he was preparing for the heaven and earth blade technique. What was the matter then? The guy replied that he had lost his vigilance. Tak answered irritably that he couldn't even believe that the same blood flowed in their veins. Then he asked what he was going to do. The young man replied that he would win next time. The older brother pulled him close and said it was right. The boy replied that honestly, he would definitely win. Mo Yen added that he should never forget that he had to steal the Peck clan's sword in a duel for the blade, thereby taking revenge for them taking their sword. If the boy can prove that the Mo Yen clan is stronger than Peck, everyone will honor his elder brother, his mentor. He must defeat the heir of this clan in front of everyone. So let the junior hone his skills while he sets the stage. After some time, our hero was immediately informed about the current situation, and he exclaimed that Mo Yen Tuk was very cunning. The guy then asked why the guys didn't just reject the offer. The head of the Seon branch of Hao, named Gim Hwa, replied that in their situation it would be difficult. The guy hissed that they had already taken the payment, and now they want Gan to get rid of Mo Yen's second son for them. Is that fair? After which the young man thought that since everything had turned out this way, why not try to play it out in his own way? It all started when, early in the morning, a servant reported that they wanted to give him something. The guy was indignant that it was very early now. What kind of impudence was that? Then he asked what it was. When the man replied that they had brought him a golden hair clip from the Golden Pavilion, the young man noted that it was from the Hao sect and said that he would come out now. When Gan went outside, he saw Chun Gu, who was happily waving at him under the gunpoint of the guards. The guy immediately told them that he wanted to chat with his friend so they could go. The soldiers objected that they couldn't leave him. The guy replied that they should move away so that they could not hear. Then the young man hissed that he had really become so impudent that he began to look for him openly. The guy began to ask for forgiveness, but the girl interrupted him and said that her name was Gim Hwa. She was the new manager of the Hao branch. The woman was forced to urgently call him because the young master might be in danger. They recently received a contract. Its author is clearly unkind towards him. Let him see for himself. The guy muttered that he somehow couldn't believe that they were taking care of him so much. Gim replied that they are just mercenaries, but they also have principles. It is important for them to return good for good. Let him not doubt the purity of their intentions. Our hero thought to himself that if there really could be danger lurking there, then it wouldn't hurt to take a look. It said that Tak wanted to hold a banquet in a month on the 4th floor of the Golden Pavilion. There will be approximately 30 guests, flavorful food and drink, and a fighting ring in the middle of the room. There will be a duel between Mo Yenjin and Pek Hachun. The guy muttered that he was really so sure that his brother would win, and what if not? Hwa said that a couple of days ago, one of their spies caught him buying something, supposedly key dispersal powder. Judging by his inquiries about the menu, he plans to add it to Ha's food. The young man exclaimed that this guy turned out to be very cunning and in fact not so simple. Then he asked why they didn't just reject the offer. The girl said that in their situation it would be difficult. The guy hissed that they had already taken the payment and now they want him to get rid of Mo Yen's second son for them. I thought to myself that since everything turned out this way, why not try to play it out in my own way? Sometime later, sitting in his father's residence, the guy smelled the aroma of aconite, cinnamon, and ephedra. Apparently, there was something analgesic in the teapot. It seems that the ruler has become worse. Apparently, because of his diseased lungs, he is in such a hurry to choose an heir. The man stated that he wanted an audience with the leader of Chonrim. Then he replied that he forbids it. The young man exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why?" "He's not there for fun, but he wants to be cured." The patriarch replied that Chonrim was far away, and there was no need to waste time. The girl objected that their leader knows everything about ki energy. She is confident that he will be able to help Gan. The head of the clan hissed that she was still just a student. So why did she decide to lecture him, as if her opinion had any weight? The young man thought that he could understand his father. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find a cure for his illness, and after the trip, his condition may worsen even more. But this is not a reason to retreat. Therefore, the young man stood up and said that his father may forbid dissuading him, but he would still go. This is his life and his health, so there is no need to boss him around. The head of the clan shouted how he even dared to be insolent when he couldn't even stand straight in front of him. The girl thought to herself that she felt this murderous energy last time. Gan will not be able to resist her. It was clear from the young man that it was hard for him, but nevertheless, he continued to stand on his feet and insisted that he would go anyway. The ghost said that he needed to weigh down his body. Let him, as it were, put armor on his mind. Even the blade of the mind cannot penetrate the strong mental armor. The son said he understood his concern. Even after taking snow ginseng, he did not recover. The man probably thinks that everything is lost. The head of the clan didn't understand how he succeeded. Our hero shouted that he still wouldn't give up because he really wanted to survive, so he would grab every opportunity. The guy knows that the man is worried about him, but he is not going to calmly wait for death. My father was thinking, since when did the eldest become like this? Then he stopped exerting energetic influence on them and replied that he should do as he sees fit. The ghost noted that Aigan was holding up well. The head of the clan added that there was one condition: let him try to make friends with the sons of Mo Yen before leaving. As he himself knows, their clans are in strained relations. He once stole the sword of their heir due to his brainless youth, but now they are both patriarchs of their families, so reconciliation will be even more difficult. The young man was surprised that the great noble blade was still offended. The father replied that they are all petty and pathetic, so they don't forget anything at all. He has no friends at all among his peers, so let him try to improve relationships not only for Ha-chun's sake, but also for himself. Our hero replied that it was good. When the head of the clan added that he could now go, our hero said that he would like to talk to him again face to face. More precisely, ask for something. A couple of weeks later, the young man was practicing with the sword on his own. He noted that he had already expended a lot of ki energy, but his body remained light as a feather. This is only possible in the Ruby Hall. The young man is starting to get used to this ball, and Pekka-chun is probably watching him at the moment. But when he turned around, he saw that the boy was doing his training and was not paying attention to him. The guy was surprised that he didn't seem interested at all. How can you not want to watch your opponent train? Mo Yen is also gradually adapting to the weapon, so in the next battle, he will definitely take revenge on him. The thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Chan, who asked why he was staring at him, and also stood rooted to the spot, perhaps wanting to say something. When Chin said he was just wondering why his older brother wasn't training, the kid replied that he was probably busy. After the opponent asked if he was really sick and was now lying in bed, the boy hissed that there was no need to be impudent. Then he added that Aigan is very strong. He even beat him in a duel. The young man was surprised that this could not happen at all, but the boy replied that it was true. He couldn't even touch him, and then his older brother hit him, and the guy flew to the side. And anyway, he's training now, so there's no need to distract him. Suddenly the doors opened and our hero appeared, who said that this is where they are, and he searched them. The younger one immediately asked if he had come to practice. The guy replied that yes, because he was already tired of resting. Therefore, he suggests working with wooden swords. Chan clarified whether he was feeling well. Aigan replied that yes, he is already much better. The kid whispered that Mo Yenjin was looking at them now, but the guy asked a question. So what? The enemy noted about you that Achun seemed to be afraid to engage in battle with him. Can his brother really be able to do something? Meanwhile, the young man said that there was no need to feel sorry for him and let him hit with all his might. The younger brother replied that it was good, and in this case, he would attack first. After which he immediately rushed to attack our hero waving a wooden sword. But the young man dodged the kid's blow and began to counterattack in response to his actions. Having gained courage, the younger brother instantly knocked the weapon out of our hero's hands. Then he turned around and delivered a decisive blow to the young man's back. Aigan had blood gushing out of his mouth, and with the last of his strength, he screamed the name of the future heir. The boy immediately came to his senses and shouted what he had done. Then he ran up to his older brother and worriedly asked if everything was okay with him, but the guy just wheezed in response and didn't say anything. The baby started shaking him and screaming for him to wake up. The young man muttered that there was no need to shake him. He noted to himself that if he had reacted a little later, he would have broken his bones. Then he came to his senses a little and said that he needed to try again. Let him raise his sword. Suddenly, Mo Yen materialized next to them and said that this was all pointless. The difference in levels is colossal. The result is obvious no matter how many times they fight. I'm sure Pekka-chun will agree with him. As long as there is no person next to them who can tell them what to do, all such training will be useless. Our hero stood up, extended his hand, and said that he had taught his younger brother to shake hands. The guy would like to take a look at this. Jin exclaimed joyfully that he just had to say that he was interested. Then he showed how it was done, but Aigan objected that this was wrong. Then he demonstrated the correct position in which the hands should be. The young man noted to himself that he was arrogant all the time while he was doing it wrong. In any case, this person will want to mock him. But to his surprise, the guy replied that he himself had only recently learned how to do it. That's why he was telling him. Then he added that he was better at handling the ball, so he could make comments during their training sessions with his younger brother. Also, let him skip all the formalities and address him on a first-name basis. The old man noted that this handshake was some kind of strange thing. Our hero said that this is just a method of greeting. He used it quite often in his past life. Then he told Ha-chun that if he was ready, the young man would start first. The ghost said that last time he slowed down a little, so he should be more careful and focus on the weapon. Possession of the ball is based on 3 basic strokes: vertical, horizontal, and straight. All other techniques come from them. For a vertical attack, you need to simulate a lightning strike. Then he noted that the guy was using Qigong, but the younger brother went on the attack, and our hero accidentally released the sword from his hands, dodging him. The sacred blade of immortality said that he was good at dodging. Just let him grip his sword tighter and hit him with his head. Both brothers immediately screamed that they were in great pain and fell to the floor, rolling around on it. Mo Yan thought to himself that it was really a draw. Then he noted that Aigan looked better than his brother, which means he defeated him with such a simple trick. Suddenly, the young man asked what he thought about this, because he told him to make comments. When Chin said that his legs could not keep up with his body and he should spend more time on them in training, our hero replied that he would take this into account, after which he bowed and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. Qian asked in surprise that they would really train together now. The brother answered yes. On the way, the young man thought that his whole body was aching, so he needed to go back and take some medicine. The old man replied that it was because he still had a lot to train. Suddenly, Pen materialized in front of him from somewhere above and asked if something was hurting him. Aigan exclaimed that he told her to stop following him, that she completely forgot on the tree. The girl didn't listen to him and shouted who did it, but she was sure that Mo Yanjin was to blame for everything. Just let him look at his face. He mocked such a weak guy. The young man replied that he just got hurt a little while training with his brother. Looking at the girl jumping around him, the elder said that it was cute. Our hero replied that it was annoying. It is not clear why she behaves this way, whether because of his appearance, or there is another reason. The man replied that she was from a family of martial artists. He is sure that in the future, the girl will still have time to see enough of strong men. Gan asked if he meant to say that she likes Ai because of his fragility. Then he asked her why, in any case, she was waiting for him. The girl exclaimed that, of course, she had something for him. This is the magic medicine that her father gave her. It supplements the qi in the body and is good at healing internal injuries. There are 2 granules, so let him eat 1 thing. The guy was surprised that she really wanted to give him something so valuable. Pen replied that yes, because she was healthy and he had a weak body. Let him eat 1 soon. Dad said that you need to take them as soon as you take them out of the box. Our hero noted that she is very good. After tasting it, Gan said it was made from Mackinaw flour, licorice, and honey. He noted to himself that this medicine should enhance internal energy well, although this does not mean anything to him. The girl said that if he liked it, then could he do her 1 favor? The guy replied that, of course, and clarified which one. 7 days later, a famous group of actors comes to visit them. Wouldn't he like to watch their performance with her? When the young man replied that it was good, Pen exclaimed that it was just great and added that they would see each other later. The ghost said he thought he didn't like her. The young man replied that this was just payment for a rare medicine. It was not difficult for him at all. A week later, they were already sitting at a performance that said that on that very day, a 1-armed swordsman raised his weapon high. The guys shouted to him that he was a villain and let him accept his fate. There is nowhere to hide, so let it be given. The 1-armed swordsman made a swing like lightning in calm, clear weather. After which, with 1 attack, the young man killed all 5 members of the Muram Alliance. Our hero noted that this production is quite good. The girl replied that the technique was a little strange, but this actor was very cool. The younger brother exclaimed that this was impressive. Could it be real blood? Gan replied that if. He's sure it's just something similar in color. Tak said that they staged a play about a one-armed swordsman who was Jinhu's enemy. What a great idea. The girl was actually upset and thought that this was not at all what she had planned. On the way, the guy said that it was great to watch a play together like this. What a wonderful coincidence that she shows up right on the day of the banquet. You can now take a short walk and then go to the gazebo for lunch. The ghost reported that he once met a one-armed swordsman. He was quite capable, which is why I was interested. This performance refreshed his memory. Our hero replied that he seemed to be even more excited than Muah and Hachun. Suddenly, he felt a passing person bump into him with his shoulder. The young man immediately grabbed him by the hand and said that, of course, everything was fine, but let him return his money. The stranger pretended that he didn't understand anything and asked what he was talking about because the boy didn't take anything. Gan noted to himself that if he was stealing from a place like this, then the Hao sect was most likely involved. After which he said that no one told him who he was. Looks like Gimhwa didn't train him well. Tak came up to them and said that he was too soft. Then he took out his sword and swung it. The young man immediately exclaimed that there was no need to do this, but it was too late. A moment later, the thief fell to the ground and screamed heart-rendingly that his ankle was wrong. The guy replied that she was fine. It's just that most inexperienced thieves hide their loot around the ankle. Then he asked if Gan wanted to be arrested. Our hero replied that he should leave. Nothing serious happened. The young man offered his hand to the stranger and said that he had better be more careful next time. But Tak couldn't let the attacker go so easily, so he pressed forcefully on some point on his hand. While the young man was screaming in pain, the gentleman said that this was punishment for what he had done, and now let him crawl away from here. Then he added that he doesn't even know how grateful he should be, because Mo Yen showed great mercy. Some people present commented that the young master was simply amazing. Showing mercy to someone like him is not so easy. 7 Shining Blades martial arts clan member Yan Chun added that they had come to enjoy the play for a while and would be heading to the banquet soon. The man stated that if these are students from Soan, then they should know him anyway. Go Phi Sam from the Greenfields clan asked why don't they go to the hall together. The young man replied that it would be great, but today he has a companion. This is Mr. Gan from the Peck clan. The guy immediately said that too much time had passed, so he forgot. He is happy to see that our hero is doing well. I thanked them and said that he really liked the magic medicine that their clan heads gave to his patriarch. The guys were very surprised. Gan continued that they always followed the heads with their tails. Yan Chun from the 7 Shining Blades clan and Go Fisam from the Greenfields clan. If they don't have the brains to remember what a young man looks like, then they better be more careful when they appear in honorable society. After which, the young man added that he would see them again later and began to leave. After some time, Tak asked the young man if he had prepared everything. He replied that yes, the cook had been notified. When he gave him gold coins, the guy said that it was not worth giving the remaining amount. Mo Yen replied that it was just an extra charge. After which he held out a small package and said that when he asks for wine made of pure gold, let him add this and bring it to the table. Looking at this piece of paper, the mercenary asked if he could ask what kind of ingredient it was. The young man immediately grabbed him by the throat and asked him if he really wanted to know. The guy quickly replied no, after which the young master let him go and added that he hoped that he would not disappoint him because he absolutely could not make mistakes. A little later, on the 4th floor of the banquet hall, the ghost noted that the dishes there were very refined. But most of all, he is interested in wine made of pure gold. If he had a body, he would definitely try it. Our hero said that he heard that this place is famous because of him. Tak approached them and noted that the food had already been served. The young man asked if he had sorted out all his affairs. Mo Yun replied that he did and asked for forgiveness for having to wait, after which he offered to drink before eating, but he is not sure whether Gan drinks. Our hero replied that he could not refuse wine made of pure gold. When the young man drank a small cup in one gulp, Tak exclaimed that he was not a weakling. Then he turned to his little brother and asked why he was so quiet. Maybe there was something wrong with the food. Jin replied that that was not the case and watched as Gan spat the wine into a napkin. The old man was indignant. How can one do such a thing? What is wrong with wine made of gold? Our hero explained that he has a strong, specific smell. Many would not notice the presence of energy-killing poison in this drink. Even if we hid the poison behind the smell and taste, Hachian would immediately notice that there was something wrong with his body. So, what was this man up to? Yan Chun watched all this and did not understand why the gentleman was so nice to Aigan. Go V Sam replied that both of them from the 7 are better in the clans. It cannot simply be ignored. The guy grabbed his heart and said that the thought of having sweet conversations with him made him very angry. The friend laughed and said that he knows that this guy is underestimated by his family. Will everything be fine? The young man replied that Mr. Mo Yen Tak has them. What is he afraid of? Therefore, if they do everything right and provoke Aigan, then he will help them get into the Murim alliance. He who doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne. This chance comes once in a lifetime. After which he approached our hero and said that he would really like to have a drink with him. The guy heard that the place where he stayed was captured. Many people died then. It must be very difficult for him at the moment. Therefore, why don't they honor the memory of the dead? Suddenly, Tak threw wine in his face and exclaimed that how rude that is. The young man goes beyond all limits of reason. Go Fi Sam stated that he talked to him because Mr. Mo Yen respected his clan, but the guy turned out to be complete trash. After which he grabbed his sword and offered to fight as he wanted to punish him. The young man said that since they were surrounded by important personalities, it was necessary to have a duel. Yan Chun thought to himself that Tak really wanted to make them scapegoats from the very beginning. But it doesn't matter, he will still win. Our hero hissed that even some insects that are worthless dare to ignore him. Then she suddenly jumped out from the table and found herself right behind Yan. Then he hit the young man's legs with all his might so that he fell to the ground. Shouting if he wanted to have another drink with him, Aigan began to stuff the glass into his mouth. Then he grabbed the decanter and began to pour all the golden wine he had into it. The young man shouted that the liquid got into his eyes. He was not guilty of anything, and that's enough already. Our hero continued to be angry that one insect allowed itself to be insolent, while the other underestimated him and tried to use him. This is not something that can be done until the guys are confident in the safety net. Then he turned to Mo Yen Tak and asked if it was true. He could have just said he wanted to fight. Was it really necessary to spread this dirt? Apparently, his clan likes to do just that. Jin exclaimed that he was even saying such a thing. Aigan added that he gave his younger brother too good a sword. It seems he wanted to have a duel between their two clans. The young man did not argue with all this and replied that he was right. Our hero asked if this was what their leader wanted. The guy replied no. This is just his idea, which came out of love for his father. The young man replied that okay then, since Tak came up with all this, then let Hachun punish him like the last time. Those present were thinking that it was the 7 Glittering Blades clan that provoked Aigan. So why did he target the Mo Yen clan? Tak must be furious right now, but it only accepted the challenge. Jin remembered the young man's morning words that there was no need to be surprised, even if something unpleasant happened at the banquet. It turns out that he knew everything in advance. Pen started to get nervous and ask what to do now. The girl replied that first she needed to calm down. She continued that Aigan approached so quickly and hit that guy. She thought that he was a fragile flower, but he also has another side. Tak ordered to remove all unnecessary items from the hall and bring a bottle of golden wine. Our hero said that he would then take the opportunity and go to the restroom. Jin asked Hachun if he was worried, because this was not an ordinary duel, but a sword fight. The boy asked, so what? The young man replied that the honor of their clans was at stake. Besides, he only fights because of his elder brother's orders. The guy replied that that's why he wasn't worried. Aigan would not order anything dangerous to him or the Peck clan. He will indeed fight him at the behest of his brother, but he is not going to lose. Mo Yen shouted that stop having useless conversations, let him come to him, after which he began to pour him wine, and the young man asked what would happen if he got drunk. Tak replied that he wouldn't get drunk from just one drink, so he needed to relax and give it his all. The young man replied that it was good, and thought to himself that maybe he was doing this because he was attentive to him. When our hero returned, he said that it was time to start. The guy noted that he was a little late. Everyone present was intrigued that the battle was about to begin. It was very interesting to see who would win. Mo Yen thought that he had just mixed the Tan clan's secret drug into Chin's drink. He's a little upset that it all started because of the Hao sect, but he can get rid of them later. Meanwhile, Gan noted that this wine smells different and clarified whether it is a different type, after which he began to drink directly from the decanter in large sips. The young man abruptly snatched the drink from his hands. Our hero did not understand what the problem was and asked if there was gold dust in it or something similar. Why is he so nervous anyway? Because the guy only took a sip. When the guy started coughing, Tak began to get nervous that he completely forgot what would happen if he took too much of this drug. Hachian immediately noticed that something was wrong with his older brother and exclaimed that the alcohol was poisoned. The young man exclaimed that this simply cannot be. There is no poison in him. Our hero looked at him carefully and asked if he was sure that this was so. Aconite, white seeds, ephedra, and herbaceous base. He put quite a lot of dangerous herbs in there. Even a pinch is enough to dull pain receptors, and instincts will be so heightened that a person will not be able to sleep for several weeks. The creator clearly knew what he was doing. Despite his knowledge of herbs, there were some ingredients that he failed to recognize. Tak screamed for him to shut his mouth immediately. Gan shouted that first he needed to get rid of the extra eyes. Everyone except Mo Yen Tak, Mo Yen Chin, and Pek Ha-chun must leave. He counts to 3, and if anyone stays, he will pay dearly for it. Everyone present did not understand what to do because they were invited by the young master. But, unexpectedly, the young man exclaimed that please, let everyone leave. Our hero said that he could understand if he used a drug that dissipates energy on Ha-chun, because this is an important duel. A little earlier, the mercenaries showed Gan the powder that Mo Yen gave them so that they could add it to the wine. The guy noted that this is not a drug that dissipates energy. This is a medicine that temporarily increases potential strength. Apparently, he plans to mix it with Mo Yen Chijin. How could he even give such poison to his brother just to win a duel? The boy was shocked that there was a drug in the wine he drank. The guy is sure that he knows that side effects cannot be avoided. How can he even call himself the eldest son of the Mo Yen clan after something like this? The young man shouted at him to shut up immediately that Gan could even know. 15 years ago, when the guy returned home, for some reason, he cut off the hand of one man. His mother covered that man with herself and shouted that this was his real father. Overcome with joy at being accepted into the Council of 7 Stars, Tak returned to his residence to find his mother having an affair with a tea leaf seller. The woman was the second wife of the head of the clan and asked for forgiveness, saying that his father had married a 3rd time and disgraced her. She had an affair with a kind shopkeeper for 20 years. The guy replied that his father is the great noble blade, Mo Yen Chon Chon. Let him never say such nonsense again. The young man was proud to be a disciple of the clan. It can't be that his whole life is the result of a dirty affair. This trader digging the earth with his hands simply cannot be his father. Tak is the son of the noble blade Mo Yen Chon Chajon and will prove that the blood of this dynasty flows in his veins. Unfortunately for the young man, the older he got, the more he looked like a tea leaf merchant. Vicious child. When his younger brother wanted to approach him, Tak shouted at him not to move. Then he added that Gan had driven him into a corner. I thought to myself that if anyone finds out about today's conversation, then it will be over. His father will simply throw him out into the street. If he manages to get rid of the poisoned wine, then he will be able to hide everything. Our hero immediately said that he had seized the drug in advance, so he shouldn't even hope. The young man didn't understand how he guessed. Was it really written all over his face? Then he asked what he wanted. The guy replied that he should return to the clan and never come into his sight again. Also, don't even think about the place of the house sect for this. Plus, he has 1,000 silver coins. The guy replied that it would be difficult, and in general, he is the son of the Peck clan, so why is he asking him for money? Our hero replied that Tak could pay them gradually. Then he added that if he complied with all the conditions, no one would know about this incident. Have a good trip home. I hope that their clans will continue to maintain good relations. Our hero doesn't know what will happen to him, but one day Ha-chun will become the head, so we shouldn't fight with each other. Mo Yen noted that this scoundrel insulted him to the last. Now the young man will see how he will smile with a broken arm. Feeling a sharp pain, the young man noted that the sharp diamonds on his rings were facing inward. Aigan said that there is no need to be so upset. He has only himself to blame for everything. The shame that the guy just experienced, and these wounds are only his doing. Suddenly, the master burst into the room and said that he had heard that the young master had lost his knowledge. Our hero replied that nothing happened, so don't worry. He was just very upset that it was time for Mo Yen Tak to leave on business. Then I asked my younger brother if this was true, and he immediately answered that yes. Jin ran after Tak, but he told him to stay and hone his sword skills and learn more about the world. In a month, he will send people, and the young man will return with them. On the way, the guy thought that he was trying to win a duel for the honor of his father by giving the younger one drugs, but even knowing everything, he continues to call him his brother. The young man really is a vile mudblood. Meanwhile, our hero asked Jin if he hated his brother. The guy replied that it wasn't much. Aigan objected that he had used it. The young man replied that his father's recognition was very important to Mo Yen Tak, but he is too weak to guarantee victory in a duel, so he had no choice but to use the drug. The guy noted that he was more reasonable than he thought. Then he asked if he really considered himself weak. Jin was confused by this question. Aigan immediately shouted for everyone to leave the room immediately. Pen wanted to object that she didn't want to, but Jin covered her mouth with her hand and replied that, of course. The master added that they would wait outside. When everyone left, the guy said that now they can start a duel because he is not under the influence of the drug. Let him try to give his best. The young man is sure that he is no longer worried. The young man noted that he was right. Mo Yen doesn't feel any pressure. The younger brother put his sword forward and told him to attack first. After some time, the guys continued the battle, and no one was inferior to each other in strength. The old man noted that he was highly trained in the Peck family's martial arts. Our hero said that he was sure that he would have coped well without drugs. His brother just doesn't believe in him. Then he asked that isn't it strange that his brother decided to be recognized in this way, namely if the younger one won the duel. He also has many other ways to strengthen his position in the family. The young man was immediately distracted and asked again what he had just said. Meanwhile, Chun rushed to attack him. When Mo Yen barely managed to dodge the blow, Aigan said that he needed to concentrate. But then he asked the question again that if he won the sword duel, who would get the credit? The young man believed in himself so much that with one blow, he cut his enemy's iron sword in half. Chin muttered in shock that he had won. Ha immediately began to say that it was all because of the useless sword. It was simply defective. Our hero noted that victory is victory, and that's not bad. The guy exclaimed that his brother had really planned all this for his sake. Aigan replied that it was worth asking him. He could not go far, and the young man is sure that if he hurries, he can catch up with him. The young man immediately replied that he then went, but the guy stopped him and told him to take something with him. Meanwhile, Tak was thinking that all his life he had been trying to prove that he belonged to the Mo Yen family by blood, but he always did only bad things. Now he realized that everything was already lost. Hearing footsteps behind him, the guy said that he had said that there was no need to follow him. Jin asked if he came up with all this for his sake, because winning a duel was not for the glory of his older brother. The young man thought to himself that he always resented the younger one for being born with Mo Yen's true blood and talent. Therefore, he taught him the sky and earth blade technique instead of the star cloud blade technique. The fact that Tak did not participate in the duel was also his idea. Was this the real reason why he put everything into his brother? Suddenly, the younger one said that Pek Aigan gave him a full-fledged blade of 7 stars. Seeing it, the guy noticed the symbol and realized that it was the same sword. Mo Yen's treasure, lost in the previous sword duel. Qian explained that, obviously, he spoke with the patriarch. The guy asked me to tell you that they returned the blade because they were amazed by their talent in case his father asked. But it's not just like that. Aigan said that they could pay off the debt gradually, otherwise they would have to return the blade. Then he handed the senior a note. Having read what was written there, the young man laughed loudly. It said what needed to be told to the younger one, namely that they could not refuse him, no matter the price he asked. The young man then patted his brother on the head and said that he had done a very good job. Then he turned around and started walking further. The boy exclaimed that he should take the blade of 7 stars, but the guy replied that he was the one who got it, so he would bring it home too. The next day, in the courtyard of the elders, the patriarch reported that the Red Dragon Brigade had found clues to find the assassin. Then he said that it seems that one of Mo Yen's children has left. I think his father asked him to make friends, not the other way around. The young man replied that they even returned the blade of 7 stars to him, and now they are friends. After all the explanations, the head of the clan noted that they came because they wanted to fight them in a sword duel. This could have turned into a huge conflict, so the son did his best. But it must have been difficult for him to deal with all this alone. Aigan was afraid that he knew that the young man was using the Hao sect. Therefore, I decided to somehow explain everything, but the patriarch added that he was glad that he did not lie when he said that he could handle everything. Well, let him not be arrogant. The guy would not have been able to maintain friendly relations if he had not given up the sword. The sacred blade of immortality noted that the clan leader was definitely proud of him. Unexpectedly, Pek Ryusan's younger brother and Aigan's uncle, Pek Chi-tae, appeared and exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was called the Thief of the Soul of Smiling Faces because he killed with a smile. As the clan fought the faction, the brothers ambushed and killed approximately 100 martial arts students. In that fierce battle, the young man received a serious head injury. Everyone thought he wouldn't survive, but he was able to overcome the injury after surgery, which lasted 3 days. However, a piece of the hook remained in his head. Because of this, even after the death of his parents and wife, the young man could not stop smiling. The patriarch said he did a great job on the leads. The man replied that of course it was his responsibility. He will also tell you about everything in detail. The old man noted that from the outside they look very friendly. The guy replied that it was. My father found 1,000-year-old snow ginseng only thanks to his uncle. The elder said that didn't he tell him that the fate of the brothers from the martial arts family was not so favorable. Who knows what pain lies behind that smile? After some time, my uncle said that there were 20 assassins in total, and they were only able to find clues now. The Red Dragon Squad did a good job, after which he laughed out of topic. Suddenly, great-grandmother Aigan appeared, who is the leader of the elders, and her name is Pek Yen Ren. The woman told everyone to be quiet. Then she ordered the Red Dragon commander to tell them about all the clues. After some time, the girl brought the captive blindfolded. Red Dragon Squad member. So Ryu noted that the young man had returned. Uncle said that where Aigan lives, the Blade of Immortality died. This is the architect who designed the castle. A couple of months ago, they asked him for his drawing in exchange for 1,000 silver coins. The elder screamed that he had really exchanged their trust for money. Had he gone completely crazy? The man began to ask for forgiveness. Our hero thought to himself that they were attacked by assassins, and they were talking about some kind of drawing. Isn't that strange? The young man asked the ancestor why he was silent, but the old man did not appear and did not answer. Suddenly, Pek Chi-tae used the frequency whisper technique and told him to listen carefully. The man is hiding something. I is the only one he would like to tell the truth to. Let him come to the garden after the meeting. After some time on the spot, the ghost said that this was a tree that he planted a long time ago. It was smaller then. Time flies very quickly. When the guy asked why he didn't show up to the meeting, the man froze and said that these leaves were just beautiful. Poets adored them even in those days. The young woman said that they say that willow trees are imbued with the power to drive away ghosts. Shamans beat those possessed with them. After which the young man tore off a twig and began to hit the sacred blade of immortality with it. Aigan replied that it was amazing because it worked. The old man exclaimed, "What if?" He just put all the strength he gained during training into this blow. Suddenly, an uncle appeared, who said that he had to wait so long because those old men had a lot of questions for him. Then he handed him the box and said that it was a gift. Very rare herbs, no amount of money can buy them. The ghost noted that they can only be found near the northeastern Black River. They are full of yang energy. He will show the guy how to use these plants. The young man thanked his relative with all his heart. He replied that he just wanted him to be healthy. After all, only then can a guy become a good leader. The sacred blade of immortality noted that he was very straightforward. Aigan thought that due to his condition, he would die early, even if he took on the role of leader. And his father has a lung disease, so he won't be able to remain in his position for long. Then the next leader will not be Ha-chun, but one of the elders. By that time, the uncle himself will become an elder and will be the first candidate for the position of patriarch. Aigan asked how he could take such a role with his condition. The man replied that he shouldn't say that. Let him not worry about his health. He will bring him all the good medicine he can. The young man asked what kind of truth he was going to tell him. Pekchi-te replied that he was very impatient and said that it was nothing. Just what I heard from that architect. Apparently, the people who bought the drawing asked if the copy was real. In other words, they had already found out everything about the construction in advance and wanted to make sure. Apparently, they were looking for something specific. The young man had previously mentioned that he had found a secret place. Our hero began to get nervous that he had learned something. The uncle further asked if he had seen any suspicious-looking thing there. The guy asked what he was getting at. The man continued that maybe some kind of antique jewelry or some kind of accessory. Then he pointed his finger at the ring. Aigan replied that he had not seen anything like that there. The man said that if so, then that's all he wanted to tell him. Then he added that someone really wanted to meet him and looked back. It was a girl named So Ryu from the Red Dragon clan who greeted our hero and asked if he could give her what belonged to her sister So Hava. Most schools expand their powers through their own schools of thought. For example, occultists through the demon cult, the poor through the beggar sect, and monks through the Shaolin children. However, the 7 great clans are different. Some members have very strong martial arts, but there are only 100 of them at most, so they don't have much influence in Kanho. Therefore, they began to recruit people and accept their family if they were faithful and strong enough. But sometimes this was not enough, so they recruited orphans. So Hva and So Ryu are just such children. These 2 girls were together even before they joined the clan. However, So Hwa was raised as a maid, while So Ryu was raised as a warrior. The latter was lucky enough to study with Pekchi-te, and she became a member of the Red Dragon Squad in her last years of youth. Even then, So Hwa always worried about her and took care of her. Even though they weren't blood sisters and couldn't see each other often after they joined the clan, both girls were family, the strongest of all. After some time, our hero and the girl simply walked silently through the garden, accompanied by a ghost. The old man could not stand it and said that even he was already embarrassed. Let him say at least something. The young man replied that he did not know how to start a conversation. The sacred blade of immortality advised us to talk about martial arts. The guy asked what arts she learned from her uncle. So Ryu replied that they were mostly related to defense and killing, like shadow moonwalk. She studied this because she wanted to go with her sister to Kanho. Aigan muttered, which is understandable, and had absolutely no idea what to say next. The old man replied that he also had no idea. Suddenly, Hachan Moyunjin appeared and started waving at him. The young man noted that they were simply his saviors and came on time. The young man asked in surprise why he was smiling so widely. But in general, it doesn't matter. Let him scold his little brother, since he doesn't want to play with him. The boy replied that what was the point if he still lost all the time. Our hero replied that they would sort out their duel tomorrow. Don't let them fight. Jin exclaimed that he would go to train then. So Ryu noted that they didn't seem to be having a boring time. The guy asked if it really seemed like that from the outside. Suddenly the voice of Pen, who screamed for Aigan to take her with him, broke up and ran towards him. Why is he going to Chonrim while he is so sick? She will go with him. The guy replied that he said it was impossible. Her father will be too worried. While the girl was rattling off that she would behave well, so let him take her with him. Jin appeared, grabbed her and told Aigan to run away as quickly as possible. Our hero thanked her, and so Ryu bowed. When she saw her, Moe screamed what kind of girl was she with him. On the way, the guy said that there was some chaos going on around today. His friend's sister replied that they simply loved him very much. The young man replied that he would not say that. She is familiar with his position in the clan. Then he added that he would bring Sova's things now, so let him wait a little. The old man said that he doesn't like Ryu. She hasn't told him about all the techniques she knows and looks at him askance. Aigan replied that this was not surprising because her sister died protecting him, who was useless. The sacred blade of immortality asked that he would really allow her to continue to be offended by him. The guy replied that if she wants it. The man replied that he was wrong. A young man should not ridicule the wishes of a child who died for him. There is nothing more stupid than sacrificing yourself for the sake of a useless person. Was he really going to tell that girl that her sister saved someone who didn't deserve to be saved? Let the young man not lie to himself in order to feel better. Gan then handed her the box and said that there was nothing like that in there. Just things she used often. After which our hero asked if she hated him. The girl was surprised by this question. The guy said he was asking if she despised him for living a joyful life after her sister died. So Ryu replied yes. The young man deliberately lives a good life. Gan promised So-hwa that he will not give up and will cure this disease. He promised her that he would live to be 100 years old. The young man will definitely kill the one who killed her sister and his friend. It doesn't matter what awaits him. The girl saved him because she believed he deserved to be saved. So Ryu replied that she despised him, but didn't think he wasn't worth saving. My sister often mentioned him. Then she handed him an envelope and said that she had brought something. This is part of the letter she sent her. So-hwa always told her stories about him. She always heard so many good things about him that she was even jealous. Therefore, how can anyone possibly believe that he is not worthy of salvation? The young man noted to himself that she learned to read and write from him in order to send letters to her sister. Then the young man noticed that there was something in the envelope. A few days later, the master told the young master to get ready as they had a long journey ahead of them. Already in the carriage, the guy took out the letter and decided to reread what was written there, namely, that the next day Gan said that he did not remember this. She couldn't even imagine that he was walking in his sleep. A couple of days ago, the old man said that sleepwalking is common in children, but he even cooked pies and talked to people. Is this possible? The guy replied that this doesn't only happen to him. He was shocked when he woke up and realized that he was washing his face. However, there was something else that interested him in the letter. It said that he brought this ring before taking a nap. Said he didn't need it, so she was sending it to her sister. Let him sell it if he doesn't have enough money and buy himself something tasty. The old man exclaimed that in his days it was fashionable, and it contained topaz. Our sofa hero asked if it was his. The old man answered yes. He used to wear this ring. The guy noted that the guys who attacked him wore the same rings. Why then did So-ryu give it to him and not his uncle? The sacred blade of immortality suggested that the girl might suspect his relative. When they stopped for a rest, the master said that they would arrive tomorrow and spend the night at this place today. Now he will take out the chairs and bring a blanket, so please let him sleep in the carriage. The young man objected that he did not need it. Covering him with a blanket, the girl said that there was no need to be modest. The guy replied that it's not cold now, but thank you. The old man noted that they seemed to be worried about him, since he was fragile. Our hero replied that it was not the same, he was just a little tired. Then the servant handed him a plate and said that there was not much there, but please let him eat. Tomorrow he will be able to get more suitable food. Gan replied that this was more than enough. When our hero tried it, she replied that it was delicious. The young man exclaimed in surprise, "Thank you." The old man asked how harmful he had been before, since his subordinate reacted like that. The guy replied that then he behaved like a spoiled child. It was easy to wail over food and blankets. Suddenly there was a piercing cry that a wild boar was running towards them. Our hero noted that the barbecue had arrived. The master asked the young master to stay behind his back, after which he ordered his subordinates to immediately deal with this problem. The young people immediately rushed at the animal and began trying to neutralize it. Suddenly, another boar appeared, heading straight towards our hero. The young man wanted to kill him himself, but a girl materialized as if out of nowhere and struck him straight in the forehead with a sword. The ghost noted that this is Chonrim's cloud walk. Just let him see how to handle Qigong. The guy muttered, "So that's what it was, cloud walk. She really moves like she's walking on clouds." The master was surprised that he managed to recognize her method. Plus, the young master had already looked at this place where the boar came from the very beginning. He knew about the animal's appearance before he noticed it. The young man told him that he wanted to learn swordsmanship a month before their trip to Chonrim. Perhaps he still has a talent for learning sword skills that Mr. Ha-chun has not mastered. The next day, they brought the boars to the village and our hero said that he would like to sell the meat. He'll save it for the boss, so let them take care of it. Handing over the coin, he added that he would like to stay there. The man exclaimed that they didn't have much space, but let him feel at home. It seems they didn't talk about heading southwest. They will reach the village in 4 or 5 days. However, these lands have been quite dangerous lately. Recently, several people died from the clutches of a tiger. Even famous hunters were invited, but he is not sure that he was caught. The guy noted to himself that they have Jin Li Yen and Ninchi Pyun, so everything should be in order. I thanked him out loud for the information provided. The master handed him a sword and told him to take it, since his weapon was too large and heavy. This one is better for training. He also said that he wanted to study the skill of the blade of heaven and earth, but this technique requires more than a month of hard training. Therefore, how about learning the technique he used before? When the young man asked if he was talking about the shadowless sword pavilion technique, the young man was very surprised. This sect was founded before the birth of Aigan. They became famous for their mesmerizing and fast sword techniques. After one of their students stole the secret of the Wudan generation and escaped, the sect began to disintegrate. The Murim alliance and other close clans turned their backs to the shadowless sword pavilion, and its members began to lose their positions in Kanho, and one by one, everyone dispersed. This is how this sect disappeared. Our hero clarified whether he was sure that he would be able to master this. The man replied that it was just a sword technique, so everything would be fine. The young man told the gentleman to look at him carefully. Our hero did not understand what he could see when his back was turned towards him. While the guy was talking about how he couldn't see the technique when his back was turned to him, the young man turned sharply and pointed the sword straight at his head. Aigan was shocked and didn't understand what it was all about. He didn't even have time to see his movements. The master said that it was just a trick. He could teach him if the guy wanted. The old man noted that this was a blatant lie. What a trick. Ninchi Pyun is trying to teach him the Shadowless Sword Pavilion sect's generation secret technique. The sect fell when their disciples stole the secret of the Wudan sect. But the most critical event was the ambush of the sect by heretics and members of a demonic cult. Before his death, his mentor told him not to try to restore the clan. Let him save his life and find someone who can master their sword techniques. Thus, the Shadowless Sword Pavilion disappeared. However, the chain of actions of the heretics was not interrupted. Ninchi Pyun wandered throughout Kanho. The number of murders became huge, and he received the nickname, the Demon of the Bloody Blade. But alone in the field is not a warrior. The young man was ambushed in the mountains, and his bloody merits were interrupted. If he had not met Pek Ryu-san then, he would have been destroyed on the spot. Nin told him not to waste his time. He has already buried the secret of the Wudan sect. He remembers him, but won't tell him anything. The man replied that he didn't need it. He has the Heaven and Earth Blade and immortal martial arts. Why would he worry about some secret sword technique? He intervened because the fight was unfair. This is how the young man owed his life to Pek Ryu-san, which is why he joined the clan. Now, he is a loyal fan of the clan, but his duties include passing on the secret of the Shadowless Sword Pavilion. The secret can only be comprehended by those who were born with heightened premonitions and concentration. He was unable to teach it to young Master Hachun because he was not qualified to learn such a technique. But if it is an Aigan with heightened senses due to the blockage of ki, then he will be able to learn everything. The master decided to start with training aimed at sharpening the most basic senses. He only needs to catch the apple with his back to it. Let him feel the breath and sword of his opponent, which are behind him. He should even feel the falling leaves. These are the basics of this technique. The guy noted that it was similar to the Tian'an meridians. The old man replied that this technique is a little tougher, but it seems to be based on divine abilities. The master suddenly shouted that he was throwing an apple and hit our hero right in the face. The man said that he was impressed that Aigan was able to understand when he was throwing and reacted quickly enough. The young man replied that he believed that it would be too arrogant to want to learn the Shadowless Sword Pavilion technique so quickly. The master replied that it was true. It took him a long time. Our hero caught him and asked what the name of this technique was. The guy replied that there is light without shadow. Aigan said that this is a pretty cool technique, so why did he devalue it? Nin Chi Pyun answered because the world does not recognize this skill. He was going to get the patriarch's agreement to train him if the technique seemed interesting to him. Our hero, taking out earplugs, asked him to stop, since he could not understand what he was saying when he covered his mouth. The master asked in surprise what from when. Gan replied that he threw an apple. The man was surprised that he was not taught to read lips, but he can do it. He also realized that the apple was flying in his direction without hearing or seeing anything. The master exclaimed that he needed to try again, but this time without the plugs. A girl came out of the room and said that the medicine was ready and he needed to hurry. So the young man told the teacher that they would continue tomorrow. The man believed that he was a genius. The guy was different from Mr. Ha-chun. Gan is ideal for studying light without shadow. The young man asked why she was in such a hurry. Maybe something had happened. But then I saw a bunch of cats and dogs in front of me. The girl noted that the medicine seemed to have a scent that attracted animals. The old man said that he heard that this grass grows on rocks because it attracts animals. Our hero asked why he was talking about this only now. Apparently, yesterday's boars also came because of her. He then wondered that the tiger might also come because of the smell of medicine. The elder replied that tigers could smell their scent from miles away, so there was a possibility. Gan said that if you think about it, this herb is called Great Tiger. It must have a lot of energy. Sacred Blade asked if he was sure that trying to get this energy was worth the animal's bite. A few days later, in the mountains near the village, the brother and sister were walking, and the boy said that he was hungry. The girl replied that the chestnut tree must be somewhere nearby. Let him be patient. The kid really hoped that those tiger hunters had left. They have been eating their food for 2 months now. The girl asked who else could kill a tiger if not them. Plus, the elders said that you can't go to the mountains until the tiger dies. Then she saw a chestnut tree and exclaimed that there it was. The boy offered to bet on who could collect more, but his sister was afraid that he might fall. Suddenly, the girl smelled a strange aroma and realized that it was a tiger trap. A moment later, a huge log began to fly at them, and she pushed the boy with all her strength. Having caught his breath a little, the baby began to ask his sister if she was okay. But the girl did not answer as she was unconscious. The child was very scared and begged his sister to come to her senses. Next came the hunters, who wondered what kind of children these were. The man noted that she was lucky to survive such a strong blow. The kid really asked to help him. But the hunter hissed if he knew how much effort they spent on making these traps. Then he kicked him in the chest with all his might. Then he lifted his sister up and said that she was cute, but she acted so cold-bloodedly in the village. Now it will be a lot of fun. We need to call other guys. The kid took a stone and threw it with all his strength at the man's head, shouting that he should not touch his sister. The young man immediately grabbed the ball and shouted that how dare he throw stones at him, the one who came to save his village. The boy, stuttering, said that he should turn around. The young man replied that he really wanted to say that there was a tiger behind him. What a pathetic trick. Our hero hissed that he was not a tiger, after which he said that he knew that this world was cruel to those who have empty pockets, but to such an extent. The hunter thought that such a wealthy gentleman had completely forgotten in the mountains. Then he said that he didn't know who he was, but it was better for him to leave and not interfere. Gan was sorry to use light without shadow on such a scumbag like him, but I had to. After the blow, he noted that there was a lot of blood around, and it was good that the guy was in a red outfit. The old man said that he had to make everything cleaner. The master who observed all this stated that it was incredible. The young man replied that it was not difficult. The young man then turned to the boy and asked if he could stand up. But the child only muttered that his sister was not feeling well. Our hero told the teacher that it was necessary to take these two with him into the carriage. The man replied that it was good. On the way, the kid told the young master that it would be dangerous in the village. The guy replied that they should go there to take care of his sister. The boy explained that the guy was from a group of tiger hunters. It consists of more than 20 people, and their captain is a very scary man. Paying attention to the signal light, the baby noted that he probably already knew about everything. They are definitely screwed, as they want to gather all the hunters. You need to run away as soon as possible. Gan asked, "That isn't the fire expensive enough?" The master noted that you can tell by the color that it is cheap. This was used by the low-class scum of the heretic faction. The guy replied that perhaps he was right. They don't seem that strong. Nin replied that he would not allow him to fight with someone strong either. Meanwhile, the captain of the tiger hunters, Kan Manhwa, wanted to know who raised a hand against their son. Paying attention to the approaching carriage, the young man exclaimed that it was definitely them. First of all, the formidable head saw a familiar symbol on the flag, which was fluttering in the wind. Therefore, he immediately fell to his knees and began to lament that he did not know that they were from the Pek and Chonrim clan. Let them please forgive him. While the boy was in shock, our hero said that he had said that there was no need to worry. The master ordered him to introduce himself. The man replied that he was Kan Manhwa, the captain of the tiger hunters. They only hunt and eat mountain animals, nothing more. He even has a simple nickname, Mountain Dragon. The guy noted that he had never heard such a thing. Another said that in their time, people give nicknames to everyone. He is a divine dragon by name alone. The captain started talking that they say that only a diamond can carve a diamond. They did a lot to catch the tiger. But the teacher interrupted him and said that he didn't care. He doesn't monitor his subordinates well. How dare they even offend the village children? Gan said that he will be held responsible if his sister does not wake up. The kid thought to himself that no one could even point a finger at the tiger hunters, but these people humiliate them so easily. Suddenly, the baby began to cry bitterly and began to thank our hero. After some time, Gan was happy with the free check-in and flower bath to boot. Looks like the tiger hunters really made their lives miserable. The villagers treat them like heroes. The young man noted that he had overexerted himself today. The training would not have been possible for him if not for the medicine. Jin Li Yen helped a lot with its preparation. It looked like she was doing magic. When the young man felt that the water began to cool, he realized that it was time to get out. The ghost said that he also wanted to take a hot bath. Is the guy happy that he enjoyed her during his trip? Gan replied that perhaps he should put his sword in hot water and wait until it rusts. Seeing the girl, the young man was surprised what she was doing in this place so late. When asked why she was not sleeping, Jin Li Yen replied that she thought something had happened to this village. The guy replied that several people had died from the paws of a tiger, so the atmosphere was unfavorable. She replied that she thought there was something else. Gan asked that she could really look into the past. The girl replied that no, she couldn't do that. Yen is a student of the fighting flower, or rather, 2 blue flowers. Jin is a student of 2 schools, but mostly she studied martial arts. The guy noted that it meant there were others who were studying something else. The girl answered yes. There are disciples of the flower of duty. Their symbol is a red flower. They study martial arts, but mostly focus on healing, illusion techniques, and spells. The elder said that the Chonrim disciples of the flower of duty are very talented, but he needs to focus on the sword. The guy replied that he still didn't want to study such things. It's not cool to try to create illusions during combat. The sacred blade of immortality exclaimed that yes, a man should be able to wield a sword. Our hero then asked if she could catch ghosts or spirits. Yen replied that yes, such a case had already happened. There was a wealthy family respected by their neighbors for their generosity, but there were rumors that the children of that family were dying one after another for no reason. People thought that a demon or a phantom was to blame for everything, and on the roof was Dokebi, who was hanging everyone by her hair. So she destroyed it, being a student of the fighting flower. The young man noted that it was simply amazing. Jin replied that it was the responsibility of the Chonrim people. They need to help those who are troubled by spirits or supernatural beings. When the guy asked if this was for the sake of justice, the girl replied that yes, but spirits and various demons are different from ordinary animals. Pisu's eyes are more valuable than any jewels, and the eagle dragon's claws are stronger than any metal. If you cleanse the energy core of a creature, it will turn into a magical medicine. Looking at the young man's reaction, the elder asked him to wipe off his drool. Having collected his thoughts, our hero noted that this was very interesting. The girl replied that yes, but now the question of the village is on the agenda. Usually, these balls do not make a sound, but if there is an otherworldly creature nearby, then they ring on their own, like this. Gan asked if this works with any silver balls if hung on a red string. The girl replied, no. These were made by the patriarch himself. Our hero clarified that this was somehow a thread that was on her hand when she cleaned the necklace with the piece UI. Yen replied that yes, he has a very good memory. The young man stated that it turns out that she earns money by selling such things. No matter how good someone is at martial arts, everyone needs something to live on. Jin replied that sometimes they sell the energy cores of the creatures they catch, and sometimes they give miraculous medicines to the emperor and receive a reward in return. They also sell herbs periodically. They have a special friendship with plants. The guy replied that he couldn't imagine it. Lee said that the Shaolin elixir and purple perilla medicine would not exist if they did not exist. The guy asked if these weren't very well-known medicines that could even resurrect the dead. Suddenly, the silver balls began to ring louder, and the girl noted that it seemed that they were already close. Let them stay back when they encounter an otherworldly creature. He, of course, has a PSU necklace, so the spirit won't be able to attack him, but it's better to be on the safe side. Aigan noted to himself that, apparently, she allowed him to go with her because of the necklace. The old man coughed and said that he was invited to get rid of the spirit himself. This says a lot. The guy asked whether these balls reacted to him. Perhaps they are simply wasting time. The former patriarch replied that he had already passed through the realm of the daily spirit. There's no way this thing will smell him. Then he crept up to the girl and told the young man to watch carefully. Then the sacred blade of immortality wanted to pick up this ball, but it began to be struck like lightning. The girl immediately grabbed our hero, and in just 2 leaps, she was at a great distance from the place where they stood. Yen noted that they rang so loudly. Apparently, he was too close to them. This spirit must be much more dangerous than she thought. The guy said that he couldn't breathe. Meanwhile, in the forest, some girl ran up to the guy, and he noted that she had been hiding there all this time. How cute it was. The girl said that she heard that trash-chan, So Yen, came in a carriage with the hunters. The young man asked her to watch her language because someone might hear her. Suddenly, Yen appeared in front of them, who stated that she knew that the spirit had already taken possession of the residence. The young man asked in surprise what brought her to them. And in general, in the sense of what she means by the word, possessed. He knows that Chin is from Chonrim, but that's rude. When our hero said behind his back that it was scary, the guy got very scared and asked when he even managed to come. Aigan replied that he came with her. The girl suddenly opened a jar of some liquid and splashed it in Huran's face. The young man exclaimed what she just did. Yen replied that she suspected that something was wrong with this village from the moment she heard about the tiger attack. When someone dies from the clutches of a tiger and becomes restless in spirit, he sometimes turns into Ekai Changvi. Now let the otherworldly creature show itself. Our hero noted that he looked even more evil than he expected. The demonic creature was very angry because of the exposure and rushed to attack the girl. Jin said that he needs to be beheaded, but she doesn't want to kill an innocent person. Therefore, I simply struck Ekai Changvi with my hand during the flight so that he would not have time to do anything. Then the otherworldly creature walked towards the guy with whom he had had nice conversations before. But a young man appeared in time, and with one blow of his sword neutralized the demonic creature. The girl was shocked by what she saw and asked how he managed it. Aigan replied that she said to attack him if he tried to attack him. Yen replied that yes, but the spirit cannot be cast out by an ordinary person. After which they noticed that a clot of the demon's internal energy remained on the ground. The young man brought it to his mouth and noted that it did not smell particularly pleasant. Chin immediately screamed at him not to eat it. Our hero replied that, okay, he wouldn't because he looked too suspicious. The girl added that she would clean it and then give it back. In response to all these loud screams, people began to come running and ask what had happened. After hearing the explanation, the old man said that he realized that they were unusual people, but to drive out Ekai Changvai was simply incredible. The man then apologized for the late introduction and said that his name was Kavak Sunho from the Tiger Hunters. Then he thanked them for saving their youngest. The elder heard that they were heading to the Xi'an region, but there were many tigers in this area. Their leader controls all the others. They usually don't go where they're going, but it's still best to be on the lookout. Our hero thanked him and noted to himself that he not only received a bundle of energy, but also useful information. On the way, the guy talked about how in Xi'an he would need to eat the last medicinal herbs. Yen replied that tigers are still dangerous creatures, but they should not smell the aroma since the guys sealed the medicine with wax. Suddenly, they heard the roar of a tiger, somewhere very close, and the master told the young master to be careful, after which he climbed onto the roof of the carriage so that he could have a better view. A moment later, a tiger appeared right above him, and the man, without being confused, stuck a sword into his heart. Then the carriage was attacked by another ferocious animal, which appeared as if from somewhere. But the guys inside pierced the wall with a sword so that the tiger would come across the tip. Thanks to quick and well-coordinated work, the animal was immediately killed. Looking at the killed tigers, the young man became interested in whether they had clots of energy. The girl replied that these are the most ordinary animals. The young man said that it turns out that then the great tiger must be much larger. Yen replied, yes. The guy immediately said that it was necessary to move on as soon as possible before they stumbled upon him. The master noted that this was a good decision. Meanwhile, in the forest, at the residence of the tiger hunters, the guys told the captain that they would move forward. The man added that he accepted the request without discussing how he was going to defeat the great tiger. I don't want to die. The leader noted that this was probably why he communicated with the Peck clan and gave them information. The old man countered that the son of this clan saved Sungchil. The captain objected that it turned out that he didn't care that he had killed another of their people. Kvak Sun Ho replied that it was a deserved death. In any case, after he saw the spirit, he is no longer going to participate in this. It is also better for the head to refuse if life is precious. But the man replied that he was too gentle, so let him get out of here. After which he turned to other subordinates and said, why be afraid of them? Because these creatures can simply be killed if they really exist. The guys supported him. Suddenly, a young man ran into the room and said that they had found even more tigers. Apparently, they are chasing the Peck clan. Everyone immediately gathered to follow him, saying that this is great, now they can look at the leader. The sect leader noted that Dusum has been trying very hard lately. The guy replied that he needed to avenge his dead friend. The tigers must have attacked the Peck clan's carriage. The captain said they were rich. They hardly need skins. Another suggested lying in wait for them and stealing the corpses. When they approached the mountain, they were surprised that they would really have to climb it. But the young man said that this place was right below it. The head of the clan grabbed him and asked if he had been mocking him for an hour. The guy asked him to remember what he told him to do. The man asked him to show the way to the main tiger. Then he pierced his body with his claws. A moment later, the guy transformed into an otherworldly creature and the captain screamed in horror. But he came to his senses in time and with one movement of his hand cut off the demon's head. Seeing the burning eyes around, one of the guys began to say that they needed a network. The captain objected that it would work against one tiger, but there were too many of them. Meanwhile, the master stated that it should now be clean. He will go and throw away the bloody things. But suddenly the guys heard a loud growl again, somewhere very close. Everyone immediately surrounded Aigon, as the most important thing was to protect the young master. Suddenly, a huge white tiger appeared and placed the captain's head in front of them, which muttered for help. The guy was shocked that he could even speak. The girl replied that this was not an ordinary big tiger, but an Ikai. This powerful otherworldly creature is called the two-headed Ikai tiger. The young man noted that he was much stronger than other spirits. The old man thought that if he has two heads, then there must also be two clots of energy. The master gave the order for the secret misty group to attack the tiger from the sides. When the mentor got closer to the animal, he immediately struck him in the neck with his sword, but this had no effect. The man was surprised at how he could be so strong. It was as if the sword had passed through a piece of rubber with metal parts. But the tiger was absolutely not interested in the master. At the same moment, he rushed towards the young gentleman, who was standing near the carriage. The girl immediately grabbed the young man and moved with him to another place. The young man noted that their cart was now broken. The teacher understood that at this rate, he would not be able to protect Aigan. Having first asked the guy for forgiveness, the master began to quickly press on some points on his body. When Aigan passed out, Nin told Yen to take him to Xinyan and they would deal with those tigers. Then he stood in front of the two-headed tiger Ikai and exclaimed that he needed to fight him. On the way, the guy thought that they were taken by surprise. The ghost said that they were still alive and that was good. Those people do everything to follow orders, so don't blame yourself. The young man could not believe that he was unable to do anything for those who constantly risked their lives for him. Then he asked the sacred blade of immortality if it could inhabit his body in order to unblock his pressure points. The old man replied that if he did this, his lifespan could be shortened, or he would die altogether due to the depletion of the energy core. Does Gan really want to sacrifice the fact that she was desperately trying to save So-hwa? Our hero said that at least even after death, he does not want to be ashamed of himself. The elder replied that he would tell him what to do, so let him try to free himself. Since his blood circulation has had certain problems since birth, he doubts that the blockage occurred correctly. The girl thought to herself that who knew that they would meet the two-headed Akai tiger, she only read about him in books. Master Nin must be no longer alive. Still, she needs to focus on what she can do now. Therefore, she asked Aigan to be patient for a while, but suddenly he put a dagger to her face and ordered her to turn her horse back. Yen wondered how he even managed to unblock the pressure points and why he was eating bark. The young man said that there was no time to explain. Let him act faster. Also, if she has something with her, then please lend it to him, whether it's an elixir or something similar. The elder said that he felt spiritual energy from the bottle on her belt. Gan immediately said that this thing is very similar to the silver spirit imprisonment bottle. While Chijin was explaining that it contained mineral water that the master had collected in the deepest corners of Chonrim, our hero had already begun to drink it. The girl advised him to wash his sword with it, as it has the power to expel evil. Aigan said that they are now heading back to save Leader Nin and the others. Yen replied that it was good. She also thought that it would be more correct. Our hero added that he would repay her for the medicine he gave her with the essence of the two-headed Ikai tiger. Meanwhile, the master told Mu Qian to protect Pil Huan, but the guy objected that he could still fight. Nin replied that he was in the way. Let him focus on stopping the bleeding. Then he looked at the two-headed tiger and noted that this creature did not even look tired. The worst part is that his wounds heal instantly. It was necessary to aim straight at the head. He mentally turned to Patriarch Peck and said that he would repay the debt. The man used the life he saved to save his son. The young man has no choice but to cut off the head of the two-headed tiger by any means necessary. With a cry, "Die, monster!" The young man was about to rush at him but suddenly heard Yen's voice. The girl screamed for him to leave his right head to her. The man was surprised why she came back at all and what happened to the young master. Jin replied that they came together and Aigan would kill the tiger. The master thought that she had really gone crazy. Next came a young man who said that he would stop being distracted by empty talk. Taking note of his stance, Nin noted that this was the technique the patriarch had used when saving his life. It's the same technique as back then. Our hero jumped high into the air to use the third form of the Heaven and Earth blade, after which the young man sharply struck the area where the two heads join the body. The master was shocked that he killed this monster with one blow of a sword that was not even filled with ki. The technique of this strike is simply perfect. The ghost exclaimed joyfully that that was all. It is much easier to raise a sword than to implant its spirit in the body of a young man. He will call it one blow of the possessed. Isn't it great? It's been a long time since they raised a sword together. The old man did not pay any attention to the fact that the guy was clearly feeling bad. When the young man fell exhausted to the ground, everyone became worried and began to run towards him. Aigan was in a lot of pain, and it seemed like he was going to die. The girl asked him to hold on, and the teacher shouted why he acted so riskily. He and the Secret Mist team were simply doing what they had to do. If something happened to him, he would not forgive it on his own. Suddenly, the young man simply vomited on the teacher, who was scolding him. Fortunately, after this, they came across the hunter Kvek and his team, receiving help from them. Looking at the corpse of the killed two-headed Ikai tiger, the man noted that he had never seen anything like this before in his life. The guy noted that this means you can get a lot of money for this. The skin of this creature would definitely be worth a lot. Kwak Sun Ho replied that just one head would cost 300 yang, but something so strong must surely have an essence. Haven't they found it? The young man thought to herself that, of course, they found it. He plans to take one for himself after it's cleared. Then he asked where they could sell the tiger skin. Sunho replied that he heard that the head of the Xinyan district is looking for someone to buy such an item from, but he is very greedy and is always trying to get a profit. They will definitely have to sell the skin at a low price. But will this suit them at all? Our hero smiled and thanked him for the information. Meanwhile, the man wrote to the Muri judge that he had heard that he wanted the tiger skin. He'll sell him the one he got, so he hopes they can have a cup of tea and talk for a while. Suddenly, the head of the Xinyan district, Chan Chem-kung, was rushed by a subordinate shouting his name. The man exclaimed that he scared him. The young man said that some people had brought a tiger skin and were waiting outside. The head shouted, "Didn't he say to give them a few silver yang and send them away?" The guy objected that they were asking for 500. The manager noted that they were brazen thieves and needed to be arrested. Showing his face, the young man replied that the guys tried, but they beat them badly. Chian Chem-kung shouted that they were all useless. How dare those people even beat up official employees just because they know a few fighting techniques? The man ran out into the street and shouted that how could these plebeians even dare to stage such a performance? Let him bow down to him immediately. Our hero asked if he was sure that he wanted Aigan to bow to him. Let him finish saying what he wanted. Looking at the master, Kong wondered if this was not the leader of Nin from the secret team of the Peck family. It turns out that standing in front of him are members of the Peck clan, the greatest Sohn sect. The man immediately asked how he was doing. The teacher replied that he was currently on a mission for this family, so he could not tell the details, but they were traveling with the young master. Our hero immediately introduced himself and said that his name was Ai Gan, nicknamed a pathetic plebeian. The guy heard that he wants to send a tiger skin to Judge Sohn. The manager asked how the guy knew about this. The young man asked why he needed this. He can simply buy it, and the young man will send the skin to his father. Qian thought that if we were talking about Patriarch Peck, then even the judge would personally come to him on the holiday every year and give gifts. Then it is much better to improve relations with Peck Ryu-san instead of him. The man exclaimed that he was so smart and this was just a great idea. The guy warned that there was no need to bargain with him. When the head of the district asked if he needed 500 silver yang, our hero replied that he needed 600. A couple of days later, the master exclaimed that he had heard that the judge was looking for a tiger skin as a gift to the ruling family. He will be upset when he sees this. The patriarch asked him to watch his words in front of the guests, but he can't say that it's incredible. The district head added that he brought it because he thought the tiger would go very well with the aura of the Peck clan. The head of the sect said that since a year had passed since he was hired, he would try to come up with something. Kung replied that he would come running as soon as he called. Aigan's father clarified whether his son slaughtered the two-headed tiger. The teacher replied that he had read his letter. Then why was he asking again? Suddenly the man's face changed and hissed for the mentor to get away. The manager exclaimed that he heard that the young man jumped off his horse and pierced the tiger's neck. Using the blade of heaven and earth, third form, subjugate the dragon and the tiger. The patriarch said that this was not a technique that Aigan could recreate. Is the head of the district sure about this? The man replied that he conveyed what he heard. I thought to myself that it was really true that the head of the clan hated his first son. Suddenly, Ryu began to smile and noted that he had grown so much that he was hiding his achievements out of modesty, but he had no idea. The man replied that he must be very proud of his child. The patriarch replied that he could not believe that he had already grown so much that he had sent him a tiger skin. Kung muttered that this was not really his gift. He bought it from him as a gift to the head of the clan because his birthday is very close. Ryo stated that he needed more security in order to reach Chonrim safely. Chian agreed with him. The head of the clan is confident that the man will be able to cope with this. Let him make sure everything will be fine with him. Kem had no choice but to agree. There is a mountain called the 5 Human Sins. Chonrim is located on the top of this mountain. Standing in front of her, the Grand Master of the Fifth Flower Library, named Yu Chu Shin, noted that he would need time to restore the books that Wuden asked to take care of. Suddenly, some girl decided to attack him and the young man threw the manuscripts up. Catching her hand, Shin said that she could come to him at any time. But can't she see that he is busy with work now? The future disciple of the fifth flower of Chonrim, named Yu Su-rin, replied that an ambush is the most effective means when the target has weakened his defenses. The guy noted that she was simply destined to become a student of the martial arts flower. The girl replied that it was nothing. She's going to change direction anyway and become a librarian. The guys who were walking behind her laughed that she really thought that anyone could get into the library. How does the ambush have anything to do with this? In general, it is better to speak more quietly, otherwise she will cry again. The girl turned around and screamed that she was not crying, she was just upset. The boys exclaimed that she was stupid because it was the same thing. The young man asked her not to cry. Su-rin, in tears, replied that she actually didn't cry. The guy added that he heard that Li Yen had returned. She should arrive soon. They say that the girl is already very close. The girl replied that, in that case, she would go and she and her dad would see each other later. Then she quickly corrected herself and said that, with the master of the library. The man only had time to shout after her so that she could wipe her nose before moving on. Meanwhile, the master asked our hero if he was sure that he could cope without him. The young man replied that everything was fine because he needed to rest. Nin said that then they will wait there. The patriarch sent even more warriors, and thus the Aigan group calmly reached the tree quarter. The guy asked if Yen was sure he could go to the top of the clouds. He had never heard of strangers walking there. The girl replied that the head personally invited him, so everything was fine. Jin asked if he wanted to practice Qigong on the way to the top of the white clouds. The young man replied that yes, because they were in no hurry. A popular activity among Chonrim boys is setting up ambushes as training. Her sister sets up ambushes in a very original way, so they need to practice before they meet her. An hour later, our hero was thinking that maintaining Qigong was more difficult than usual. Perhaps this is due to fatigue from travel. Suddenly, the guy sprained his ankle and noted that he seemed to have sprained his ankle. Yen apologized for the fact that she must have overstressed him without even understanding how he was feeling. I thought to myself that they still have such a long way ahead, but let the young man simply rely on her. Aigan didn't understand what she was even talking about. Seeing the shadow, the younger sister thought about what would really scare her this time, manifesting itself as the wind. When a strong wind rose, the little girl suddenly jumped out of the bushes straight towards the eldest. At the sight of our hero, she was very frightened and exclaimed who he was and why he was sitting on her back. Yen noted that it would be very dangerous to ambush someone in such a place. Su-rin thought to herself that she was not scared at all. The girl thought to herself that 5 years had passed since their last meeting, after which she exclaimed that she rarely even sent her letters. Was she really not bored at all? The girl replied that, of course, she was very bored. The young man felt very awkward, and he asked that maybe she would lower him to the ground first. Meanwhile, the ghost in the background laughed loudly at this. Jin replied that she was not tired at all and that she should hold on tight. The guy objected that no, he was too embarrassed. The sacred blade of immortality was simply torn apart from laughter. Then Yen finally sat down and asked him to tell him if it hurt too much. Our hero replied that everything was fine. The little girl exclaimed that if his leg hurt a lot, he could lean on it. But the young man, with a stony expression on his face, answered briefly, no. The little one thought to herself that he was somehow not good-natured and very different from the people from Chonrim. Su-rin heard that he is from the Pek clan. How is it going there? She has lived in this place all her life, so she does not know at all what is beyond its borders. The guy replied that they are all people, so what could be the difference? The girl saw him with a sword and said that he must be a swordsman, and she was also learning sword techniques. It's great that the patriarch invited him. No one has ever climbed to the top of the clouds without being from Chonrim. The young man began to be annoyed that her mouth would not close, so when the little one asked why he had come at all, Aigan turned to her and sharply replied that he was dying. Su-rin was shocked by the information she heard, and the guy thought that now she should shut up. The little girl thought to herself that this is really why his yin energy is so strong. After which I wondered how sick he was and decided to take a look with just one eye. The little one noticed that his internal energy was definitely very weak, but she didn't see anything special anymore. but maybe he will notice if he uses more force. Then she noted that he had an incredible amount of spiritual power. She is even more than a second-generation Chonrim disciple. How is this even possible? Plus everything that is generally near the young man. Is it really some ordinary ghost? After which the face of the sacred blade of immortality began to appear in front of her. Surin realized that this was no ordinary spirit. Suddenly, she felt that she could not control her internal energy. The strength in her body left her, so she lost her balance and began to fly head over heels. But she was caught in time by the manager, who said that she needed to be careful when using spells. Gi-hak then turned to our hero and said that apparently this girl caused him a lot of problems. But the guy replied that everything was fine and he was pleased to meet him. After some time, Yen talked about how a young man killed a two-headed Ikai tiger while jumping on a horse. Aigan, of course, it was nice that she thought so well of him, but it was too embarrassing. The elder noted that this was incredibly brave, considering that his body is not that strong. The guy replied that he just came to him because of this. Can he help him cure his body's blocked ki channels? In replied that since he had a gift in the form of Pisu's eye, he was simply obliged to help. However, neither spiritual medicine nor qigong will benefit him. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do about it at the moment. The young man asked what he meant by the phrase, "at the moment." Is there really a way to fix this? The man immediately told Li Yan and Surin to leave them for a while as they needed to talk privately. When they left, the patriarch said that he felt that there was no need to talk about this in front of the children. Our hero noted to himself that this was average-level telekinesis. The clan leader then asked when the young man began to see spirits. The guy stated that Gi-hak also saw him and replied that not so long ago, when the old man asked if he knew who it was. The young man replied that of course he was talking to him. The old man was surprised that he could only feel a presence and not see a figure or hear a voice. And Aigan's case is quite interesting. The soul that became attached to the heir of the Peck clan and ensured the presence of the original meteorite sword. Our hero noted to himself that even in the sect no one knows about this, after which the man was dumbfounded and said that this was really the sacred blade of immortality. Our hero answered yes. Hak said that when he was 10 years old, he saw him. In any case, it's better to return to the main topic, improving his condition. In order to heal Gan, 5 channels will be needed. You need to connect the intangible with something tangible. However, this is beyond human capabilities and can be healed with sufficient energy. That is, one can use the spiritual power of the master of the sacred blade of immortality if he enters nirvana. But first, the patriarch would like to first tell his story, which he learned about at their first meeting. The old man asked me to tell him to shut his filthy mouth if he didn't want to end up dying with his neck twisted. The guy immediately said that he asked him to watch his words. Hak said that, simply put, the story is related to the reason why the sacred blade of immortality cannot enter nirvana and remains on earth. But he didn't talk further. He only added that, since he didn't have the right to talk about it, he should ask the elder about it himself. The guy didn't understand how to do this because the man was furious. Injai then took out a drum and explained that it was a resonator that was made from human skin. Our hero, who reached out his hand to touch him, sharply pulled it back. The patriarch added that this was a joke. It was just the skin of a monkey. Let him place his hand on the surface and concentrate. Then he will instantly react to the sound resonating in the soul. When he continued that now, if Mr. Sacred Blade of Immortality speaks, the old man shouted that he was a stupid little man. Meanwhile, outside the door, Surin noted that the patriarch had invited strangers and was talking to them alone. This seemed to have never happened before. Yen replied yes. He seemed to like Gan. I thought to myself that since it was the manager's idea that Aigan be brought from the Peck clan, then perhaps he would invite him to join Chonrim. The younger one asked what they could possibly be talking about there. Jin replied that she didn't know, but the atmosphere was friendly. Suddenly there was a cry with obscene expressions. The sisters were surprised that it was really the voice of the patriarch. What did Aigan do? The elder was furious and shouted that who would have thought that this little thing would offend him? Did his parents teach such a thing? Hak objected that he was right. The dead should go to nirvana. It will be good for both him and Aigan. The Sacred Blade of Immortality asked. What does he even want from him? Is there a way or not? The manager said that Of course there is, but before telling you he would like to pick up Aigan in Chonrim. The guy asked if he wanted the guy to leave his clan and join Chonrim. Hark replied that it means he abandoned it. A clan is just a house, isn't it? The elder said that the young man was a martial arts warrior of the Peck clan. He cannot join their sect. Guy replied that a few days ago he received a letter from the Peck clan. They really want the young man to be cured. Aigan understood from the seal that this letter was sent personally by his father. Hark continued that without the spiritual power of the sacred blade of immortality, another method would have to be found. However, such a task cannot be entrusted to outsiders. The elder objected that the Peck clan were his direct heirs. Our hero replied that he would not mind joining them. He can't become a young patriarch anyway, so it would be an honor for him to join Chonrim. The patriarch replied that this was the right decision, and the sacred blade of immortality began to be indignant that how could he even do this. The young man objected that he couldn't sit quietly and just wait for his death. The old man replied that there was logic in his words, but at what cost? Aigan said that now, of course, it is difficult to give an exact answer. You need to get approval from the clan elders and deal with other problems. A few minutes later, the sisters noticed the shadow of a young man and realized that they were already finished. Hark exclaimed that he has a talent that still needs to be looked for. The guy replied that thanks to the manager, he heard a lot of good things, after which the patriarch asked Surin to show them to his dear guest Chonrim. The young man bowed and said that they would see Mr. Manager again before leaving. After some time, the girl showed him everything and said that that blue building was one of the main buildings of the Chonrim military exercises, the Blue Flower Castle. His master is an incredible expert. The tower with the red flag on the roof is a spiritual level castle, and further on is the home of the Flower Dao and the Divine Spirit Group. Including her, the third generation of students numbers about 100. Once they are classified as one of the flowers next year, they will officially become Chonrim trainees. Aigan noted to himself that if he joined too late, he would have to study with these very small children as older students. We need to hurry up. Surin suggested going to the 5th Flower Library. This is a very important place in their sect. She's only been there 3 times. The young man asked that so many times is not too much. She replied that the master was her father, but he did not allow her to come often. The guy asked if entry was prohibited because of the secret books. The little girl replied that it was mainly because of the treasures. Since there are dangerous things there, they need to handle them carefully. The guy thought that, apparently, she was talking about such things as the PCUI necklace. The girl also wanted to become a librarian, but she kept failing the main test. Then she asked what he wanted to become, if he had to choose between a student of the Tao flower and a student of the flower of the arts. The guy replied that he didn't know. I thought to myself that Tao students usually study spells, and art students mainly study martial arts. Therefore, he answered that he would probably become a student of the flower of the arts, because he is from a fighting clan. Surin exclaimed that this was a great idea. Then she added that in fact, there are not only 2 types of students, there are others. There is a purple flower that unites both directions, the flower of honor. Even among Chonrim trainees, only geniuses can get there. The young man was very surprised that there were students of this direction in Chonrim, and this was the first time he had heard about it. Then he said that Jin never talked about it. The little one replied that this was because she too could not become a student of the flower of honor. It must be difficult for her to admit this. The young man muttered that apparently she simply did not have enough knowledge, but her sister objected that no, he could not even imagine how smart Li Yen was. Our hero asked why Surin did not become the student of the Flower of Honor in the first place. The little one exclaimed that she was actually quite good with a sword. The sisters did not get there for various reasons. The whole difficulty lies in a 5-step test, personally invented by the librarian. If you do not pass it, you will not be able to become a student of the Flower of Honor. The little girl said that the great library was right in front of him. The guy noted that the building is located on a mountain, and this is definitely an unusual archive. Approaching the wall, Aigan asked how they were going to get there. Surin replied that not everyone can open this door because there is a formation placed on it. In about 15 minutes, the librarian will let them in. When the young man wanted to touch the door, the sacred blade of immortality warned him late to be careful, and the guy was struck as if by lightning. The man stated that something was trying to look through the body of his heir. Chonrim, as always, is in its repertoire. Suddenly there was a roar, the door began to open, and our hero noted that it turned out to be automatic. Meanwhile, the librarian said that it would be very difficult to do this alone, after which the man heard a roar upstairs and realized that the kids had already come to him on an excursion. Mr. Manager asked him to test the young master from the Peck clan. The old man said that he was a very unusual boy, with the potential to become the Flower of Honor's apprentice. Hearing the heartrending cry of his daughter, the librarian immediately rushed towards the entrance. The man explained that this is a bloody art designed to prevent intrusions. Under no circumstances should you touch them. The sacred blade of immortality explained that this is a sure way to isolate intruders. If you touch the ribbons, sharp fishing lines will fall from the ceiling. Those who do not know about the gate of life will not be able to get out. Aigan noted that the lines that are to his right seem to be a little different from the rest. The elder stated that he recognized the gate of life. Our hero then introduced himself to the librarian, who said that the manager had told him about him. Then he introduced himself, Jiun Shin. The man asked how he managed to open this door. The guy replied that he actually didn't open anything. When the master approached the door to understand what was wrong, he saw that the formation spell painted on the wall had been dispelled. The energy of the metal must penetrate the hand of the person touched in order to recognize his identity. However, instead, the energy was reflected and dispelled the spell. Who did this? The father immediately asked his daughter if it was her, but the girl objected that she had not touched anything. The door opened on its own when Aigan touched it. Shin asked our hero if he had studied spells before. The young man replied that he would never. Chun, looking at him, thought that even he could not reflect the energy of iron without preparation. This means that the words that the boy has potential are very true. After some time, the man replied that Pisu's eye was enough to destroy the formation. Our hero replied that Miss Jin cleared it. If not for her, he would have worn it unaware of the danger. The librarian exclaimed that he really had an uncleaned eye on himself. He was incredibly lucky that he didn't go crazy. On the way, Shin stated that he was carrying 2 treasures with him. The guy was indeed a very unusual child. Aigan asked why 2. Chun replied that he meant his sword. The young man must be aware that he is not simple. The elder noted that, given that a spirit like him is attached to him, the sword becomes the most valuable treasure. Meanwhile, they had already arrived at the center of the great library. The young man was surprised that there was light there, although they were deep inside the cave. The man explained that this is because the ceiling is covered with crystal panels taken from the west. If Aigan joins them, you will have to decide which path you want to take: blue, red, or purple flower. The young man clarified whether by purple flower he meant the Flower of Honor. The librarian said that obviously he could not become a student right away. First, you will have to pass a 5-stage test. Is he ready for it? The guy replied, no. He wants to focus entirely on the sword and will be a simple martial arts student. The sacred blade of immortality supported him and said that here he was, the true heir. Shin exclaimed that it couldn't be. Everyone dreams of becoming a student of the Flower of Honor. Only a select few with martial arts skills, spells, and talent can become one. They are not tied to anything, therefore they are independent. The guys store the treasures themselves and have a huge budget built into them. Usually, this test can only be passed after demonstrating talent. Aigan noted that now it is clear what they're dreaming about, but he came in order to be cured. Therefore, he replied that he did not need it. Chun then suggested becoming a librarian and freely researching books. He will be able to learn martial arts that ordinary students cannot access, and if he wants, he will even learn the skill of the Blue Spirit Sword of Mount Vermilion. Aigan noted that being the Honor Flower's disciple is incredible. The elder said that when he has the Shadowless Sword Pavilion technique in one hand and the Sacred Blade of Immortality in the other, and he stands behind him, then is there anything else needed? The guy noted that his words were true. Our hero asked if he was the only manager in this place. The man replied that among the second generation of students, there are students of the Flower of Honor, but now they are busy with business, so he is alone. The young man noted that it turns out that if he becomes an honor student, he will have little free time. Shin replied that that's true, but there is one thing. If he becomes an honor student, he will be given 2 days off a week, and Gan will also only help for 4 hours a day. He will also help him with martial arts training and spells. Plus, we'll find medicinal herbs and magic cures. The guy replied that it sounded good, and we could discuss the details. The Sacred Blade of Immortality said that he is still a scoundrel. He wants to go there himself, but continues to increase his worth. Chun added that every season there is one middle-class magic medicine and a visit to the doctor for periodic checks. But this must be discussed with the Patriarch first. Gan asked when the test will be. The man had a feeling that he had been tricked, but thoughtfully replied that now they would see if he had the talent to become a student of the Flower of Honor. The guy will immediately move on to the second stage, since the first is to check the resistance of the body, but in this case, this is an optional procedure since he calmly walked around with the P's UI. Su-Rin was shocked that 80 Conrim trainees failed the first stage and he didn't even need to pass it. The second step is to find the letter-eating insect, which is somewhere among the books. He talks about a kai, which eats ink and is the library's main enemy. Then the librarian added that they had a day to find it and the countdown had already begun. He noted to himself that even he had problems destroying this parasite. Even if Gan was born talented, it will still be difficult for him. Concentration is very important here. But a minute later, the young man reported that he had found it. Then he pointed his finger up and said that the insect was there. The man noted that this is not the book in which he hid the parasite. Therefore, I asked if he was sure because you can't point your finger at the sky. But our hero replied that he was sure. When Shin began to leaf through the book, he exclaimed in surprise when a kai managed to arise there again. 1. The young man pointed to some more books and said that everyone else was sitting there. Chun didn't understand how he even managed to do it. When Gan replied that he could hear him slurping the letters, the librarian thought to himself that even he could not hear such a thing. This kid is a talent the likes of which won't be seen in the near future. He had to get it, so he shouted that it had passed. After some time, they came to the inner training hall of the Library of the 5 Great Colors for the third test, passing the field of mixed illusions. It is a formation developed according to the principles of heaven and earth. Those who get there will feel as if the earth and heaven have changed places. There is also fog inside the field, and auditory hallucinations surround the enterer from all sides, which makes it even more confusing. The young man thought to himself that spiritual power barely penetrated the field. Approaching one point, he noted that this must be the gate of life, that is, the exit from the field. The librarian noted that he got out very quickly. This is a new record. How did he even manage to find a way out in such a short time? Gan replied that he also explained the principle of operation of mixed illusions. The man replied that he needed to know the theory, so he explained in general terms. When the guy replied that he was able to find the gate of life by following the flow of spiritual power, Shin exclaimed that this was wisdom bestowed by the heavens. He should definitely become the Honor Flower's disciple. Our hero said that he needed to say something. The expression on his daughter's face was not very good. The Sacred Blade of Immortality noted that it seemed that living in such a cave had robbed him of his sense of compassion. The young man thought that Su-Rin became gloomy the moment he left the field of mixed illusions. Her father immediately began to apologize to her for having to observe a test that she herself had failed to pass. The man was simply upset that no one could pass the third stage, so he was happy because this guy did it so quickly. The girl came to her senses, smiled broadly, and told the master that she was fine. It's great that Gan turned out to be so talented. Su-Rin added that she would leave first so they could talk. They will see Gan tomorrow. The Sacred Blade of Immortality said that it was good that her mood was not so bad. The guy asked if he was sure that everything was fine with her. The man replied that she smiled like that. Isn't it a sign of happiness? Our hero said that the ancestor would have made a simply terrible parent. On the way, the girl burst into tears and thought that it was not Gan's fault. She just doesn't have enough ability, so there's no need to cry. Yusu-chan noted that they went to the library so long ago, but still have not returned from it. Mu Yengel assumed that they had left before they arrived. The girl said that it was very cold outside, so it would be better to return, but Chun Mu-yen objected that we needed to wait a little longer. But in fact, the young man was very tormented by the question of why they had not come out yet. Perhaps Aigan is throwing wedges at Surin. For example, he asks how she views living her whole life on his beautiful estate instead of the gorge. The girl replies that this is just a great idea, dear. Having imagined this picture, the guy became very angry and shouted that he would never allow this to happen. Meanwhile, the baby came out of the room and the guy started asking why she was alone. They heard that Gan is taking the Honor Flower Disciple test. How is his progress in general? When tears appeared in the baby's eyes, Chun Mu-yen thought that she, of course, often cries. But today, the situation is somehow unusual. The young man immediately began asking her what happened. Did that scum really dare to hit her? The girl exclaimed, "What nonsense, this has nothing to do with him." Then she added that it was none of his business at all and ran away. The guys noted with disappointment that they had waited so long for nothing, so it was definitely time to go back. The young man replied that if they want to go, then let them go, but he needs to meet this guest. Friends said that in this case, they would wait a little longer and go if he did not come out soon. The young man replied that it was good and felt how some insect bit him on the neck. After some time, our hero noted that they talked until sunset. The librarian had many questions for him. The old man stated that, nevertheless, it is nice to know that he is trying to help. The treasures that Chonrum holds may indeed have an impact on his healing. The guy replied that it was a great relief. 1. The immortal sacred blade said that he seemed to be worried about that girl. Our hero replied that it was not much. The old man replied that envy is a common feeling. There is no need to worry. How can crows quietly look at the virtues of a white heron? Aigan asked if he was a genius from birth. The old man replied that at 20 years old, he had no equal in the West. The young man noted that this was what he was thinking about. Geniuses cannot understand the feelings of ordinary people. It is normal for the latter to feel insecure in front of talent. It would be great to focus on self-development rather than emotions. The elder said that he did not know about his past life, but now he was the same as the former patriarch. Don't pretend to understand everything. Suddenly, young people approached them and asked if our hero was Aigan. They then introduced themselves as Yoksu-chan and Mu Yangel, adding that it was nice to meet you. After which the third said that his name was Chun Mun-yen, and he was waiting for him because he wanted to ask him something. The guy clarified what happened. The young man said that Surin came out of the library in tears, but did not say the reason. The guy asked what was wrong. The new acquaintance sternly asked if he knew why she was crying. Our hero noted to himself that he was behaving somehow strangely. Then he said that he was somehow in a negative mood for asking for a favor. If the girl didn't explain anything, then he has no reason to tell. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the guy's friends began to tell him that it was time to go. That's enough. But the youth was very angry and swung his hand to strike Aigan, shouting that he should just tell him. The young man immediately grabbed his arm and tripped him so that the attacker fell to the ground. The guys immediately began to worry about him and ask if he was okay. The elder noted that using an opponent's strength against him is very good. The young man said that he should look at him. He's not himself. Mu Yengel said that Chun Mun-yen very rarely behaves like this. Our hero noticed that a flea jumped from his opponent onto another young man. When Yoksu-chan asked if his brother was okay, the guy silently elbowed him in the face. Our hero noted to himself that he felt that his behavior was strange. This is all similar to the situation with Akai of the two-headed tiger. The young man, who was hissing that he wouldn't let him go so easily, was emanating a palpably ominous ki. After this, Chun Mun-yen rushed to attack Aigan, who managed to dodge in time and kick him in the back. Feeling pain, the guy saw a huge bruise on his leg. The elder said that he struck, but he himself was injured and it was terrible. The enraged enemy was not going to give up and again rushed at our hero. Putting his hand on his sword, Aigan said that he had no other choice. The sacred blade of immortality replied that this was true. He should have drawn his sword from the very beginning. When his opponent flew up to him, the young man struck his throat with the handle. The elder was indignant that why he did not hit with the sharp side. His throat needs to be cut. Our hero replied that he was going to become a student of Chonrim, so he should not be harmed. Meanwhile, the opponent's friend came to his senses. He didn't look very good and hissed menacingly that how could he even dare to hit Chun Moon Yen? Suddenly, a girl appeared and kicked him in the face, shouting what these crazy people were doing. The young man was surprised and said that he thought she had already left. The girl replied that she returned because he did not come, and now she needed to run away. On the way, Surin said that she thought that those three were bitten by a rage insect, but how could this creature escape if the Great Library was watching it? The guy asked her to stop because he couldn't run anymore. The little girl exclaimed that at this rate they would catch up with them. Igon said that he hurt his leg while fighting. If he continues to run, he might break it. The little one was surprised how he ran away all this time with such a big bruise. Our hero said that they would stop them at this point. Sue replied that it would be impossible to fight three people who had been bitten by the rage insect. The young man retorted that then we need to make this possible. Looking back, Rin noted that the young people were already catching up with them. Chun Moon Yen hissed that Peck dared to seduce their friend. If they don't unhook from each other while he counts to 3, then the guys will become dead. Igon noted that he can win if he decides to kill these guys, but the problem is the girl. She doesn't seem capable of killing her friends, so he asked if she had any abilities, like throwing fire or something like that. The little one was surprised how a person could do this. Our hero asked what about noise or bright light then? The little girl replied that she would succeed, but she would not be able to move. The young man said that this was enough. The guy is sure that people will see the light and come to help because they are next to the library and he will delay them for now. The girl immediately shouted that the eternal peace of the world, the situation was beyond her control. Therefore, let him quickly and regularly follow her orders. Then an energy beam appeared from her hand. A bright beam of light was visible within a radius of several kilometers. It was hard not to notice him. Igon noted that he had heard that she was good with the ball, but Sue did well there too. Rin is better than them if you put aside the whiny nature. Young people rushed towards them and shouted that how dare they stand so close to each other. Our hero immediately hit Yuksu-chan with a sheathed sword in order not to cause harm. The young man hit Mu Yan-gel in the same way, but only in the throat. The elder noted that his skills had become much better. Our hero noted to himself that his stamina was already running out and he only managed 2. The third one remained, who was the most furious and shouted that how dare he beat his friends. Igon realized that the right hand is a fake. The real attack will be left, but he will not have time to block it with his sword. The voice of an old man sounded in my head, who said that when the pain is too strong, there comes a moment when you forget about it. Then your mind clears. If he stops, he will fall, so you need to move. The young man decided to listen to him and, with all his strength, hit his opponent with his head in the jaw. Watching his opponent fly back, the guy thought to himself that 15 minutes had already passed and he hoped that others would come here soon. The sacred blade of immortality corrected him and said that actually only 5 had passed. In fact, stop wasting time on empty thoughts. It's better to let him take out his sword. Our hero didn't understand what to do because he didn't want to shed blood in Chonrim. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder and said that he really had a Taoist mindset. Even in the most dangerous situation, he does not want to shed blood. It turned out to be a first-class disciple of Chonrim, the future master of the Snow Hermit Pavilion, named Do-sun, who added that he really appreciated his mercy. The girl did not expect to see him at all, so she twitched and the light disappeared. Next came a first-class disciple, the pavilion master of Chigem Blue Flower Castle, named Do-kan. Igan had heard of him before. Perhaps the demonic alliance sect fell at his hands alone. The man said that he heard that he had problems using internal energy. How did he manage to stop the guys with such a body? If he enters Chonrim, then let him come to the castle of the Blue Flower. He would love to become his teacher. Do-sun said that the guy was injured. The student was surprised that he was fighting with a bad leg. What amazing willpower he had. The library master ran towards them and shouted if they were all okay. The men noted that he needed to keep a better eye on his creatures. Shin started asking for forgiveness and saying that it was all because of him. Our hero replied that he was sure that everything would be fine with him after assistance was provided. Sue said that this situation was resolved thanks to him. The guy replied that he couldn't use spells, so they just joined forces. Rin exclaimed that his encouraging words helped her a lot, so she will start holding her head high since she is good with a sword and spells. The next day, everyone gathered for tea at the Chonrim Balance Pavilion. The baby sat with her arms outstretched, on which there were cups, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Our hero noted that she said that she would not cry anymore. The young man noted to himself that the girl was punished for bringing the insect of rage on her unknowingly. I even feel a little sorry for her. The elder replied that a responsible student of the flower would have noticed. By leaving the library first, she also violated her duty. Nin was furious and shouted that Gan had a crack in his bone. Is this really how Chonrim treats its guests? He himself is very fragile. Our hero did not expect the master to be so angry. The patriarch asked for forgiveness and said that there was no excuse for this. They will take full responsibility. The guy carefully said that he was fine. The teacher immediately calmed down and said that his emotions just got the better of him. The clan chief then ordered Do Yen to bring pho tea, a red root they had recently found. The man did not expect such a request and muttered that the patriarch of the Wudun sect asked him. The old man replied that they were also Taoists. He is sure that they will understand if Chonrim slightly delays what he promised. Gan noted that he has quite a lot of power. He became a monopolist in the field of medicinal herbs, a company that holds resources in its own hands. The elder did not understand what he was talking about. A first-class disciple from the border pavilion, named Du Gem, exclaimed that if they delayed what they had promised, they would have to pay 1,000 silver yang. The patriarch replied that a Taoist should not depend on money. Then she told our hero that she would give him some red root. Let him take it with him and accept it later. Suddenly the doors opened and a man appeared, his hair tied up and a bamboo case with golden needles hanging from his belt. Judging by rumors, he saved even the dying with his acupuncture. The head explained that this is the master of the Chonrima Medical Pavilion, but he usually moves around Kanho, so the young man could see him. He called a doctor for an examination. Taking him by the hand, the man noted that his body was very strange. The guy was born with a unique talent, but his body is not suitable for this. Very unlucky. The manager asked why he did not say that he needed the red root of pho tea. The doctor replied that this plant is good at blocking the flow of qi. However, unlike the usual one, red is a spiritual herb with a solar temperament. For Gan, this can be poison. One of those present exclaimed that then, why not send it to the patriarch of the Peck clan as a gift? The man heard that he was sick and believed that this should help. The patriarch noted that he was finally behaving like a true Taoist, so that's what they would do. The doctor said that when everything calms down, he will meet with the head of his clan. This will be his repayment for the kindness he showed to Su-chan. 2 weeks later, the guy said that his legs were fine and his internal energy had been restored. The energy capsule and the two-headed tiger are simply incredible. The elder noted that he had completely blossomed. Gan added that thanks to Lady Jin, who shared the capsule with him, he was able to mix the red root to create a double magic medicine. The young man is sure that this should help his father. The master told the young master that it was time to get into the carriage and hit the road. But suddenly there was a cry, "Wait!" and the guys who attacked under the influence of an insect ran up to them. They asked how our hero's leg was. When the guy replied that everything was fine, the boys handed him roast duck, dried meat and honey, which they themselves had collected for him to eat on the road. Judging by their appearance, the young man realized that they had injured themselves while preparing all this. Then he thanked them. The master noted that they are very kind children. It would be nice if such people were near him. However, young Master Hachun will be very upset if his brother leaves. Our hero replied that the younger one could cope without him. Then she mentally asked the elder if he would be okay. The sacred blade of immortality asked what he even expected from a 12-year-old boy. Meanwhile, I was thinking that my brother had left a decree before going to Chonrim, namely to supervise the investigation into the assassin case. Can the boy cope if he is much weaker than his brother? The young man asked if he was nervous because he looked tense. If yes, then tell him one story and that should help. Then he started talking again about the two-headed tiger. The kid asked him to stop since he and Pil Huan were constantly talking about this. He was already tired of listening to it. But in fact, the younger brother was glad that Aigan's identity in the clan was now being discussed in such a good light. Suddenly, representatives of the Hao clan appeared and reported that they had found a group that was involved in the incident with the assassins. After the attack on the young master, the Peck clan visited the Hao sect once. In the mountains near the estate, hoof prints were discovered. There were enough horses to leave traces in the stables of the Hao estate. However, there were no traces of the assassins, even in the stable records. They assumed that someone intended to erase the recordings. After the torture of the culprit, the former branch manager, who supposedly died of illness, tried to send a letter about the traces of the assassins to the Peck clan. But in fact, the young man was poisoned by criminals, so they did not find anything. Chun asked if he wanted to say that the Hao sect had something to do with those who tried to kill his brother. The guy replied that almost everyone was caught or killed, and the manager of Gimhava cooperates with them as best she can, so please let them be spared. On the outskirts, there is a sect called the Black Ghost Estate. Witnesses said some had booked horses without revealing their identities, so they sent people out to explore 3 times, but none of them came back. The boy grabbed his sword and said how arrogant they are. They feel so calm that they dared to stay at Seoul. After some time, near the Black Ghost's estate, it was decided that some should stay outside in order to guard the territory. One of them started knocking on doors asking if anyone was there. A guest has come to them, so let them greet him. Without waiting for an answer and sensing the persistent smell of blood, the young man decided to knock down the doors. There was just a mountain of corpses around, and a young man stood alone in the center. When asked who he even was, the man replied that he wanted to ask the same question. The guy thought to himself that he had a mask and a changed voice. This is somehow suspicious. He said out loud that they were a detachment of the secret fog of the Peck clan. Let him lower his sword and answer their questions. The stranger asked whether a couple of scum who were undermining the Peck clan were behaving too arrogantly, after which, shouting that now they would all die, the young man rushed to attack them. The opponent had the highest skill, so it was not even possible to inflict any damage on him. Once behind the young man, the enemy noted that they were acting too slowly. The young man did not understand when he managed to get there and realized that he would not have time to dodge this blow. Suddenly, our hero's younger brother came to the rescue and repelled his attack. The boy was furious and shouted that he should let the stranger explain who he was. The opponent noted that this was not part of his plans, but let him die if he wants to. Paying attention to the glow, the kid noted that the sword's aura was special and it was hiding its true skills. The secret mist squad was immediately given orders to protect the young master with all possible means. The young man instantly found himself near the guard in order to kill him. Qian decided to take the opportunity to cut his throat. But the enemy noticed this and wounded our hero's younger brother. One of the men managed to grab him and begged him to keep his mind clear and not lose consciousness. But the boy could not do anything about it, because consciousness was disappearing, but he had not yet fully fulfilled his older brother's request. Will Aigan be angry with him? The next day, the head of the traditional faction, Blade of Fury, named Pek Do-yem, shouted that as soon as the elder returned from Chonrim, he must immediately be made the new leader. The patriarch fell ill due to illness, and Hatchun was mortally wounded. They have no other choice. The head of the side faction, Rakshasa and Ice Steel, named Pek So-vok, replied that there was no need to rush. Elders can serve at the will of the patriarch while he is sick. Yem replied that he just wanted to make the younger one the boss. The Red Dragon Squad, on top of that, also made no progress in the investigation, so they need a young leader right now. Hearing that he was urgently called, our hero returned in a hurry. Vic exclaimed what he was doing there. He had heard about his return, but did not expect it to happen during the Council of Elders. The guy replied that the matter concerns his father and Hachun. The man didn't calm down and said that he had come with a man from a lower circle. Where were his manners anyway? The young man replied that the patriarch was ill, and the younger one was seriously injured. Why did he decide to reproach him now? Yem shouted that he really didn't understand that the face of their clan had been trampled into the dirt. How could he even dare to be insolent? Let him go, you obnoxious boy. The young man replied that there was no problem, but he was taking this prisoner with him. She said that there is no need to do this. It was Chun Gu who took Hachun and the secret mist squad to the Black Ghost estate. Who knows, maybe he is a spy. Our hero replied that everything was wrong. This person is a simple member of the Hao sect. Du exclaimed that intentionally or not, he was responsible for the injury of Ha and the death of other clan fighters. Until the instigator is found, they cannot release him. Aigon replied that it was he who suggested that the Hao clan intervene in the matter. Therefore, if they want to punish someone, then go ahead. His great-grandmother, who is the head of the elders, named Pek Yen Ren, noted that he has grown up and is now able to speak to adults correctly. His hands were so small, but now they're like a real fighter. Let him prepare to become a young leader. The sacred blade of immortality said that in order to avoid becoming a leader, it was better for him to mention Chonrim's proposal. Our hero replied that now is not the time. The young man replied that let it be as she wants, but they will be able to do this only after capturing the culprit who injured Chun. Let Pek Yen Ren's great-grandmother give the young man just 1 month. The old man noted that Aigon sounded quite convincing, but what will he do now? The guy replied that he didn't know. There is complete chaos all around. First, you need to see your father because he is sick. Entering his room, our hero asked if he was very ill. The father replied that he was fine. It's just that the change of season has a bad effect. Coughing, the man said that he would very much like to hear about his trip. The patriarch was surprised when he heard that it was possible to cure him. The young man replied that there was a way out, but in return they asked to join them. Unexpectedly, the head of the clan replied that he should agree if it would save his life. The guy didn't expect him to agree so easily. The father added that Ha-chun would then have to become a young leader, but he was seriously injured. Gan said he suffered something. This is a magical medicine created from the inner energy of the tiger and the red root of fo tea. Also, a strange doctor with golden needles promised to visit him. The medical pavilion master exclaimed that this is a great combination, as expected from Chonrim. He is confident that it will help cure the disease. It maximizes the body's regenerative capacity, so it should also be of great help to the wounded. The patriarch said that in this case, let him give it to his youngest son. Our hero did not expect such a turn of events. The head explained that death is a cold path. During his life, he will encounter many deaths of loved ones, and the first of them are usually his parents. It's sad, but what could be worse than the death of a brother? Then he asked if he knew that he and Chichite had a sister. Our hero answered no. She died long before Gan was born. He felt as if his insides were being burned from the inside. If Ha dies, he will feel the same. There is also nothing worse than the death of your own child. He's seen something like this. The mother, who had lost her child, roared like an animal. After which the man asked if he wanted his father to experience such pain. The guy replied, no. On the way, the young man asked the elder if he expected something like this to happen. He replied that any parent in his place would have done the same. Since the guy wants to protect the faith of the Blade of Immortality, he will not talk about his past, but there are people in the world who never show pain. If he is really worried, then let him be the first to offer him a helping hand. The guy thought that perhaps, thinking that it would be better not to ask about the past of his ancestors, he was mistaken. That's why he said he had a question. He believes that the head of the elders is his granddaughter. But for some reason, the elder was surprised when he saw her. The man replied that anyone would be surprised to see their granddaughter so old. The young man said that he died when she was only 3 years old. It's surprising that the old man recognized her immediately. The sacred blade of immortality asked what he was getting at. Gan responded that the Chonrim patriarch, who was born after his death, said that they met when he was 10 years old. This doesn't make any sense. If you do the math, it turns out that he lived to be 140 years old. The man said that's enough. The guy continued that he was wondering from the very beginning who would place the sacred blade under the ground of the estate and seal it. Was the reason for his visit to Chonrim in the last years of his life to tie his soul to the earth? The man resigned and left the clan, deliberately tying himself to this cold world, which is what he was waiting for. After creating the immortal arts and techniques of heaven and earth, Pek Son Chon was able to become a patriarch at the age of 21 and continued to rule even when he reached 70 years of age. This man was called the Patriarch of Iron Blood. In later years, he had a son. Pek Yu Jen was not deprived of talent, but he could not flourish in his father's shadow. The patriarch sympathized with his son. From time to time, he dreamed of the day when a child would surpass him. What parent wouldn't want to see their child become stronger? The young man said that there were some shortcomings in the Yan Fire Sun technique. The man told him to do better training. When his son first tried to point out the shortcomings of the sacred arts, Pek Son Chon just chuckled. The guy continued that something also needs to be done with the Tianan meridian, since it is ineffective. The shortcomings of his technique had already been pointed out twice, so the patriarch was very golden. The third time, his son brought his daughter with him. The girl asked if he was going to his grandfather. The father replied that yes, he had finally completed the technique. Pek Eugen corrected the shortcomings of the Yan Fire Sun and Heaven and Earth Blade forms. When they entered the Ruby Hall, they saw that the man was engaged in self-development. After interrupting, the patriarch asked why he had come to him now. The son responded to continue their last conversation. My father asked why he was wasting his time on this nonsense. The man replied that it was not a waste of time, because he had fixed the problem. The last three forms of the Heaven and Earth Blade are contrary to the Yan Fire Sun. These destructive forces may feed the Yan flame, but they inflame the fire too much. The reason why he is often distracted and irritated lies precisely in this. This has already led to insanity. The head of the clan began to slowly lose his temper, saying that this simply could not happen. Pek Eugen asked to tell me if he thought he was mistaken, but the guy provided evidence. The young man added that if words are not enough, he can demonstrate. The head of the clan did not resist, so he immediately grabbed the sword and said why not try. Even Pek Son Chon himself could not explain what happened after. Perhaps it was all due to the unexpected rain. Perhaps the cold that numbed his limbs was to blame. Or maybe Yan's flames became too strong when he used his technique. But the patriarch struck his own son with a sword and did not understand how it happened. The man shouted that the girl should not worry, he would immediately run for a doctor. But when the patriarch returned back with the doctor, his only son had already died. He killed his child with his own hands, right in front of my granddaughter. A few days after this, Pek Son Chon disappeared. Nobody could find him. The clan announced that he had died of old age. The elder added that Eugen was right. There was a flaw in the Yan Fire Sun technique and the Heaven and Earth Blade forms. He tried to fix the problem, but it took a long time. The elder knew that he would not have time to finish it during his lifetime. That's why he went to Chonrim to ask to bind his soul to the sword. Our hero noted to himself that he did not think that he had such a past. The young man clarified whether he wanted to atone for his guilt. The man replied that he could say so, but he thought it was all for his own satisfaction. Our hero asked if the killers could have come not for him, but for the sword. Perhaps they knew that the old man was sealed within him. He replied that only the Chonrim people knew where the sword was. By the way, a master of his level can understand how strong an opponent is just by looking at his sword. Chok Pei Ra used powerful martial arts that he knows nothing about. The young man asked why he was silent because this was an important detail, but the old man said that they had already arrived at their destination. Having learned from the doctor that the younger brother had not yet come to his senses, Aigan asked him to leave them alone. The guy looked at him and thought that he had already taken a rare, wonderful medicine. Let him wake up already. Chungu fell to his knees and exclaimed that he had committed a terrible sin, all because he underestimated his attacker. Our hero asked if the young man was ready to atone for his guilt by giving his life. The mercenary replied that if he allowed it, then of course he would do it. Our hero asked what benefit he had from his miserable life, after which the young man said that he should just continue his investigation. Then he wondered that even if the Hao sect didn't know anything, then who was hiding behind the mask? The old man replied that he was hiding his face. I'm sure I tried not to show martial arts either. Gan replied that the stranger killed everyone to get rid of evidence. As soon as they got closer to the answer, all the threads were torn right out of their hands. Suddenly, the brother began to come to his senses and ask where he was. Our hero exclaimed that he had woken up and asked if he was in pain. The boy asked where his mother was and said that he was in great pain. The sacred blade of immortality advised him to remind him of the death of their mother. The young man said that she went on a journey to the west. The woman went there. The kid said that she should have taken him with her. Our hero replied that he was still too small. Suddenly, Chun asked what kind of strange grandfather was this. Igan was very surprised and asked that he could really see him. The younger one replied that yes, it seemed like he was saying something, but Ha couldn't hear him. The sacred blade of immortality said that the kid could probably see him because he was close to death himself. The young man realized that he was in bad condition. The elder said that he needed more sleep in order to gain strength, but could he ask him one question, whether the younger brother remembered anything about the man in the mask? The child replied that when they ran, hiding in the smoke, the stranger used the tread of the moon's shadow. Our heroes were shocked, since this is family equipment. Igon said that it was necessary to make sure that the doctor did not tell anyone about this. No one should know that Ha-chun took a miracle medicine. There is a traitor in the family. The next day in the garden, the young man told his uncle that he wanted to leave the clan and join Chonrim. The condition of my father's lungs is deteriorating. Younger brother, even if he recovers, serious problems await him. He himself is not suitable for the role of patriarch. The young man hopes that he can convince the elders. Otherwise, their line will end. The man noted to himself that the patriarch's place would be empty when Igan left. He will be able to seize power in the clan and make his son Il-yen the next head of the clan. Who knew that everything would turn out so well? Then he said that the guy made a difficult decision. His uncle will do everything to help him get out. The young man thanked him and said that he was calm now. I thought to myself that he had matured and was now as cold as his father. Leaves his brother and parents for his own benefit. Then he asked if he should have a meeting. Igan replied that yes, but there was no hurry. He offers to arrange a meeting in 7 days and 7 nights. After which the young man took him by the hand and said that he relied only on his uncle. The guy thought that his brother said that he had touched the back of his opponent's hand, but his relative's hand was fine. The elder said that the investigation can be postponed. Now he needs to train. Until death, you should rely only on your own martial arts. No matter how fast a person is, he cannot reach the heavens. He will never be able to hide from the shadow that the sky casts. Therefore, the old man enclosed the shadow of the clouds in the blade. When the young man fully masters the remaining 3 techniques of the blade of heaven and earth, he will become the only person in the world who masters all forms. Our hero asked what he could accomplish in 7 days. The sacred blade of immortality replied that everything depended only on him. The guy can't use his inner ki, so don't try to understand the essence of the sword. You just need to focus on its form. The young man immediately began independent training in order to achieve the desired result. When he accidentally let go of the sword, the elder said that there was no need to worry. He has amazing talent. Igan asked what he said. The man replied that he seemed ready to accept the fact that the sword was 30 steps away from him, but could only be heard from a distance of several steps. When our hero took the sword in his hand again, he noted that it seemed that he had managed to get hurt. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and he began to leave the hall. The old man asked where the guy was going, because he had a lot to learn. The young man replied that he had not taken into account one thing. When he touched his uncle's hand, there was not a single scratch on it. This is very strange for a swordsman. It seems that it is too early to give up suspicion. Meanwhile, near Pek Chi-tae's chambers, a man said that there was no need to accompany him and let Ryu-san go and rest. Approaching a house, our hero's uncle told the guards that he would go further alone. Entering the house of some grandfather, the man said that his guest had arrived, but the old man didn't answer. The mercenary noted that apparently this old man was completely deaf. No need to worry about him. Pek Chi-tae turned around sharply and hit the unexpected guest in the head with his sword. Then he said that after everything he had done, did he really think that the man would be happy to see them? Things became much more complicated due to the fact that he broke his promise and attacked Igan. Now, I decided to put on a mask and start acting friendly. The attacker replied that he hid his face because it was memorable. Then he added that he should call him number 3 and asked for forgiveness for making his life difficult. Also, thanks for getting rid of the traces. Let him continue to help until the plan ends in success. Tae said that he heard that they needed the ring worn by the sacred blade of immortality. Number 3 replied that the target had changed. Now they need the comet fang, the sword of the sacred blade. The uncle replied that the elders were keeping it and that he could not get it for now. The mercenary replied that the great darkness has enough patience. The man said to simply give back what was promised. What we received earlier has already ended. When he was given the vial, Peck asked if it would cure his madness. The young man was surprised that he had not yet felt the effect. The guy will give him a better medicine when he hands over the sword. The man replied that he did not know what they were going to do with this sword, but they had better stay away from this city when he gains power. After some time, holding the mask in his hands, Tay said to himself that this was the only way to stop his stupid giggles. On the inside, there were many spikes, onto which he began to pour the medicine given by the mercenary, after which he put it on and immediately began to bleed, saying that it was simply magnificent. Sitting on a chair, our hero's uncle was thinking that the comet's fang was just an ordinary sword. But still, the soul of the sacred blade of immortality is connected to him. They probably want to summon him with a sword. What crazy people! Meanwhile, Gan approached Pek Chi Te's chambers, and the guard said that they could not even let the young master through. The young man replied that nothing could be done about it, but he could just walk along the walls. The girl mentally conveyed to him that the head of the detachment had recently returned. The guy replied that he couldn't communicate without words, so he would have to speak quietly. A few minutes earlier, he asked So Ryu to tell her if she noticed that her uncle was acting strangely. She asked if he believed that the head of the detachment was a traitor. The guy clarified that So didn't give him the ring before he went to Chonrim because she suspected him. The girl replied that she understood everything and would definitely help the young master. At this point, I asked if he came because of the investigation. The young man replied that he had a plan. So thought to herself that she decided to cooperate since the squad leader has been acting strange lately, but can she trust Gan? She had even more doubts when he suddenly stared at the wall and began talking to himself. Meanwhile, the sacred blade of immortality was telling him that his uncle had just said that someone wanted to summon him. Simply put, in order to seize power in the clan, the uncle teamed up with an unknown person who wanted to get the meteorite sword. They attacked Gan's estate, killed So Hua, and injured Ha Chun, all because of Pek Chi Te's greedy desires. Meanwhile, a girl approached him and said that their suspicions were confirmed. It's all my uncle's fault. The young man replied that now was not the time. He will reveal the truth to the elders at a meeting to be held in 7 days. The day before the meeting of the elders, So Vok, I asked the head if she is sure that the eldest grandson is not suitable for the role of patriarch. The younger one has not yet come to his senses. There is no point in waiting any longer. The woman interrupted him and asked if he thought she had gone blind and deaf while she was locked there. She knows that his brother dreams of becoming a patriarch. He really doesn't like Gan, poor boy, but he is the grandson of this man. Noticing that Do Yem was laughing stifledly, the elder said that he was clearly in no position to be amused. He tells everything about what is happening to the Ryu-san family. I wonder what they promised him, maybe money. The man replied that there was nothing of the sort. Apparently, these impudent people think that since their daughter died, giving life to Ha Chun, then he does not support Gan. A woman understands that they value their freedom, but sometimes they need to understand that they are crossing the line. It will all end if the clan falls. Once upon a time, the sacred blade of immortality and the patriarch died together. Then, Pek Yun Ryun herself began to rule the clan. She is an elder who took the place of ruler in her youth and revived the clan. No one in the circle can contradict her. Ryun stated that Gan will be the next patriarch. The young man will receive a sword forged from cold iron. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that 10 days had already passed and they still had not completed the 9th form. The old man replied that the fact that he was able to at least approximately follow the form speaks of his talent. But I wonder why they decided to give him the cold iron sword right now. The young man replied that since ancient times, there has been a tradition of passing the blade to the next patriarch directly in the forge of the fiery shadow. Go Chill met our hero near his destination and informed him that he was assigned to accompany him to the forge of the flame shadow, after which he held out a handkerchief and said that he should cover his face, since it was very hot inside. Gan replied that everything was fine, and he would just go there. The man replied that he might regret it. I thought to myself that Mr. Pek Il Yen immediately ran away. Going inside, our hero was taken aback by the fact that it was so hot, but tried not to show it. Go Chill said to follow him, but inwardly he was surprised that the guy felt quite normal. The elder said that this is the only place where cold metals can be processed. There is only one for the whole country. Therefore, the sword masters working there are very proud people. Aigan said maybe they should melt the comet fang and forge a new sword. In this way, they will reduce weight, and he, the glorious ancestor, will achieve nirvana and calm down. Everyone will benefit. The old man laughed at first and replied that it was a great joke, but when he began to clarify whether he was really joking, the guy did not answer him. The blacksmith led them into the room and said that all the swords that were there were forged from cold metal by the best workers. Our hero noted to himself that they seemed to look better than a comet's fang. When the young man took the sword in his hands, the man warned him that the blade was very sharp, so he should be careful. I thought to myself that there was no point in looking at them if you didn't understand anything about swords. You will still choose the one that is more pleasing to the eye. The guy asked if he said that all the swords were made by the masters of the Flame Shadow Forge. Go-Chill said yes. The young man immediately pointed his sword at him and stated that it turns out that they are creating such a pathetic weapon. Should he perceive this as a slap in the direction of the clan? The blacksmith did not understand what was going on. The elder exclaimed that he was trying to fool them by handing them a sword, which was created using mostly ordinary steel. Aigan said that there is practically no cold metal in all weapons. The man said that they had reduced its number by order of the previous patriarch. Previously, swords consisted entirely of the desired metal, but now they add only 5/10 cold iron. The former patriarch noted that this issue was also raised at his age. Cold metal is an expensive pleasure. But Aigan has a comet fang. It is superior to the swords that are in the forge. Go said that he would bring him another sword. The guy replied that it was not necessary. The one in his hands has the most cold iron, so he uses it to test his blade, after which he ordered the young man to stand up and hold the weapon straight in his hands. The man noted to himself that he wanted to hit the tip to test its strength. Only arrogant people do this. Then he said that he would not be held responsible if the guy got hurt. I thought to myself that his rusty sword would not even leave a scratch on their blade. Why is he so confident in himself? The elder said that now it was time to see what he had learned. Blade of Heaven and Earth, 8th form, Heavenly Blade Net. The blacksmith noted to himself that the master's sword began to ring. This is impossible, because he heard that the young man does not own Kai. After which the young man struck sharply and said to call the head of the forge to him. He will personally sharpen his blade. Deken Rock asked irritably what he just said. Did Aigan really not like their weapon, so he asks to work on his sword? The blacksmith replied that yes, the head should come in person. The man thought to himself, what an impudent man. He hadn't even become a patriarch yet, but he already dared to refuse the weapons of their forge and ordered them to come to him. After some time, our hero said that he didn't like the swords that his forge created. Rock asked which sword he needed to work on. When the chief took it in his hands, who thought to himself that it was twice as heavy as a normal sword of this size. Its blade is dark, but beneath the rust there is a soft sheen. I wonder what kind of metal this is. The young man scraped off the rust a little and saw that underneath it was meteorite iron. Go? Chill muttered in surprise that even the comet fang that the elders kept was not made of pure metal of this kind. Our hero said that that sword was simply a fake. The elder asked that he was really not going to hide it anymore. The guy replied that if he wants the head of the forge to help him, then he will have to be honest. Therefore, he said that this was a real comet fang, which was used by the sacred blade of immortality itself. Will the forge of the fiery shadow help him return to greatness? The head, stuttering, replied that they would do everything to restore this weapon, after which he immediately ordered the fire in the stove to be lit as hot as possible. Duyem was angry that Aigan was still just a boy, but he was already ordering an adult to come in person. He would not lift a finger, but he cannot forget about the words of the patriarch. The man said that there was a traitor in the clan. Those who injured Aigan and Ha-Chun, as well as the person who wants to steal the comet fang, are comrades. Du wondered why anyone would go that far for a sword. The head replied that it was probably because in the real fang of the comet, all the forms of heaven and earth are hidden. Therefore, he decided that since Aigan had a real sword, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. When the man entered the room, the head of the forge noted that they were just finishing up. When he saw a real meteorite iron, Yem was simply speechless from its beauty. Du noted that the highlights on it looked like stars scattered throughout the sky. Our hero turned to his great uncle and said that he had a request regarding tomorrow's meeting. Together they must put an end to the lies that are destroying their clan. The next day, the elder said that they would not wait for anyone anymore, so she asked why the head of the Red Dragon Squad called a meeting. Let him explain. The man noted to herself that Pek Do Yem, the main opponent of Aigan's journey to Chonrim, was missing, and this was very fortunate. Then he said that everyone should know that people are convinced that the Pek clan is approaching its fall. People whisper that the Nagon or Murim sword is better than theirs. One of those present asked if these rumors really bothered him. He replied that, of course, now the clan's reputation is really not as good as before, but in general, all 7 great ones are no longer so strong. In addition, 9 sects. One guild has already spread its influence in Murim. They even called themselves 9 clans of one forest in order to somehow connect their name with Chonrim. Then he added that if they allow them to do this, the balance of power will be upset. Yun Ryun replied that even if they intervened, Chonrim was already on their side. He almost always participates in the Phoenix Dragon meeting, which is organized by 9 clans, 1 guild. Pek Chite replied that they had indeed begun to send young people to this meeting, but the clan did not change anything else. Plus, their manager sent a message. They are interested in maintaining good relations with the brilliant Aigan. Chonrim, who previously did not want to get involved with anyone, changed his point of view. This is the ideal opportunity to create a blood alliance between them. By uniting with that clan, they will lead the 7 great sects. And then the Pek clan will lead the entire world of martial arts into the future. At the moment, the Patriarch and Hachyun are in a bad state. If the eldest leaves, the line of succession will be interrupted. This is a chance to take over as head, so everyone is excited. The elder asked what they should do with the Patriarch then. She is convinced that Aigan is suitable for this role, but perhaps they should concentrate power in the hands of the congregation. Suddenly our hero stood up and said that he had something to say. He is not fit for the title of Patriarch. Tae thought to himself what he was doing because the man himself could figure it out. The woman noted that he had changed a lot. The guy replied that it was true, but he had been thinking about everything for a long time. This place is not for him. Hachun is more suitable. My uncle objected that he was mortally wounded and couldn't even get up. Our hero replied that yesterday he came to his senses. Immediately, the voice of the younger brother was heard, who greeted the elders. Yun Ryun exclaimed that just recently he was on the verge between life and death. The boy replied that he felt better when he took the medicine that his brother brought from Chonrim. The young man added that he called his younger brother to become a witness. The elder did not understand what he was talking about. When Aigan responded that they had found out who betrayed the clan and also tried to kill him and Hachun, the woman told him to speak immediately. Junior said that he saw the face of the attacker that day, and it was the head of the Red Dragon Squad. The man laughed and thought to himself that he should have guessed this right away. Who knew that the nephew would decide to make such a funny scene? One of those present said that apparently the baby confuses reality with dreams. Another replied that this cannot be, children are not joking. Pek Chi. Tae said that if he was talking about the attacker, then the Flying Lotus member should have seen him. Ha replied that because of the smoke, no one else could see anything. The man stated that he was the only witness. Is he really trying to accuse his uncle of treason without evidence? The younger thought to himself that he said what his brother asked, but it was not clear what to do next. Aigan hugged him and asked if his uncle really thinks that Chun doesn't recognize his own face. Tae countered that what kind of assassin would take off his mask during a mission. The guy replied that probably it was necessary in the heat of battle. The relative noted to himself that there are needles inside the mask, so it is not easy to remove. After which he shouted for this boy to stop lying. He was trying to slander him. The Patriarch appeared in the room and said that he had been informed that the matter was urgent. Those present were indignant about who allowed a stranger into the meeting. What kind of girl was he with him? The guest explained that her name is Gim Hava, and she is the managing branch of Hao in Sion. They found out that the Dark Spirit sect was connected to this matter and began an investigation. When the clan sent its people there, none of them came back. And when they arrived at the place with Mr. Ha-chun, all the followers of the dark spirit were brutally killed by an unknown person. With the exception of one survivor, the guy said that he had been hiding in the well all this time. The young man said that their leader often secretly met with a masked man. One day, the criminals simply attacked them and killed them all. But before his death, the head called his name, Chi-te. The man thought to himself that their patriarch didn't know who he was, so he exclaimed that this was all complete nonsense. But suddenly, So-ryu said that it was true. She is a warrior from the second group of the Red Dragon. The head sometimes went somewhere and took with him only those close to him from the first group. And one day, he brought a strange mask. Those present noted that if these were the words of a member of the squad, they would have to accept the accusation. Taking out the sword, the uncle said that he had high hopes for her and did not think that she would betray him. After which he shouted for the first group to immediately come into the hall. Suddenly, Do-yem appeared, bringing with him the corpse of the captain and asking if it was him he wanted to summon. Then she added that there was no need to worry. He left some alive to tell the full story. She demonstrated a mask with spikes. The man said that he found it in his room. The uncle noted that it seemed that everyone present was waiting for a chance to destroy him, after which he drank some liquid. Our hero told him to drop his sword. The man was angry that the trash, from whom he expected nothing, turned out to be quite smart. The elder told him to be careful. If you drive a mouse into a corner, even it will start to bite. The guy replied that there was no need to worry. Suddenly the relative, shouting that he had underestimated him, rushed to attack Aigan. But everyone present came to his defense. The young man thought to himself that not a single blade would touch him. Suddenly, a man, smiling widely, ran past the young man. Walking towards the girl, he shouted that So-ryu was a traitor. How could she even be? Almost all direct descendants of the founder of the Peck clan were born with cold hearts. Some will say that such a small thing does not matter to the masters, especially the heads of the clan. Before his injury, Tae was emotionless, like his older brother Peck Ryu-san. However, their little sister was different, in an era of upheaval when there was no time to even wash off the blood. She always greeted her brothers with a smile, like a real ray of sunshine. The day the hook was stuck in Tae's head was their sister's last. The girl died in the battle against the demonic tower. But one day, Peck Chi met So-ryu, who had recently been accepted into the clan. He couldn't believe his eyes. The girl smiled just like his dead sister. He even mistakenly believed that she had returned to life. Ryo-san didn't see anything in common between the girls. It's obvious that Tae was simply mistaken. His heart continued to believe. Therefore, he personally took up the task of training So-ryu. She practically stopped smiling after the death of So-hwa, whom she considered her sister. But the man continued to spend time with her. Chi shouted that he valued her like no one else. How could she betray him? Our hero rushed to her aid, but his uncle said that he would simply kill them both. The guy understood that he couldn't break his weapon, but if he combined the last 3 forms of the blade and the meteorite sword, something would work out. Therefore, he used the 7th form of the blade of heaven from the earth, one-handed crushing of the moon. The man was shocked that Aigan managed to hold back his attack. What kind of blade was in his hands? So Ryu flew up to him with the words that he killed her sister, but Tae pushed her away and exclaimed that she was really in such a hurry to die. Meanwhile, our hero activated the 8th form of the blade of heaven and earth, and his uncle did not understand what kind of strange techniques they were. After which he shouted that he could swing the blade as much as he wanted. There was still no key in it. The master ran up to our hero and asked how he was feeling. The young man thought to himself that it looked like he was just lucky to stop the first blow. Those present exclaimed that Peck Chi-te had gone completely mad and needed to be captured. The man shouted that since it had come to this, absolutely everyone would have to die. Looking at his father, the guy thought to himself that he had told him in advance about his uncle's betrayal. But it was probably still hard for him. The patriarch approached him and asked if everything was okay. The guy replied that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the elders managed to subdue a relative who had gone crazy. The head mainly asked why he did this. The uncle exclaimed for this heartless man to shut his mouth. The man replied that of course he would ask him about everything himself a little later. Then he clicked on points on the body that would immobilize the raging Ti. Then he announced that from that moment on, the head of the Red Dragon Squad would lose his power. They will destroy his key channels to prevent him from using martial arts. When those present turned their attention to the awaken sword, they could not trust their eyes. When the woman asked what kind of weapon this was, our hero replied that it was a real comet fang. Then the technique he used is the last 3 forms of the Heaven and Earth blade. Suddenly, the elder began to lose consciousness, and all the members of the congregation became very afraid. Pek Chi Te was imprisoned in the lower level of the House of Order prison. His direct subordinates were subjected to harsh interrogation. It was possible to find out that in the group of criminals whom my uncle helped, there was a man nicknamed the Great Darkness. The rest wore numbers 1 through 5. The tavern where they secretly met burned to the ground, so no more information could be found. Everyone also tried to understand what Te was taking, but only learned that the potion was received as a reward. A few days later, the symptoms began to appear again. His hair was falling out, and madness was consuming his mind. Chi-Chi is said to have smiled while he was being tortured. On the way, the patriarch said that his son should not have gone there. The young man replied that he himself wanted to, since he had business with his uncle. The man asked why they came at all. Was it really to laugh? The head of the clan replied that all this time he was thinking about why he did it. The brother seems to be stuck in the day when their little sister died. Is it really all because of this? He said many times that it was just an accident. Does he really think that the patriarch wanted her to die? His uncle interrupted him and told him to close his mouth. From the moment Soa took her last breath, their relationship was doomed to end this way. The patriarch said that he would deprive him of martial arts. The man shouted that enough was enough. There was no need to make decisions that he would later regret. After this, the head of the clan told her eldest son that it was time for them to go. Already on the street, the father said that he would always be on his and Ha-Chun's side, no matter what happened. Then he added that it was cold today, and he would go inside, but there was no need to accompany him. The sacred blade of immortality noted that it seemed like his father had already made his decision. Then the elder added that, since everything was over, we could return to training. Our hero said that there are more important things to do now, namely a centuries-old grudge. It's time for him to settle his feud with Great Ant. After some time, the elder told the guy to melt the comet's fang. The young man exclaimed that he was real. This is not a fake that is kept in their circle. Aigan found it in the basement of the Sacred Clinic's estate. The woman replied that she knew because the person who hid it and created the fake was her. Then she said that even on the real blade, the names of the last 3 forms were not engraved. How did he know them? After this question, the young man began to explain everything to her from the very beginning. He spoke about meeting the sacred blade of immortality in the estate, also shared the secret of how he mastered martial arts and explained why the old man could not achieve nirvana. Then he added that at the moment he was right next to him and wanted to say something. The elder said she didn't need it. Let him get rid of the sword and forget about the Heaven and Earth blade techniques. When Aigan asked Grandma to think it over again, she screamed that she didn't want to hear anything. Does the guy even know what the sacred blade of immortality made? He escaped after killing her father. Now he wanted to talk. What nonsense. The young man tried to explain to her that it was just an accident. When the woman shouted that he was the best swordsman and how could such a person make a mistake, the elder muttered that he did not want this. How could he kill his own son? The young man objected that it was indeed a terrible mistake. The elder lost his father, but he lost his own son. He was hurt more by the loss of a child than she was by the loss of a parent. He doesn't ask to forgive him, let them just talk. But Yun Ryun screamed that she didn't want to hear him. The sacred blade of immortality noted that he had injured his granddaughter too much and could not do this anymore. Our hero noted that the air seemed to become thicker. Yin energy overwhelms him. Is this really what the manager of Chonrim was talking about? The patriarch said that it is very difficult for the soul to maintain sanity for centuries. The sacred blade only lasted this long because of a strong old desire. If he refuses it, he will immediately turn into a vengeful spirit and the greatest evil. The woman also felt something strange and asked what our hero had done. The young man shouted that he would lend him his body if only he would talk to her. The man objected that it was too dangerous, but it was too late. The young man began to merge with him. When the grandson spoke in a different voice, the elder immediately recognized her grandfather. The man fell to his knees, began to ask for forgiveness and say that he was very sorry. It's only his fault. The woman asked why he ran away, because the elder was supposed to stay with them until the end. The sacred blade of immortality replied that it could never correct the past. Yun Ryun asked that he really decided that if he refused to ascend, then she would forgive him. The old man replied that no, the reason he tied the soul to the blade was because he needed time. He wanted to finish her father's research. Eugen said everything correctly. The son did not come to such conclusions in one day. His room was filled with notes that he had spent years studying. The man wanted to complete his child's research, so he ran away from the clan with the notes and the comet's fang. However, he did not have time to implement all of Eugen's goals. He borrowed Chonrim's power to continue the work after death, and he succeeded. The sacred blade of immortality passed on the completed techniques to this boy. His quick wit reminded him of his young son. Aigan's sky and earth blade forms became the embodiment of her father's will. She asks for forgiveness. She is only trying to return to the participation of what Eugen took away from her. The woman whispered that her whole life had been divided into him. What should she do now after this story? Grandfather refused to rest and stayed to atone for sins. How can she continue to be angry? After which they hugged tightly, and the sacred blade of immortality once again asked her for forgiveness. The man added that it must have been very difficult for her to go through all this alone. The next day, among the elders, Ha-chun held a ceremony for accepting the title of patriarch. The old man cried so much that our hero had swollen eyes and could see practically nothing. Then he said that everything was fine because he took miracle drugs, and the old man did not use martial arts, so his body did not hurt much. Yun Ryun announced that she wanted to say something before the ceremony began. As of midnight tonight, she will cease to lead the Council of Elders. Everyone present began to thank her for her hard work and what she had done for the clan. Aigan told his brother that there is no need to be so nervous. This should have happened much earlier, so there is no need to worry. The patriarch called out to his youngest son Ha-chun and said to come closer to him, after which he told them to drink wine and light incense for their ancestors. The boy immediately began to do what he was told. The father then announced that in the name of the ancestors, he, the 39th patriarch of the Great Pek clan, recognizes Pek Ha-chun as the junior patriarch. Let the name of their clan be famous for thousands of years. Our hero noted that he is now calm. The elder asked if he knew how much the patriarch was respected. Is he really that disgusted by the idea of being the head? After which he noted that his Yun Ryun is very cute. Her smile is bright and innocent. The young man replied that she was his grandmother, and he could not think of her like that. The sacred blade of immortality exclaimed that he never expected to see such a day. His life was full of grace. The young man immediately interrupted him and said that he should not dare to rise up. The elder immediately came to his senses and replied that, exactly. Then he added that it was a little sad to leave for Chonrim like this without finishing his business. The young man must put an end to Pek Chi-tae, who brought him so much grief, with his own hands. A few days later, in the prison of the House of Order, a mercenary approached his uncle and said that the Great Darkness wanted to see him. Let him swallow this pill and follow him. T noted that this is a medicine that resists poison. Coming out of the cage, Tae noted that it smelled sedative. Now it's clear how he managed to overcome the clan's defenses. After some time in the carriage, the man said that he believed that they had come to save him, but they were not treating him well. The mercenary asked if he had any idea how much he had to sacrifice for his freedom. Peck asked if it was still useful to them. The guy replied that he was asking questions here. Are there those among his people who know about everything, but are not captured? They need to be silenced. The uncle replied that the head of the second group of the detachment knew something. He told him almost everything, because he didn't think they would come for him. When asked what exactly he revealed, the man replied that he didn't really know anything. The youth then asked if the former clan leader was now living in seclusion in Guangdong. The man replied yes. When he was taken outside, Che replied that he was a fool and for a moment even believed him. Then he asked who the mercenary was. The young man replied that his name was Pil Hvan, a warrior from the secret Mist Squad and a comrade of Vu Chun whom he killed. The man noted that this is that loser from the Dark Spirit sect. Is he really taking revenge for him? Suddenly the voice of a young man was heard who said that he wanted to do it himself. It is wrong to force a warrior to kill his relative. The uncle noted that if he thought so, then he should have allowed his father to come. The guy replied that he would be a terrible son if he let him kill his younger brother. After which our hero threw him a sword and said that he had a chance to resist. To stated that Igan looked down on him. He cannot be used by Ki, but he will definitely not lose to such a fool. The elder said that even though he is weak and cannot control internal energy, he still remains a strong master. Let him remember the principle of the Tianan meridian. The man, taking his sword out of its sheath, said that since he himself wanted to die, Churi would help him with this. If he loses, he will reveal who the great darkness really is. After which he did not waste any time and immediately rushed to attack our hero. The young man, maintaining absolute calm, easily repelled him to the attack. The uncle noted that it was a repulsive force. It turns out that now he can use internal energy. The guy replied that nothing had changed in him. I thought to myself that the technique was weak, but that it was strengthening. The man shouted that he was impudent and tried to attack Igon again, but then escaped. Uncle noted to himself that this was excellent Qigong, but he exposed his back. But the young man turned around sharply and said that his father had not sent him empty-handed. Uncle thought to himself that his body could no longer match his level of swordsmanship. Igan's blade art exceeds all expectations. An ordinary sword is no match for a comet fang. The young man noticed what he was spending and shouted to his relative that this was the end. But the man was not going to give up so easily and struck his nephew in the stomach area. But this did not cause any harm since our hero had put on the armor in advance. The guy put a knife to his throat and told him to keep his promise that he made earlier. The relative hissed that the young man would definitely know his name in hell. The guy stated that his uncle decided to remain a bad person until the last. Then he cut his throat. Suddenly, the patriarch appeared, threw a cloak over his son, and said that it was a good job. After which he ordered his subordinate to burn the corpse of Pek Chi Te and report the death to his son. Igan wondered if his uncle was really in hell. The elder replied that it is almost certain, if hell exists at all, but he does not know about it for sure. Suddenly the servant screamed in horror and said that there was something under the skin of his face. Suddenly, an otherworldly creature appeared that looked like a centipede. The young man was not taken aback and immediately destroyed him with the help of a comet's fang. The Blade of Immortality priest noted in surprise that it was the spirit of the devouring beetle, a forbidden technique used in the death cult. Once upon a time, followers of darkness sent their techniques to young masters. They suddenly slaughtered their own families and then ended their own lives. Bugs always came out of their necks. Nobody knew how infection occurs. Therefore, the two devouring beetles struck fear into the hearts of everyone in Murim. But 200 years ago, the head of the cult was killed by the sacred Blade of Immortality. Their fortress was burned to the ground. If the spirit of the eating beetle, which once disappeared, has reappeared, it means that the cult of death has been revived. The ruler told everyone present not to tell anyone about this. Meanwhile, some people were watching them from above, one of whom said that Pek Chai Te was dead and it was all a waste of time. Another noted that they found a bug and now they could have a huge problem, after which he clarified that it might be worth killing them all. But the man said no. If the patriarch dies, the 7 clans will raise a storm. They did not find the 2 sacred blades of immortality, but poisoned Udan and awakened the blood of Nagon. Plus, they blew fog into the emperor's garden. That's enough for now. The next day, the patriarch announced that his brother had been executed. The tragedy that happened through his fault amazed everyone, but soon the name of the criminal was completely forgotten. Moreover, with the death of Te and the departure of the elder, the clan has changed a lot. The power of the patriarch, who recovered from his illness, strengthened. In terms of ruling the circle, the elders were divided between Pek Doyem and Pek Savok. The Flying Lotus took over the work of the disbanded Red Dragon Squad, so Ryu also became a part of it. Pek Hachun, who officially took the title of Junior Patriarch, devoted himself to his studies, so he had to prove that he was worthy of the title. A month later, the girl mentally addressed her sister and said that the camellia that she liked so much had blossomed. She really wanted to take revenge for her, but she couldn't do anything. Young Master Igan has gone to Chonrim, so for the next few years only she will visit the grave. So Ryu said that she will become stronger and will definitely protect the one for whom she gave her life. Meanwhile, the younger brother was crying and asked our hero to take him with him. The patriarch was shocked. The kid objected that if he left, he would return only in a few years. The guy replied that he would come just in time for the completion of his training. His father told him to write, at least sometimes to him. The young man replied that, of course. The elder was indignant. "Where is Yun?" Our hero replied that why would Grandma go out in such cold weather because she was almost 120 years old. As he drove away, the guy noted that several years ago he left completely alone, and it turns out it's nice when people see him off. Suddenly, he saw his great-grandmother who was waving after him, and the sacred blade of immortality exclaimed that it was cold today and let her return to the house. A month later, a beautiful spring enveloped Chonrim, but there was no rest for the third-generation disciples on the mountain of 5 human sins. Sun Hai. Il said that the younger brother needs to accept that they have a different, better future. Chunmen replied that in a better future he is his elder brother. How can one talk to him like that then? The guy objected that whoever he called Junior was really a joker. The young man replied that no one knows what will happen in the exam for promotion to the first flower. Chonrim students take it in order to be accepted as real practitioners. There's a reason why young people prepare so hard for it. In most schools, relationships between students are based on differences in age and when they joined the clan. Chonrim determines rank based on exam results. Therefore, the probability of starting to call someone who was previously junior to him senior is quite high. Their relationship for the rest of their lives is determined by the results of the monthly exam. Suddenly, Su Lin ran up to them and said that Ai Gan would arrive to them in a week. Because of him, they may lose their place as a great disciple. She heard that those who were born with blockage of the key channels are simply brilliant. They can't even beat him in a written test. You need to get together and study all night long. The guy replied that the girl was panicking too much. No matter how smart he was, the test was in a week. The Book of Changes and the collection of treasures can only be found in Conrim. How could he be familiar with these texts? Plus, the young man suffers from blockage of the channels, which means he will not receive points for internal strength. The guys have no reason to worry. It's better to continue doing what they did before. Chun Men and Su Rin stated that it was better to leave him and go study. While the third generation was refusing sleep, sitting behind books day and night, our heroes group arrived. There were 4 days left before the exam. Soon, the hour for the written test struck. When the time was up, the guys noted that it was too difficult, but they had studied everything. Su Chan exclaimed that it seems his journey is over, so he will prepare to inherit his father's inn. Unexpectedly, the second-generation great disciple, Jinmu and Li Yen, appeared. The man asked how his nephews and nieces coped with the task. The young man replied that they had filled less than half. The uncle exclaimed that he did not expect him to write almost half of it. The guy asked if it was a compliment. Giving almost impossible tasks in the flower exam written test is a tradition. The training hall master personally compiles them to show the youngsters how difficult their path is. In his time, completing 2/10 of a test was considered a success. The girl encouraged them that they shouldn't worry so much. Su Lin said that the girl was an invigilator for the exam and asked how Aigan did. Sun Hee Il noted that he left after only half an hour and was probably wondering. 4 days later, the guys saw the results, where our hero was in first place. So they remembered Li Yen's words that he simply filled everything out and left early, and were convinced that it was true. A young man immediately appeared and stated that it seemed like he was worrying about the results in vain. The girl exclaimed that it was simply amazing how he managed to pass everything if he had only been preparing for 3 days. The young man said that he simply spent his whole life in the study hall, or even wrote it off. Suddenly the doors opened and a first-generation disciple appeared, as well as the training hall master, Du Sin, who was looking for Aigan. Jin Moon noted that the man is vomiting and lashing out. Has our hero really cheated? But suddenly Du fell, lifted the young man up and began to beg to become his student because he could be the next master of the training hall. When the guy asked to be put in his place, the man asked for forgiveness and said he was just too excited. The study hall is simply a wonderful place. While others are running and sweating, they are enjoying the peace in the courtyards. Studying and reading scriptures are also very important, but no one practices martial arts in study halls, so the importance of such places is downplayed. However, if Aigan, who has shown excellent results, joins them, then the man will be able to increase the prestige of the training hall. The guy asked for forgiveness and said that he did not plan to become his student. He has an appointment with a healer who uses golden needles, so he has to go. Sin noted that he is stubborn. Sun Hai. Il noted that he quickly became arrogant even though he only did well on the written test. Does this guy even understand the beauty of study hall or not? The master said that this is a wonderful idea, and it seems that he is the same guy who is in third place, so would he like to join them? They treat young talents well. Du Sun put his hand on his shoulder and told him to have some self-respect. Dugan added that he didn't see how young Aigan wielded a sword. He will join Chi Gom's house anyway. The guys were completely delighted when they saw the heads of the most famous houses because they so wanted to join them. Meanwhile, the doctor was surprised that this proud man really tried to lure him to them. Apparently, he really passed the test well. In general, his body is falling apart. Is he sure he didn't overdo it during preparation? The young man replied that he had little time. For 4 days in a row, he did not sleep and read everything in Chonrim. The ancestor, seeing his diligence, told him that doesn't he know that everyone in the Peck family has problems with their studies. This was probably passed down through the maternal line. Then he said that, frankly, it's a little strange to consider those guys juniors. The man replied that he still understands when he talks about Su Lin, but Jin Men is older than him. Suddenly, a manager appeared and stated that Aigan had fulfilled the old wish of the sacred blade of immortality. The doctor said that if you take the energy that will be released when the old man reaches nirvana, you can cure him. The man noted that he needed good results in the exam, so he needed to hurry. The young man asked when they could do this. The doctor replied that he could do it tomorrow if he wanted because his body would still need to recover. But the guy replied that they would deal with his channels later. The patriarch objected that then it would be difficult for him in the second test, but Aigan said that everything was fine. He wants to postpone the ritual for 2 months. The sacred blade of immortality asked that he really didn't want to part. The young man replied that he still had a lot to learn from him. The manager said that since he decided to take the test with such inconvenience, she would help him. Chin Mu entered the room and asked if the patriarch wanted to see him. The head of the clan explained that this man is a great disciple who is mentoring the second generation and he will help him. Mu replied that he was not exactly a mentor and had a lot to learn himself. The guy noted to himself that he was at the Phoenix Dragon meeting. He said out loud that his great experience was visible in his gaze. The guy exclaimed that he didn't have much experience because he was only in his early 20s. I just didn't show my face a little. When Chin said that he would help him with the second test and asked if he could move, Aigan replied that he could and was relying on him. Finally, the patriarch told our hero that there is no need to worry so much about ranks. The exam is used to determine who is capable of truly blossoming. On the way, the guy asked if he could be called the great disciple of Chin Mu. The man replied that they would discuss this when he officially joined. Until then, let them call him brother. Then he said it was time to get back to business. The second test will be difficult. It lasts longer than writing. Body lightening technique, sword skill, as well as inner strength will all be tested. The guys will demonstrate the technique of lightening the body when collecting spiritual herbs. They will go to the flower and herb house to see samples. So let him be careful. He will understand everything when they arrive. A member of the flower and herb house, a second-generation disciple named Yop Su Nam, shouted at them to leave immediately. If the head of the house sees this kid, he will fly into a rage. Because of him, plans to supply the house with flowers and herbs were disrupted. He used more middle-class medicine than fairly strong students. Our hero asked for forgiveness and vowed that he would always be grateful for their medicine. But the man could not calm down and yelled that he was really kidding him. Let him get lost altogether. When Jin Mu said that it was the manager who asked him to help, the guy calmed down a little and asked why they would do this. After this, the young man said that so be it. Let them follow him, but keep their little hands to themselves. The man noted that if someone saw them, they would think that they were stealing spiritual grass. The guy brought some kind of box and said that it contained examples of herbs from the Yenchen Valley. When our hero asked if he would need to find any of this on the test, the young man replied that yes. There are 99 flowers in total. On the right are more valuable and rare ones. In an empty place in this box, there should be a sacred flower with 3 circles. It's very rare. Its petals are of 3 different colors. The last time it was found was about 60 years ago. Now only legends remain, so you don't even have to try to find it. Noticing the blue flower, Aigan asked what it was. Yopsunam replied that it was a flower of the ghostly soul. The spirits like it, that's why it's called that. Our hero was surprised that spirits could also absorb herbs. The guy replied yes. It is difficult to collect them because ghosts eat such flowers as soon as they bloom. Another young man ran into the room and shouted that the head of the house was coming. While the young man was panicking about what to do now and how to prevent the master from killing him when he saw this boy, the old man decided to look at the flower of the ghostly soul. As soon as the sacred blade of immortality touched him, he began to feel something overwhelm him. It was control energy. Our hero noticed that after his touch, the plant simply withered and dried up. Chinmu told Aigan to stop looking at the grass and run before the head caught his eye. On the way, the young man asked the old man if they would be caught. He replied that he had no idea, but they would need to find this weed during the test. A moment later, the chief shouted that Peck was really there. The subordinate replied that, on the orders of the manager, he simply showed him the spiritual herbs. He didn't even stay with them for half an hour. The man noted that he probably remembered only rare herbs. The young man replied that he also thought so, because it took him several days to remember everything. In general, let him show him samples. Now they will check how the guy is following them. Yopsunam replied that he is always very attentive. But when he opened the box, he saw that the ghostly soul flower had come to an end. The manager became furious and shouted that how could he allow this to happen? The young man replied that recently everything was fine, but the head continued to shout whether he knew how hard it was to get them. A few days later, near the 5 Human Sins mountain, a man announced that today they would test their body lightning technique. Their task is to collect spiritual herbs growing in the valley. The score will depend on the rarity and quantity of herbs collected. Our hero noted that there is a lot of spiritual energy in this valley. He had never been to a place like this before. The elder replied that in 10 years herbs could grow there, which usually requires several centuries. Meanwhile, Hyle quipped about how he dressed up at all. Did he really think that they were out for a walk? How can you collect herbs all day in this? Su Lin asked him to calm down because he was acting like a child. Even Chun Men wouldn't say something like that. After which they came up and said that it is difficult to collect herbs when the sleeves are so wide, it is better to tie them and the end of the hoe should be blunt. The young man was very surprised because they did not want to give in to him, so why then help? The master said that they would begin as soon as the sun rose. Let everyone get ready. The cliff will be their first obstacle. There are always students who break their arms and legs while descending, so let them be careful. The young man stood on the edge and watched everyone else go down. Su Lin exclaimed, "What is he doing? If he doesn't hurry up, all the good herbs will be taken away." The young man replied that she too had mastered several magical techniques. Let him repeat it if he can. After which the young man simply began to run down, pushing off from the rock. The girl did not understand what had just happened. The magic of flight, or he simply made the body very light. The little girl immediately decided to use the quick copying technique in order to do everything like Aigan. Meanwhile, the man upstairs began to doze a little, since it was early in the morning and very boring. Suddenly, he received a slap in the face, and the head asked why he was sleeping, because he was supposed to be an observer. The young man asked what brought him there so early. The man replied that he had a good feeling. Usually the valley is only accessible during the first flower promotion exam, but he allowed himself to come since he needed to find the ghost soul flower. The spiritual power of the valley has increased enormously. 60 years have passed since the last appearance of the 3-county flower, so he believes it is time for it to bloom again. Yopsunam noted that they need to find him before the kids. The head replied that now in the valley, only students are allowed to collect herbs, and he had never seen that flower. Suddenly, the observers saw an energy discharge appear in the distance. They did not expect to see this, but they thought that perhaps the lightning had something to do with the appearance of a flower with 3 districts. Meanwhile, High Il found Ensu, and this is a great success. This number should be enough to take a high place. If he wants to become a great disciple, he should look for rarer herbs. Since the fog is thickening, it means he's on the right path. But still, some strange feeling did not leave the young man. Suddenly he heard a scream and what sounded like someone falling, so he decided that another student might have been hurt and went to help. There he saw his friend Jan Von, who was unconscious, and wondered who did this to him. Another student came running in response to the scream and asked what happened. The guy replied that he was simply unconscious and no wounds were visible. The young man exclaimed that he had really injured Jan Von on purpose, but he replied that he had not. He was already in this state when the guy came, who did it then. The young man said that he saw Su Chan, who was also unconscious. Hi, Il asked that perhaps someone was attacking to take the herbs. The guy replied no. The victim's bag is full of herbs, which means someone was simply targeting the third-generation disciples. Suddenly, the young people heard the scream again and immediately rushed to run in that direction. On the way, the guy shouted to Chunmen that there was clearly another one there, until he noticed that the young man had fallen to the ground unconscious. The guy wondered if someone could attack him so quickly, because his friend's martial art is considered one of the best among third-generation students. Suddenly, a young man appeared, who also came to the screams and commotion. A little earlier, our hero ate everything that came his way, so he ate too much and decided that now he could collect herbs for points. The elder noted that he wished they had found the ghostly soul flower. Igan noted that judging by the flow of spiritual energy, there must be something in this place. Blade said that there is a high concentration of energy there, so we should expect something unusual. Suddenly, they saw a blue fox jump on one of the students. The young man did not understand what to do, follow her or what. The old man replied that it is a spiritual beast, so it is necessary. At the moment, he clearly believed that our hero was to blame for everything. The sacred blade of immortality objected that this could not be, since the fox that attacked the disciple was still there. After the young man began to ask if he had done this to all the students, Igan pointed his finger at the fox and said that that animal was to blame for everything. The guy was furious that our hero called his friend an animal and rushed to attack. The young man wondered if he really didn't see this fox, but why? The young man began to dodge his numerous blows and asked him to calm down. Suddenly, a spiritual fox appeared in front of him and shocked him with an electric shock. Heil noted that he did not even have time to react to the attack. Our hero said that he saw the victims. Did he really think that he could cope alone? After which, I thought that it turns out that other people do not see spiritual beasts. The old man replied that he had heard that some animals hide themselves from prying eyes. Igan noticed that the fox was leaving again. Blade said she sniffs the bags all the time. It looks like she needs a specific flower. Some animals like grass. High-grade miracle drugs are also often targeted by beasts. The guy said that then we need to follow her. After running after her for some time, the young man said that he was giving up and couldn't do it anymore. The sacred blade of immortality said that once he dealt with his illness, let him take up the technique of lightening the body. The young man noted that for now, we should forget about the fox and go in the direction where the energy continues to thicken. Looking at the ground, the old man said that the energy of the heavenly gifts formation technique could be felt there. Igan asked if someone was hiding spiritual herbs. The man replied, no. This is not someone's malicious intent, but a natural phenomenon. Raspberry bushes have thorns, ginseng grows high in the snowy mountains, and herbs have their own method of protection. The young man noted that the leaves seemed to have changed direction and the fog was dissipating. The old man replied that this was due to the outflow of qi. They are approaching the center of the formation. The young man noticed the thorn bush and noted that it seemed like there was something there. It turned out that this is the same rare flower with 3 multicolored petals. The sacred blade of immortality wanted to come closer in order to examine it, but its face came across thorns. The guy stated that it seems that even ghosts cannot penetrate there. A steel sword won't help with these branches. After which he took out his meteorite metal weapon and began to try to cut the branches. Then the young man felt someone's presence and saw a fox. He noted to himself that he seemed to have been ambushed. The young man wanted to reach her with his sword, but nothing happened. Suddenly, a huge energy field appeared around the fox, which struck with charges. Everything turned out to be all right with our hero. Only the comet's fang began to glow brightly. The old man said that he had been in a similar situation. He was struck by lightning while holding this sword in his hands. The body was not damaged, but the weapon began to glow. He then thought that he was simply strong. Igon stated that comet fangs absorb electricity. Is it really a matter of meteorite metal? Then he decided that it didn't matter at the moment and asked the fox if she had even expected something like this. After which the young man extended his hand to her and asked whether she would give him her core. But when the young man hit it with a sword, the blade simply passed right through and didn't harm the animal in any way. But in principle, this was to be expected from a spiritual creature. The elder simply grabbed the fox by the scruff of the neck and said that it could be dealt with if you used yin gate. Igon objected that how did he know that she is a full-fledged ghost and does not see the ancestor? The creature shook its head in different directions in shock and did not understand who was holding it. The old man noted that no one seemed to see him at all. The sacred blade of immortality added that this baby has no core. The guy asked if he was really testing him. It seemed to him that the old man was simply stroking this cutie, after which our hero continued to cut the thorns in order to take that rare flower. Having reached it, the young man noted that it was a rare herb, so he would not eat it. First, you need to find out how it is absorbed. The sacred blade of immortality asked what to do with the fox. The guy replied that she didn't have a core, so let her go. As soon as she was released from her hands, the animal immediately quickly ran away. The old man noticed that he looked kind of gloomy, but for some reason, perhaps he regretted letting him go. The young man replied that he had noticed how she was grinning just now. 4 hours later, the spirit beast was happy that the stupid little man had taken the buds and stem. A flower with 3 circles represents sky, water, and earth. Petals are the sky. When absorbed, the master receives a large amount of ki. The stem is water. It cleanses the blood and prolongs life. And the bulb is the earth, which concentrates all the nutrients of the flower and the power of the Yen-Chen Valley. The fox spent more than half of his energy reserve in the fight with the eccentric who was talking to the air. There is little time left, so you need to eat the onion. But suddenly, a young man appeared and suddenly grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, after which he said that the bulb is so inconspicuous when compared to a flower. Suddenly, the spirit beast roared loudly and simply disappeared into thin air. The elder noted that he was very mysterious. The young man noted that at least he got the whole flower. It's almost sunset, so it's better to head back. Meanwhile, Yop Sunam asked what the effect of this flower was. He knows that the plant is rare, but the details are not revealed. The man replied that his ignorance was expected. Even he has not seen the flower, so how would he know? The head then began to explain that several hundred years ago the flower fell into the hands of one person, who was a heavenly demon. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, Min Cult. All these names belong to one group, the devilish cult. The Murim school, which valued cruelty and destructiveness above all else in the arts. When the heavenly demon became the strongest master in the Central Plains, the devil cult stole the flower with 3 circles, which was supposed to be an offering to the Prince of the Empire. The sky demon's follower handed the flower to his master, but after a long silence, the demon said something mysterious. Namely, that if he accepts this gift, then there will be no place for him on earth. After which, he burned the flower with the flame of truth samadhi. They say that thanks to this flower, you can overcome your boundaries. If a Taoist accepts it, he will immediately become a divine sage. If a monk absorbs the power of the flower, he will achieve nirvana and become a Buddha. If the devil accepts such a gift, he doesn't know what will happen, but assumes that it will be something unpredictable. The young man was surprised that spiritual herbs really had such power. The head replied that if he believes in the legends of old men, then yes, but he believes that this is an exaggeration. But there is one story quite similar to this one. It is said that the patriarch of the Nangon clan took the flower with 3 circles and achieved rejuvenation through skeletal restoration. However, the flower did not help him anymore, although his Kai increased. Perhaps he absorbed it incorrectly or took it too early without waiting for flowering. There will be no answers until they find the flower. Yopsunam noted that the children began to return. The old man noted that this is a joy. Only on the day of the test can they replenish the house's supplies of flowers and herbs. But then they noticed that there was something wrong with the kids and asked what happened. After listening to the story, the head exclaimed that they really suddenly felt bad, and when they woke up, The sun was already setting. The guys answered yes, so they brought almost nothing. One of them said that he saw a blue fox before he lost consciousness. The man noted that then everything was clear. They had encountered a spirit. It dawned on the guy that it turns out that it wasn't Aigan who attacked Chunmen, and he just attacked the innocent guy. Then he muttered that he too was acting suspiciously. Our hero asked why. Hyel screamed in surprise and asked when he even managed to come. Our hero replied that he said that he did not attack the guys. The young man replied that he was mistaken and noticed that the guy's sleeve was burned. Our hero exclaimed that the fox must have hit him when he tried to catch up with it. The young man was surprised that he could really see her. Aigan answered yes. She couldn't be allowed to continue to abuse the students. Hyel thought to herself that he even took a break from the test for this. There is practically nothing in his bag. After which he handed him his and said that he owed it to him. His attack must not go unpunished, therefore he offers to exchange. But suddenly, our hero exclaimed that he had really decided to deceive him and began to walk away. The guy didn't understand why he was furious because Il just wanted to help him. But when the young man handed something to the head, he exclaimed that it was also a flower with 3 circles. The young man now understood what the problem was and noted to himself that it was awkward. After some time, the girl said that he again took first place, which is simply incredible. The young man replied that he came across this flower while chasing a blue fox. Lee asked, Aigan was surprised why they frowned sharply and asked if they knew anything. Yen replied that he was unlikely to have heard this story. The chief archivist had a student 2 years ago. His name was Damn Hen. He was a brilliant man. The archivist greatly appreciated his amazing talent. But the fox bewitched his brother and forced him to attack his own teacher. This is a fairly serious crime, punishable by exile. But at the persistent requests of his teacher, the matter was limited to imprisonment in the Cave of Repentance. The guy exclaimed that he had really met a fox who fascinated him. The girl replied that it was unknown. We need evidence to be sure. The manager asked not to talk about it, but she would tell him because he would become the student of the Flower of Honor. The Sacred Blade of Immortality noted that Chonrim has quite a lot of secrets. Our hero replied that it was still calmer than theirs. Yen wanted to continue talking about Damn Hen, but the man interrupted her and said that enough talking about this doomed young man. Why did she even decide that it was possible to tell a young man who was not a member of the clan about this? Lee asked the head of the House of Flowers and Herbs for forgiveness. Suddenly, he hugged the young man tightly and said that this boy was a real treasure. The imperial court has been asking for such a flower to be delivered to them for so long, and finally they will be able to give them a gift. The man is in a good mood today, so he can ask for anything. Aigan said that then let him tell more about the flower with 3 circles, that is, how to absorb it, what effects it has. I thought to myself that I gave the bud and stem to Chonrim, but now he uses the bulb himself. The head of the House of Flowers and Herbs said that it is better not to take the flower right away. If you combine it with others, you will also need a bronze pot. Meanwhile, in the library of the 5th flower, the man was thinking that it was necessary to make 8 more, and this required a lot of spiritual strength. With Dahen, everything would be much simpler. Then he decided to throw such thoughts away since it would not bring any benefit. It's better to worry about Aigan's health. Recently, he unexpectedly came and asked for a bronze pot. The guy is already preparing for the Flower of Honor student test. What a thoughtful boy. Meanwhile, the elder said that there would be no problems if he relaxed his body and calmed him down at the same time. The young man replied that he would live with other students when he joined the clan. Now is his only chance. The yang energy emanating from the flower seems to burn its insides. The man said to focus on the feeling of heat and controlling energy. Slowly and calmly, let him pass it through his entire body. Now it seems to him as if he is pouring water into a leaky jug, but soon his body will become like fertile soil. One day, even the smallest veins of his body will be full of ki. Our hero asked what it means that a flower allows one to overcome its limitations. The elder replied that no matter how wonderful the medicine was, it alone would not make him great. Then he asked how he felt. The guy replied that he didn't notice any special effect. Perhaps the body has become a little lighter. Then he heard someone's footsteps and quickly began to hide the bronze vessel. The old man said that he already had all 5 senses well developed, but now he heard the guest especially easily. Su-rin came to him and said that there was a conversation, after which she noted that he had somehow changed. Perhaps it's in his aura, or it's not completely clear. After which she said that none of this was important, that's not what she came to talk about. Then she unexpectedly invited the young man to fight together. Our hero replied that somehow he did not expect such an offer. The girl exclaimed that not now, but during the test. Aigan replied that she was a little late. He already promised Sohail that he would fight him. The baby objected if he understood that he shouldn't fight him. Without ki, he would not be able to resist him. The young man's sword technique is very fast. If you do not have time to see the attack, then you can hardly reflect or block it. The fight will end very quickly, so he will receive few points. The guy replied that now he is in first place and she is in second. If they fight, the results are unlikely to change. She's not worried about him, but about her scores. The girl replied that he was right, but he really shouldn't fight him. It is also beneficial for him to fight with her. The young man thanked her for the information, but he is not going to change his decision because he will win anyway. After some time, it became the day of the combat test. It was announced that the blue side would be Sun Hwa-il and the red side Aigan. Chun-men said that you shouldn't underestimate your opponent just because he doesn't use chi. The guys immediately started fighting with wooden sticks, and our hero successfully dodged the attacks. After which the young man sharply struck his opponent, who did not expect him to be so skillful in the throat. The guy asked how he could move fast there if he didn't use the art of lightening the body. Aigan replied that it was not a matter of speed, he just started moving earlier. The young man exclaimed that this makes no sense. Is he really the only one making fun of him? Our hero began to notice that his breathing stopped for a moment, and his eyes were directed to where he was about to strike. The sacred blade of immortality said that his senses perceived more, and his battle experience had increased. Now he needs to see the bigger picture. One of the main students noted that our hero exceeds all expectations. But He-il is not bad either. His blade is fast. Such talent will never stop developing. As for Aigan, although he is sick, he was still born into the Pek clan. He easily reads the enemy's attacks and delivers clear blows. Dugan that masters named Gan are usually very strong. Another corrected that his name is Aigan and his last name is Pek. Let him just look at the fighters because the outcome will soon be clear. Du stood up abruptly and exclaimed that that was enough. If they had real balls in their hands, Hai would have already lost his legs. However, his technique was good and the guy earns 9 points. Aigan lacks strength and stamina, but he has a keen eye, so 10 points. Gan said that now it will not be so easy to knock him off the top spot. The man replied that they would look at it later. The last test tests ki. You need to leave a mark on the blue stone. However, even if a guy doesn't have ki, but he has good technique, he should at least scratch him. Then he added that the sly Do-sin changed the test and whispered in his ear exactly how. The man noted that, in this case, the young man would face a difficult trial. At the key test, it was announced that every Taoist, including Chonrim disciples, dreams of becoming a sage. Cultivate your arts and achieve the title of Divine Sage. This is what the clan strives for. Therefore, they value internal energy more than body strength. Among the tests, it is for this test that you can get the most points. But they can't assess their full potential in simple ways, so he created a new kind of test. It does not require brute force, but only ki. This is Bianchun made of topaz. You need to place your hand on the dragon's head and direct the ki through the center of the palm, and then release all the internal energy. Those present were surprised to note that absolutely all the bells rang. Hai-il noted that Aigan's channels are blocked. He will not be able to score points and the results will be unpredictable. The young man noted to himself that his entire journey could end in complete failure. After some time, our hero's main rival managed to make 6 pieces ring. The master asked him to repeat it, since he did not hear the ringing due to his joyful cries. After which the man said that he earns 3 points and called Pek Yi-gan. Sin noted that his key channels were blocked and the test would be difficult, but the young man said that he would try anyway. The master said that perhaps instead of devoting his life to the sword, he should join something more beautiful. Tao and magic are amazing and endless. Doesn't he want to go to the Tower of Menil? The young man asked why he should offer such a thing on the test and went to try his hand anyway. The sacred blade of immortality said that topaz is sensitive to ki, which is why he made Bianchun from it. The boy cannot direct internal energy through the center, but nothing was said about redirecting the flow. Let him use the energy of the topaz itself. Those present immediately began to whisper about what he was doing. He seems to be unable to use ki due to his illness. Much to his surprise, the man thought he heard a faint sound. It dawned on him that the guy was trying to take advantage of the energy contained in the topazes themselves. The bells will ring if she puts in a little more effort. Suddenly, one of them cracked from such a strong impact and began to fall apart. The master immediately remembered the words of his head that this device costs a third of annual savings. Therefore, if he breaks them, he will personally cut off the fat and sell it to the butcher. Then he exclaimed that his method was unusual, but they still tested the internal key, so he had 0 bells. The teacher noted to himself that even the worst one rang 2 pieces. Maybe he drove him away early after all, but he needed to be on the safe side. The young man noted that he was very scared when the bell cracked. He hopes no one realized it was because of him. Then he was met by the guys along with the master, who said that they had all worked very hard. The guy exclaimed that his uncle was the invigilator for all the tests, who, in his opinion, would become a great student. The man replied that they needed to be a little more patient, and soon they would find out everything themselves. A couple of days later, an award ceremony took place, at which they said that you should not turn away from the bright path, and you should always be prepared for the darkness that may try to take over the world. The guys replied that they understood Mr. Manager and would carve his words on their hearts. Chi Men, who took 3rd place, noted that his clothes seemed to be too small for him, which meant he had grown a little. It might be worth asking for a different form. The girl objected that they had just sewn this one. Su Lin, who came in 2nd place, added that tailors will still be busy for at least a month. Hai Il, who took 1st place, told the younger ones to stop shouting, because now the head of the House of Discipline will have his say. Dubop said that he hoped that they understood the manager's instructions and would follow them like laws, and now he, the master of the House of Discipline, would say a few words. Before they accepted the flowers, he allowed them to call each other by name and form friendships. However, in their school, all students are expected to show respect to elders and listen to them carefully. If you have watched this far, I am very grateful to you. I hope you enjoyed this video because I put a lot of effort into creating it. I would be very grateful if you like this video and subscribe to the channel.